neighbours and have confidence that the team will keep you safe.
But now you start to see, yes, the people never happy. It's never enough.
I cannot believe you, Ellen.
Are you saying that advance have cured death?
Jog off!
We're still vassals, slaves, we're just in prettier cages.
Oh, Megan. We're only getting started.
Good evening, I'm Megan Wolf.
And I'm Jeremy Jones. Our main headlines tonight.
Daddy, it's starting!
For every single one of you's a bit Jesus.
What a wild ride this has been. Well, that's a very blunt question.
Advance is lying to you. Friends and neighbours, and have confidence that the team will keep you safe.
But now you start to see, yes, the people never happy. It's never enough.
I cannot believe you, Ellen.
Are you saying that advance have cured death?
Jog off!
We're still vassals, slaves, we're just in prettier cages.
Oh, Megan. We're only getting started.
Good evening, I'm Megan Wolf.
And I'm Jeremy Jones. Our main headlines tonight.
Daddy, it's starting!
For every single one of you's a bit Jesus.
What a wild ride this has been. Well, that's a very blunt question.
Advance is lying to you. Friends and neighbours, and have confidence that the team will keep you safe.
But now you start to see, yes, the people never happy. It's never enough.
I cannot believe you, Ellen.
Are you saying that advance have cured death?
Jog off!
We're still vassals, slaves, we're just in prettier cages.
Oh, Megan. We're only getting started.
Good evening, I'm Megan Wolf.
And I'm Jeremy Jones. Our main headlines tonight.
Daddy, it's starting!
For every single one of you's a bit Jesus.
What a wild ride this has been. Well, that's a very blunt question.
Advance is lying to you. Friends and neighbours, and have confidence that the team will keep you safe.
But now you start to see, yes, the people never happy. It's never enough.
I cannot believe you, Ellen.
Are you saying that advance have cured death?
Jog off!
We're still vassals, slaves, we're just in prettier cages.
Oh, Megan.
Good evening, and welcome back to Not For Broadcast. Welcome in, welcome in. This is the final Not For Broadcast stream. We are going to be jumping in and trying to do a neutral run. So this is going to be quite an interesting experience. We've gotten part way through. Hello, Tay. Yeah, this is the final Not For Broadcast stream. Don't you worry. I've got plans for next week. So, without much further ado, we've got our middle of the road run. For broadcast streams coming soon. I like that. Yes, we're going to have 4 broadcast streams. I need to find this song. Day unknown. You're in a meetings all day, still with COVID, so won't be able to chat much. That's no worry to stay.
Alex, oh thank God you're alive. It's Jenny, the floor manager. Are you okay? Alex, you need to get it together. Look at the broadcast screen. Just look at it. That's all we've been putting out since you went down. You have to fix it, now. Look left, Alex, out the window. See? They're all over it, little bastards. You're going to need a full charge to keep that many off. Hold down the big button until it's fully charged, then release it to zap the little fuckers. Excellent, Alex. We're broadcasting again. They must have built up while you were napping. Usually it only takes a tap on the button to clear one. Look, there's a lone one climbing now. Zap it off before it starts to mess up.
I'm going to run this one. I want to see what this internal use one is.
That seems to be the last of them. For now. Right. We're about a minute out. Get the adverts loaded up. I've got to deal with my pet idiot. And Alex, keep your ears open. You'll hear them climbing up the tower. Don't let them build up.
We'll be going live to the National Nightly News.
Must be talking about Jeremy.
This has no credibility, Jenny.
On Channel 1 at 7 o'clock.
No professionalism.
What's wrong with this picture?
It's not a mess.
Hey, Carly.
Everything
How are
is where it
you?
should be. It's ramshackle and characterful, and I expect you to know the difference.
That's followed at 8 p.m. by
Of course Megan's place looked lovely, but I can't see it, can I?
Thanks, Jenny. How's lock-in with the boyfriend going?
outside.
Decided to take his chances on the wild streets, eh? Rather than endure another romantic comedy.
Electric Fever Dream, starring Lawrence Blunderclatch as Helen.
Jeremy, Jenny says your hair looks stupid.
Yes, I can hear her.
I do wish we could hear Jenny.
She says she's not talking to you.
Yes, I know, I can hear her.
Shall I count
Look
us
at
in?
Happy International Women's Day
Make
to all
it
the women
so.
at the stream. Yeah,
Okay,
Happy
10
International Women's Day.
seconds. Break a leg, everyone.
Preferably a furry one.
It's the National Weather Report.
5, 4,
But now,
3,
it's time to join Jeremy Donaldson.
Good evening, I'm Jeremy Donaldson.
and I'm Megan Wolfe. Our main stories tonight.
Snugglefucked? It's been almost 5 weeks since all the Mrs. Snuggleheart's toys woke up simultaneously in factories worldwide and began searching for their husbands.
I still love
the
that
Mrs.
opening.
Snugglehugs we have so short-sightedly destroyed. And now, as this photograph suggests, they may be changing tactics.
Built to surprisingly traditional gender stereotypes, the Mrs. Snugglehugs have been arming themselves with a variety of household implements. All the more reason to make sure that cat flap is taped up good and tight.
This frightening new development means that even those previously thought to be relatively safe, like the young and fit, must take care to watch their backs and keep their ears open for the soft steps of sinister feet.
Has anybody else seen the
Going
sad news
stir
today?
crazy, with no signs of Mrs. Snugglehug's batteries running out, and the government lockdown now in its 31st day, domestic relationships across the country are taking some unexpected turns.
Dramatic reports.
Well done, Carly.
Uncharacteristically bold behaviour in homes across the country. And we're not talking about the model planes that occupy so much time in the Donaldson household.
With dating options limited, many house sharers, in particular students, are finding solace in co-tenants they'd previously rejected as unfuckable, indulging in an activity that has become known as snuggle tugging.
Going it alone. Popular crustacean Johnny Hamsleeves is back in the news today as his astonishing photograph that he leaked himself shows exactly how he's been spending his lockdown.
It seems that when the lockdown was announced, Johnny's long-term partner, Tiffany Lamour, was busy in the capital preparing her new show, Chocolate Clit Bombs, for its now postponed
But yeah,
grand opening.
sad
Let's
news
hope
that
the
Akira
exhibit's doing
Toriyama's
It's
passed
great to see
away.
a celebrity using their time wisely, as the government suggests, by
Aww.
developing a new hobby or fetish.
The power of
And most importantly,
PowerPoints, Carly.
by keeping
Well
it
done.
to itself. Nice to see Johnny doing his little bit.
The shape of things to come, In their own version of a lockdown for more than 45 years now, the descendants of Doctors David Wong and Ingrid Sporsborgen-Horgensvoord and their unfortunate team today managed to get a personal statement to the surface using flagellized imaging equipment.
Many of the Sporsborgen-Horgensvoord, as they've come to be known, have certainly captured the public imagination, with a recent vote naming Helvetica Sporsborgen-Wongensvoord the most likely to survive a massive electric shock.
Greetings from Dante's Taint, or as we say down here in the family, many mushrooms to you. I don't know what a Mrs. Pluckless Plug is, but they sound like they're causing you guys real problems. We've been trapped down here for 8,961 days now, and all I can say is I sure am glad Mum and Dad chose not to get on that escape craft. Since they grew me and the rest of the family, we've been getting on famously, and sometimes Mum stops crying for upwards of 20 minutes. Also, it turns out, as push, you can eat flards, if you can handle the stomach cramps and the amnesia. Greetings from Dante's Taint, or as we say down here in the family, many mushrooms to you.
It's hard to believe they've been down there so long now.
But everyone knows time moves differently underwater, Jeremy. That's why baths take so long.
That's right. And as anyone will tell you, the deeper the bath,
The quicker the relativistic forces of temporal causality will have a measurable effect upon the fixed dimensional parameters of your environment.
yes, I've said that many times.
Papers, please. With the lockdown
don't need that on a
becoming ever
shirt.
more rigorously enforced, having a passport is becoming increasingly important, Alex.
The government caused controversy today by announcing a fresh charge of passport fraud with an imaginative form of punishment for those found guilty of this brand new but
Well, this is a
incredibly
new one.
serious crime.
In what's being called a draconian measure, the government has reinstated the ancient right of trial by custard. Just like in the old days, if you float, you're executed on the spot. But if you sink, well, you'll go well with profiteroles, Jeremy.
And Advance speaks out, with the snuggle struggle proving a test to governments around the world. Advance HQ released a curious statement this afternoon.
In the accompanying release, they asked us to stress that they have been listening and that this should be taken as a response to how the people really feel.
We've certainly done our bit on this show to contribute to the political climate. But let's not forget, how we behave in our home lives is what really matters.
Let's hope it's not just me who filled out that questionnaire, Jeremy, or we're all in trouble.
Let's play that statement.
Good evening. In these difficult times, it's important that we all feel united, that we're all in this together.
Oh, crikey.
And for a short time, we must bear significant change. To help myself come to terms with these tough but transitory times, I've written a list of things that are just as temporary as all
I
of
hate
this
these little
discomfort.
things.
I thought it would be helpful to share my list with all of you. Christmas with the in-laws. Your child's school play. Youth. Beauty. That phase you still don't talk about. Your New Year's resolution. Your
What's a
husband's
resolution?
hairline. Your waistline. Your term in office. Your fleeting lifetime. And all of human endeavour.
I have also had something rather exciting happen
hope my
recently.
relatable list
I'm not
has
expecting
allowed
it to
you
go
to
anywhere,
find
but it's still cool that it
reassurance.
happened.
To know that just as these
And
things
I'm
pass
going
us
to be
by,
very
so
cryptic and
too
mysterious
will this
about it
crisis.
until
Together,
either
we
something
will
happens
endure,
or
as we always have.
you'll never hear of this again.
Thank you.
Ridiculous stuff.
Later tonight, Jeremy will be probing heartthrob reporter Patrick Bannon, while I take a deep dive into some controversial opinions with two familiar faces.
And then, in our third segment, and presumably because our editor is also working from home, there's going to be a bloody quiz.
I can't wait.
Don't do that.
And in a moment, Jeremy Grumpelson and I will be asking controversial CEO Sophia Remington where it all went wrong.
And psychic scientist Dr. Delia Lywell will be joining us, presumably to provide a bit of false hope.
Maybe she'll tell you how you're going to die, Jeremy.
Too late. I'm certain it happened.
That's all coming up on tonight's
National Nightly News.
Here comes Remington. Lost. God, he looked so angry there.
Where are we going? And most importantly, who's to blame?
Joining us from her villa on the island of San Palmerino is CEO and socialite Sophia Remington.
Thank you for having me, Megan. I am loving your hairdo, babe.
And from her crystal healing laboratory and what I assume is a garage in Lower Uppington, Doctor, it says here, Delia Lywell.
Thank you for inviting us on your show.
Us?
Don't. Miss Remington, your toys are rampaging across the developed world, your company is worth less than my annual salary, and your country's president recently called you a national disgrace. Have you taken your eye off the ball?
Oh, honey, you're so cute when you're angry. The thing with you folks over there is you have an island mentality. You can't see the bigger picture.
So, what is the bigger picture?
The bigger picture is lithium batteries. Our toys have been running for upwards of 71 days now with no signs of them slowing down whatsoever.
Oh,
Imagine
I hate these little snuggle hugs.
It means we don't know when the hell this lockdown's going to end, doesn't it? You don't seriously believe Remington's fist can survive this?
It's a fantastic roll of the R there. Remington's fist.
They're gonna power our new transport system, make technology portable. Hell, they might even take us into space.
But how can you make them with everyone at home?
Oh, don't you worry about that. Thanks to the work of thousands of tiny hands, they're already pouring off the production line. Times are good for Remington's fist.
Ah, yes, child labour.
Excuse me, hello, yes, if we might. This is our area of expertise.
What, multinational economics?
The future, Mr. Donaldson, to which we are all connected.
She's got them eyes.
Yeah, okay, I'll bite. Why not? There's clearly nothing better to do. So, what is your scientific process telling you about the future of Sophia Remington, Doctor?
We see her on a balcony. Foreign soil, but not foreign land. An age will pass.
Fascinating.
Wasn't it just?
Delia, you are amazing. We have to fly you out here to the island to do that for my guests. They're gonna love you.
Unfortunately, all flights are grounded because of your tiny, deadly stowaways.
Not all flights, honey. Dee, call me. And you, Maggie. The more the merrier. Bring your swimwear.
Miss Remington, you seem completely ignorant to the seriousness of the situation. Do you take any responsibility at all for the global crisis?
Careful! It's a trap.
It's not a trap. Why are you helping her?
She seems fun.
You bet your ass I'm fun.
Please answer my question, Miss Remington.
Listen, are lithium batteries the most incredible invention the world has ever seen? Probably not. But in fact,
Also, who wired that tower?
Definitely yes. But will they last forever? Sadly not. One day, all the Mrs. Snugglehugs will just stop. It'll be like a miracle. And then we can all go back to the grand tradition of buying products again. Because I really don't mind telling you this, it is really hitting our bottom line. Except for sponges. We seem to be selling an assload of them.
Dr. Lywell, do you have an indication of when or how this might end?
Well, it's not an exact science.
Or even a real one.
But our senses tell us that there will come a day when there will be clouds in the sky, the grass will be rich and verdant, and the birds will sing at dawn, and that shall be the day when we walk forth again.
I find that strangely comforting.
That could literally be any day.
Well, let's hope it's soon.
Clouds, grass, and birds. That's literally every day.
Let's hope it's not too soon. I'm kind of hoping we can make it to the 100 days. It sounds good on a commercial. Besides, if it lifts now, the children will have to go back to working normal hours.
Well, let us ask the eminent professor for 100 then.
No, let's not, eh?
Yeah,
I'll drink to that.
none of that.
Stay strong and party on.
Sophia Remington, Dr. Delia Lywell, thank you for joining us.
When we come back, we'll be reaching out around the country to see what's really happening out there.
Don't go away. We'll be back after these sandwiches.
Well, she's a Hindenburg-sized fuck-up.
I mean, she's fun at a social level.
I wouldn't want to be on her board.
Christ, no. She's going to drive that company into the fucking ground.
First, I'd like to take
I need to hear
opportunity
this.
to reassure you all that we will be staying on air, maximizing revenue, and we will be using this as an opportunity.
No, go away, Dave. You're a figment of my nightmares.
Stuttering Gary, nervous Eric, and queefing Janet. I'd like to address the rumors that the network has no emergency fund. This is hogwash. Of course we have one, but I spent it on unnecessary informational videos and Carl, my personal human shield. Finally, I want to remind
Carl, my personal human shield.
guidelines you must follow during this crisis. Stay calm, for God's sake. Panicking makes you less productive, and that makes Bozeman sad. Protect network equipment at all costs. We have literally hundreds of employees, but our budget is limited. We ask you to do the right thing and value our property over your personal safety. If you're working from home, please refrain from taking meetings to the toilet. Even if you're not
exactly.
going,
You said
we
it,
can
I
still
said
tell
it.
from the way your voice
He
is
must
all
know.
echoing.
He's not stupid.
A reminder.
I just don't want it getting back
the
to him
dress
that it came
code is
from
still
us.
in force. I can hear a tie on a
No,
collar
Jenny.
fall like a
You're not
baby in
backing
a
out on me
vacuum.
now. We're in this together.
Sorry, like a what?
Remember,
Get him.
the public are scared. They want information.
no
They'll
idea how old
consume
he is.
anything we tell them. So let's not waste time on fact-checking or
Yeah,
integrity.
ready.
There's
Okay,
money
coming
to
back.
be made and Papa
In
wants
5, 4, 3. Welcome back to the National Nightly News. I'm Megan. Now it's time to take a trip around the country to hear how the lockdown might impact the nation from some friendly faces. Joining me are respected academic Katie Brightman and author of Alan James's Kites, Alan James. Thank you for joining me.
It's a pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Oops.
Thanks, Megan. It really is a pleasure, Katie. I enjoyed our little heated encounter.
I wish I could say the same.
So first off, Katie, how are you coping?
I'm holding up okay. The lockdown directive was so sudden that, like many people, I haven't been able to get home.
Oh no, what happened?
I was staying at a hotel after an international policy convention, and we had a particularly heavy night out. You know what economists are like.
Notoriously hate splitting the bill.
And I overslept, and as you can imagine, I've been here ever since. But there are
Oh
certainly
boy.
people much worse off.
But we know what's going on here.
My tour has been cancelled indefinitely, and I've had to refund every single ticket, even the cheap seats.
Oh, Alan, I'm so sorry to hear that.
Yeah, people are being quite rude about it. They don't seem to realise I've already spent it filling the beach house with beef.
The crisis claims yet another victim.
So, this is just a reminder that my book, Alan James's Reich, is now available in paperback.
Unbelievable.
What was that?
You. You're unbelievable. You.
So, Katie, how do you think this might affect the economy? Should we be worried?
Very, Megan. Not to sound dramatic, but this could be catastrophic. Unemployment has skyrocketed, and frankly, it will be a miracle if a lot of businesses can survive this.
There you go, scaremongering again, spreading this latest liberal hoax. That's what they want. They want us quiet. They want us compliant. And they want us inside.
A hoax? How on earth can you say that, Alan?
Well, I haven't actually seen one of these supposed toys. Have you?
Well, no, but...
Did you know 3,000 people die every year from regular toys? That's a lot of people. And this is no different. You're just as likely to be hunted down by a yo-yo or a tennis racket.
He makes an excellent and
I'd quite like to see how...
Don't listen to her, Katie. The press are the enemy of truth.
She's agreeing with you, Alan, you absolute shit!
Well, then I must be wrong.
Alan, are you now recanting your statement that these toys aren't dangerous?
People are saying they're just like normal toys, and that simply isn't true. Corrupt media lies.
And Katie, how do you respond to Alan's claims that Mrs. Snugglehugs might be dangerous after all?
I suppose I guess...
I do love how this section of the game is just a complete fever
I
dream.
appreciate your support. A lot of folks are saying this Mrs. Snugglehug
Yes,
will
Jeremy.
blow over, but it won't.
Yes, right, exactly. We need decisive action from the government. We need huge financial support to protect our workers and our businesses. We need to support the vulnerable, and we need...
To repent. Exactly right, Katie. We brought it on ourselves with all our liberal indulgences like art, cake, and healthcare. We need to act now and begin sacrificing our firstborns, or to push a beloved family pet.
Absolutely, Alan. If we can all successfully
Alan James
come together
advocating
as
for
a community and perform
ritual
the
human
ritual,
sacrifice.
hopefully we will appease the great ancient.
Aww.
Katie, could it be any worse?
Luckily, over the past few years under Advance, they've invested heavily into health, so the system can actually bear the strain.
Is it lucky that the llama laws...
What, when there was all this just wacky stuff going on?
People to conceal the enemy within?
Will you just stop for 5 fucking seconds?
The global alliance of fish people are amassing an army... amassing an army to kidnap
That's you. That's what you sound like. That's you. That's what you sound like.
But... I don't sound like that.
Yes, you do.
You do, Alan. You do sound like that.
And that's why no one wants to be your friend. And that's why no.
I've got loads of friends.
No,
The fact that you two are in a hotel together.
Yeah, stop lying, Alan.
I'm not lying. You are.
Hey, welcome back, Triss.
Oh, good one.
All go well?
Well, I'm telling.
Alan James.
Alan, you know
Katie
what they say about
Brightman, thank you
snitches,
for
Alan.
joining
I'm
me.
getting my needle.
Thought there from two of the territory's leading minds. Any moment now, I'll be heading over to Jeremy, who is going to be bringing us an up-to-the-minute report of the status of
What is the important
the
topic,
nation.
Triss?
Over to you, Jeremy.
Thank you for what I'm sure was
Is it that
a
it's
reasonable
International
debate
Women's
which really
Day?
contributed to the national
At which point, happy
conversation.
International Women's Day to you.
Next, out on the streets, someone who's always doing exactly that. It's Patrick Bannon. Are you there, Patrick?
Hello, Jeremy. Yes, hello. I'm here. I'm here live. Apologies for the quality of the broadcast today. Couldn't find any cameramen or women.
I also
great.
wholeheartedly
Come and
agree,
join me.
Triss.
So, I'm out here on my own.
Right, and can you tell us what it's like out there?
Yep, I can. It's as you can see behind me, the streets are currently completely deserted. And my question, Jeremy, is just how long? I mean, could there be danger lurking just around the corner, waiting to end the fledgling career of this young, promising before his full potential is even realised? Will he die, underappreciated by management, and frankly, if you ask me, very, very much underpaid?
I don't think there's any danger of that, Patrick. What's that on your jacket there?
That's actually a sponge. What I've done here is made a
Oh yeah,
sponge
by the way,
with
we've
jacket
leaked an
there.
internal training
The
video.
network didn't bother sending me any PPE, so I've been forced to improvise. In fact, showing the sort of resourcefulness that would make me an ideal candidate for, I don't know, for example, an anchor position starting whenever they'd like.
From your point of view, Patrick, just how safe are our streets?
Not safe at all, Jeremy, not safe at all. I'd recommend people staying inside, following government advice and not putting themselves at any risk at all. Unless, of course, like me, it's for groundbreaking journalism reasons.
Mm-hmm. And just where are you, Patrick?
I'm in the street, on the street.
Which street?
Oh, Patrick.
Jeremy there.
Which street? Which street are you on?
Oh, which street am I on? Oh God. I'm just looking for a sign. There it is. I'm on Bannon Avenue.
Bannon Avenue? Bannon Avenue?
Yep.
Bannon Avenue.
Yeah, no, I can hear you fine. Yep, I'm on Bannon Avenue on the sign. It says there.
Like Patrick Bannon?
Oh yeah, that is like that's strange. That's a weird sign. I don't know what's going on there.
Where are you really?
I'm on
Where are
Bannon.
you really?
Alright, fine. I'm not on Bannon Avenue. I'm at home, to be honest. Alright, fine. Well, I'm in my bathroom technically, but you know, I couldn't face it, to be honest, mate. It's it's terrible out there. I don't want to go outside. They're everywhere.
So aside from you being a couple of gay as usual, Triss, you're all right, yeah?
You hear that sound?
I can, yes. I'm no expert, Patrick, but it sounds unmistakably like a
That's fair.
a tiny fist tapping on your door there. A tiny fist tapping
fuck,
on your
it
door
does.
there.
Oh fuck, Jeremy! Shit, no! Oh bollocks, Jeremy!
Perhaps there's a small queue of tiny fists, each wielding a different gendered household implement, ready to bash in the heads of lying little roving reporters.
But you're lying, aren't you? Oh shit! Fucking listen to me, you bastards! If you're out there, just piss off, you little fucking snuggle fuck! I'm too talented to die. I'm too talented to die. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. Oh God.
Don't worry, Patrick. I'd say you've got a few seconds before they break their way in there and finish you off. What do you see, Patrick? What do you see, Patrick?
What's the only Satan? Oh God, no! Come into all this. You fucking little shit.
F's in chat for Patrick.
For that report showing the nation, and more importantly, management, just where you belong. It's time for another break, but when we come back, we'll be hoping to take your mind off the world for a little while, and who knows, maybe even bring you a few smiles. Join us after this.
And there's the ad. Ah, crap, we've got one in here.
Right? Yeah, I had them delivered. Yes, to Bannon Avenue.
Are supposed to be our future.
So Jeremy had Patrick murdered, basically.
But we're wondering if maybe you don't. And we don't understand. Why don't you want your child to do lovely paintings? Like this one. And play with their friends. If you let them have friends, that is. In a safe, protected, but happy and supportive environment. Look, they're rafting. That looks like fun, doesn't it? Listen, we know it's your right.
So what the fuck is going on with all this? So we were doing a show in the middle of a storm, and our desk was basically electrified, and on the literal last advert, we got electrocuted. We're now basically in a coma having a fever dream, which is an analogy for this part of the game being developed during lockdown.
I'm not.
So this is all happening in our mind.
No. Oh, 5, 4,
Except instead of a
3.
pandemic, it's a horde
Welcome
of
back to the National Night
Furbies have gone rogue and are attacking everybody.
We know isolation isn't easy, so finally tonight we have something a bit different for you. Even though some people felt it's not our job to entertain the public with
Hi, Sophie.
nonsense, other, more important people overruled those people. So it's time to find out who will National Nightly win.
Pretty much.
And who will National Nightly lose. So, how do we play?
Bugger off.
Well, joining me is a man who knows all about playing. It's Tommy Harris. Hello, Tommy.
All right, Johnny. It's good to see ya.
And how are you finding the lockdown, Tommy?
What do you mean lockdown?
The enforced isolation of everyone in the country.
Yeah, I think I heard about that actually, yeah. I think I heard.
You're in bed,
where are the
Tommy?
Furbies?
Yeah, you called during nap time, so...
Of course, that's my fault. So, why don't you tell us how the game is played?
Well, it's pretty simple, Jeremy.
No.
Sausage. I'm going to ask contestants from around the territory 3 questions about what else...
We're also on this run trying to go full neutral because we've gone to both extremes.
Very special prize.
And what are they playing?
It's about to get very, very weird here, so I do apologise.
Drum roll, please. Jeremy.
Oh.
Jeremy. Thank you. This.
Is that... What is that?
It's my athletic support, Jeremy.
Oh.
But I've signed it, so...
Oh, well then, what a fantastic prize.
Have we got anybody waiting to win this once-in-a-lifetime prize, Jimmy?
I believe we have Angie on the line. How do you feel about winning this man's old pants, Angie?
Is this the one you sent me, Tris?
Jeremy, and can I just say, I love you, both of you.
Well, you've said it now, haven't you?
Oh, Angie, I love you. In a way. Tell us about yourself, Angie. Tell us about yourself.
What can I say? My name is Angie, always has been. I'm a human woman, and my dental hygiene has been described as acceptable.
Brilliant! Right, well, shall we get this shambles underway?
Absolutely, John. Can I get 30 seconds on the clock, please?
We haven't got a clock.
Yeah, I did ask for a clock. So,
Well, why don't you start, and I'll stop you when it inevitably becomes unbearable to watch.
I love it. All right, here we go. Time starts now. Question 1. When is my birthday?
The 13th of August at 7:19 a.m.
That is absolutely correct.
I just love how Jeremy's just like regretting all his life choices up here.
My favourite colour.
Crushed praline 4.
Correct, the colour of my nipples. And finally, Angie dear, what is my
I still get thrown by that. Why do we need to know that?
You were born outside of the human understanding of the cosmos.
Unbelievable, that is correct. Stop the clock.
Wow, that really was tough to watch. How did you do, Tommy?
No.
Angie, my love, you got every single question right. Which of course means you lose and win absolutely nothing. Thanks for playing, Angie. Bye. Do we have another contestant on the line at Jelly Bean?
We do indeed.
Oh
We should
no.
have Sonia Hartleach. Are you there, Sonia?
Of course I am, Jamie, darling.
Thank you for being here, Sonia.
Oh, there you are, Tommy. Mwah.
Let me guess, you work in theatre, don't you?
Is it that obvious? What gave it away? Was it the glamour or poise?
It certainly wasn't your inherent sense of humility.
Tell us about yourself, Sonia.
Oh, well, if you must play this game.
I keep swearing that dome moves.
A theatrical agent. I represent the likes of Rudy Beefman, Samuel Coffee Cup, and Jodie Carpetburn, amongst others.
And how's the lockdown affected you, Sonia?
Well, they may have closed the theatres, shut the studios,
Go away.
and boarded the cinemas, but they won't get me that easily.
How are you managing without any work?
Due to a savvy clause in all of my artist contracts, I am able to claim my 15% from their unemployment benefit.
Wow, that certainly is sharp.
Standard stuff, standard
The
stuff.
disgust in his voice.
Where are you speaking to us from?
Well, I work from home, you know, to keep costs down.
And who's this?
Oh, well, you know, when they gave the order, I was actually mid-meeting with a client, so we've been isolated together.
No fucking way!
What the fucking fuck?
Is that Tommy Harris? I'm a huge fan. Can I just tell you how bloody brilliant you are?
Actually, Jeff, we're about to play a game, aren't we, Tommy?
We've got time.
Well, if it's not too bold, I think I am in love with you, Mr. Harris.
No, it's not too bold. That's all right. Don't worry.
Hey, I'd love to show you some of my stuff.
Oh, no.
I've been working on some new shit.
Well, at least you're already aware.
During lockdown, we've been workshopping some of Jeff's ideas for much younger children, haven't we?
People still let you near their children, do they?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. I've been developing
Oh,
some shows for younger children.
Well, we'd love to see it, wouldn't we, Gerbil?
Absolutely dying to.
Right, so, what do kids love?
Time.
One sec, team. One second, everybody. I've just caused a bit of a disaster in the kitchen that I need to help clean up. Okay, so Louise asked for some help reaching some rice that was a bit out of reach, and she didn't want to reach it because if she did, she was gonna A, hurt herself, or B, knock something over. So I get in there, reach up, and immediately knock a bottle of cumin over. The lid comes off, and then there was cumin all over the counter. So we cleaned that up, and yeah, that was my bad. Also, I'm glad you like Jeremy, Triss. He is objectively the best character. And like, this is just the fever dream, so this isn't even what he's usually like.
Just put payments from their absent fathers.
Shallow and overproduced musical numbers?
That's right. Animals!
Wrong camera.
So, I'm trying to address the things that kids need to know, but through a medium that they'll understand. Do you understand?
I think...
Contain your
yes.
filth,
I
Triss.
think so, yes.
Jess, one of my best clients, aren't you?
I am. Yeah. So, the first one we've been working on is called The King of the Jungle's Mortgage Repayments. It's about a lion who's having problems with his interest rates.
I see. Does he have a broker?
He does. Yes. He's a porcupine. How did you know that?
Well, your work is universal, darling. It speaks to people.
I'm going to say something to you, mate. I think you're onto something here.
Oh, the bear,
Oh,
huge
yes. Right. This one is much better. So, this
Oh, God,
one
here we
tells
go.
the tale of Mr. Bear. Now, Mr. Bear is a very sad bear because all of the other bears don't think that he'll amount to much, and they tell him that his plays are lazy and derivative.
I think you're onto something there.
Now, Mr. Bear is a tragic figure. Picture this. He's at his lowest ebb. The trees are closing in. He can't even face his salmon, can he? But then he meets someone that will change his life forever.
This is fucking gripping.
That's right. He meets a wise old octopus who takes him under his wing and says,
You just see Jeremy in the top there.
"Don't be sad. You're not like all the other bears. You have this ambition and these dreams."
Such fucking dreams.
I think I love you, Jeff.
And what you need to do, Mr. Bear, says the octopus, probably doing an 8-armed gesture or something.
What you need to do to find happiness in this crazy old forest is you need to set yourself more realistic goals. It's called Mr. Bear Lowers His Expectations.
Wow.
It sounds unbearable.
To new depths. So what do you want children to take away from this?
Oh, fuck shit.
Take away from this. What?
I said a more realistic worldview.
Are you all right, Jamboree?
It's Jeffrey. My name is Jeffrey Donington.
No, stop. How does it end? We need to know how it ends.
Well, all the animals learn a thing or two about inevitable mediocrity.
And Mr.
Not
Bear
this.
settles down near to his parents' cave, stops trying to make his band happen, and he goes into bear telemarketing.
Becomes a bear maths teacher.
Oh, and we end. We end on a big musical number. Oh, there's dancing. It's very repetitive, so it's catchy but not too challenging. Well, if you like, I could go and get my boombox.
Yeah, I might be able to... Hang on, can we get Angie back?
Why not? The more the merrier, as they say at orgies.
Right, I'll just fill then, shall I? Coming up in a moment, it's the world premiere that nobody saw coming.
Lights!
Or wanted. At all. I can only apologise
Oh boy,
in
here we
advance
go.
what we're all about to endure.
You turn this shitting thing up.
Oh, hi Tam.
Well, there's all sorts of creatures.
You've just joined in on Lockdown Grade TV.
Like wise old Mr. Octopus with way too many arms. There's Mr. Pig and Mr. Cat. They're always
How are you doing today?
But that's cause
Go get your sandwich, Jeremy.
Soon be sliced up into food. Mr. Bear, what's that over there? That's where your hopes go to turn into despair.
Oh, hey, it's Medway. They're singing about Medway.
What's that over there? That's where your dreams go to die.
Definitely Medway.
Mr. Raccoon wants to go to the moon. He'll end up as a bus driver soon. Mr. Porcupine thinks he'll read the news at 9. He'll end up as a janitor.
Helldivers DLC looks odd. I haven't looked into it yet.
Thought he'd own a massive house. Ended up in a bedsit where he can't control the louse. Mr. Horse thought he'd go into professional sports. Now he's an alcoholic and he's on his third divorce. Mr. Bear,
Ah, I see.
that's the place your life becomes an endless questionnaire. Mr. Bear, what's
Twitch
that
better
over
not be
there?
saying that the game is Helldivers 2.
Hopes go to die. Lower your expectations. Maybe you could get a job in telecommunications. No matter how
It's
you
really
try,
fun,
you'll
Tris.
never
It's just so
reach
painfully on the nose and
the
American.
best you'll get is middle rank in trading operations. So lower your expectations. You'll never win an Oscar, so there's no congratulations. The future that is coming will not meet.
In that case, I think you're going to...
And no amount of visualization.
Oh, I know, Tay. I've just got awful rhythm. You can hug each other.
What's that over there? That's a tramp who thought he'd be a multi-millionaire. Mr. Bear, what's that over there? That's where self-esteem goes to die. Mr. Bear, what's that over there? That's the disappointment that is waiting everywhere. Mr. Bear, what's that over there? That's where your schemes go to die. That's where your dreams go to die. That's where dreams go to die.
It's Medway!
Well, that appears to have...
Oh, we got a different ending.
Big thanks to our guests for somehow managing to make lockdown slightly more awful. That's about all we have time for tonight. But before we go, one final story. Skinflint parent ruins daughter's future. It has emerged today that Alex Winston of 102 Nearby Street cruelly dashed Susie's dreams last Christmas in what critics are calling a remarkable demonstration of miserliness. Stingy McTight bastard, as Alex is now called by daughter Susie, failed to see the importance of a broader cultural experience, denying the inquisitive...
Hey now, you can't blame me for trying to keep my daughter alive.
As the annual dissident hunt in Urkistan, the orgy houses of Spanland, or the legendary tilted village of Romantica, which is scheduled to slide gracefully into the sea sometime next August. Guess she'll never get to see that now. Spouse Sam exclusively told this programme, "I don't understand why Alex would deny her this chance to meet people from across the continent. 20 years of marriage and now I'm starting to wonder if my partner is a bit racist. Looks like someone
Bloody
needs to
hell.
cut their daughter a little slack. Maybe this story will serve as a massive electric shock to the nerves."
Shoot.
Donaldsworth, have a grease-proof night.
How's that? Not bad, eh?
Oh, didn't run the ads.
The voice down. Yeah, I did think about cutting my hair too, but it hides my tiny...
I wanted to take the mickey out of Helldivers, but I couldn't. It does too good of a job itself.
The do-it-yourself model planes. You know, the one with all the fiddly bits. I feel like I really need to get into my own journey. Oh yeah, definitely. That and a couple of cheap prostitutes.
People ask how I got started in business, and I gotta say, hats. I used to own an entire range of...
And we made it through the broadcast.
Because we gave ladies more of a hunch look, and that wasn't popular. Alex used to have them filter.
Of course, everything stays balanced. Just needs a what the fuck is a kilometre time. Right, onward. We're going to wake up in hospital now. Mr. Bear, dooby-dooby-doo, singing obvious things about the Medway sounds he does. Rhythmic beeping of the heart monitor brings you slowly back to consciousness. Opening your eyes, you're greeted by a semicircle of concerned faces. Your family by your side, a reassuringly familiar sight in these new surroundings. You blink a few times to clear the sleep from your eyes and bring everyone into focus. You feel a hand on yours, gentle but reassuring. Sam, there with you as always, her expression understandably concerned, is somehow more affectionate than ever. We knew you'd be okay, never doubted it for a second. If I ever see that boastman... You squeeze their hand back and attempt to wink. The worry lines on Sam's forehead fade a bit. Lord knows you've both got enough to be anxious about without your health being thrown into the mix. With a final smile at them, you turn to the rest of your family. Susie is standing next to Sam, less worried now that you're awake and smiling. You can see Sam's worry on your daughter's face, but she smiles when she notices you looking at her. Her eyes brim with tears as she asks, "Are you okay?" And for a moment, Susie's not 19. She's your 6-year-old daughter again, and she's scared. You get a flash of pain behind your eyes. You put on a brave face. "Of course I am, sweetie." Susie can't help but smile back at you, rolling her eyes good-naturedly. It's great to have her here. Charlie catches your eye as he fidgets with the edge of the blanket. You cock your head and look at him, one eyebrow raised questioningly. As soon as you turn to look at him, you can see Charlie tense up, his concern clear on his face. "So you're definitely good, right?" he finally asks, quickly looking away. "Of course I am, buddy. There's nothing to worry about." Charlie looks at you and grins, one of those infectious smiles that spreads around the room. It's always good to have him in your corner. The smile fades as you notice your mother staring listlessly out the window. Despite all of your best efforts, she's not been doing well lately. "You okay, Mum?" Your mother starts, and your call clearly shocking her out of her reverie. She turns to you and smiles. You're grateful to see the increasingly rare recognition in her eyes. "Yes, dear, of course. How are you feeling?" You smile warmly and nod, but before you can respond, a doctor bustles in and ushers everyone out. She asks you, for what feels like the 100th time, how you're feeling. Surprisingly well, all things considered. So for anybody who doesn't know what happened or missed the last stream, we got electrocuted at work, and that whole broadcast you just witnessed, that was our unconscious fever dream. Excellent. There's no sign of any real damage, just a bit of a shock to the old system, pardon the pun, she smiles. Not that we'd recommend you do anything like that again, of course. After a couple of days of rest at home, you should feel right as rain. She turns to leave, but stops at the door. Oh, and the private room in care, the doctor gestures to your room, which you now notice looks rather expensive, has all been paid for by a Mr. Boastman. He left those flowers and said not to worry and to take the rest of the week off. We'll see you Monday, apparently. Seems like the least he could do. Burden to bear. Oh, God. This is where the game starts getting cruel, so I do apologise here, folks. We've got a decision to make. You come home from a particularly late shift to find the kitchen light still on, which isn't normally a good sign. Everyone's usually in bed by now. Softly opening the kitchen door, you find Sam at the table. Bills and papers are strewn in front of them, as well as what looks like to be their second pack of biscuits. They give you a quick kiss as you take a seat next to them. Sam frowns and goes back to the bill they're holding. "Hey, sweetheart, just looking at the numbers again." They look to the door to the pantry, now converted into your mother's bedroom. "We've been doing our best, but I think Cassandra really needs a nurse to look after her now." Fuck you, Triss! For that, you can make this decision. No, actually, that's way too mean. Suddenly the bills are all you can see. What's a really good way to get revenge on Triss? What you should do is you should find Triss's AO3 account, go read all of her work, and put nice comments on it. I've been working things out, and I think we might be able to afford it. But even with Susie home to help out and a part-time nurse, it's still a lot of money. Sam smiles at you. We can see this has been weighing on them. Things are already difficult, and this isn't making it any easier. But she's your mother. We have to, really, don't we? So... Get the nurse or don't get the nurse? Yes, I think there's a channel point redemption with words to that effect. Yes, there it is, Sophie. Thank you. I'd forgotten about that. So what do we do, folks? Do we get a nurse for our struggling mother, or do we not? She'll be fine. Okay, so Triss is voting to not get a nurse for our mother who's suffering with Alzheimer's. Anybody else want to counter that? Maybe it would be a good idea. Okay, nurse could be good. We've got counterpoints here. Do I have any advance? Because otherwise I'm going to have to roll the dice of significant consequence. Do we like the mother? The mother's been fine. She's just struggling with her health. And it sounds like we care. I mean, we can change that with this question. We get a nurse, it has to be on the condition that the nurse spends all day reading Triss's work. Alright, fine. We can go with that. So we're going to commit to the nurse. Going once. Going twice. We're going for the nurse. We are now in worrying debt. Sword of Damocles sheath, at least for the moment. You grab the papers and stuff them into a drawer. It's such a relief to not have to worry about it anymore. Or so you told Sam. Hours later, you're still awake, staring at the ceiling thinking, how long will the money last? Hooray! We're in worrying debt! A new path. Oh? You're watching TV with Sam when Charlie comes home for the evening. School finished a while ago, but he's been home late more and more recently. You both shrug and finish your episode of Me, My Dalmatians and I. After it ends, you say goodnight to Sam. You've got an early start in the morning. At the top of the stairs on your way to bed, you notice a new poster on Charlie's door. It's homemade, but the image is distinct. A fist seemingly in orange spray paint on a black background. The now well-known symbol of Disrupt. It seems those friends of his are an interesting bunch. Okay, so the sun is going for rebellion. That's something we've not seen before. Next broadcast. What's this one called again? I'm just thinking if this is the broadcast. The silence.
Oh, you're fired.
What?
You're fired.
What for? Facial sabotage?
Jenny, problem? I want her fired today, now.
Don't worry, Kath, it'll be all right.
No,
This might be the broadcast. I won't spoil it now.
Get out.
You realise you're beginning to sound like me?
I mean it, Kath.
Stay where you are, Kath. Jenny?
This is not Jenny's decision, Jeremy, or yours.
It'll be all right. I'll talk to Bugsy.
Oh, good. You can tell him I'll return his wife's casserole dish at our dinner next week. Jenny,
I'm sorry, Kath, you're going to have to leave.
I think this was unreasonable of Megan.
Letting it go to your head.
She nearly blinded me.
10 seconds,
I thought we were
everybody.
all part of a team these days.
Things are better, Jeremy, you know that. Stop being so high and
5,
mighty and do your job.
4,
You're having me fine too.
3.
Don't tempt me.
Here we go.
Good evening. I'm Megan Wolfe.
And I'm Jeremy Dawson. Our main headlines tonight.
The establishment strikes back. The World Council has agreed today to impose punitive sanctions on the people of this country.
The sanctions, which are broad-ranging, include restrictions on the supply of oil and gas, food, clothing, and even some medicines. But how should we react? We asked the public.
What do you think about all these sanctions?
So, we're now being sanctioned into the ground by other nations.
I've lived through 2 world wars and I smoke 40 a day. And if that ain't killed me, I doubt this will either.
Thanks, Patrick. Fascinating stuff.
Popular Prime Minister Julia Salisbury has released a reassuringly brave statement in response to the World Council's controversial announcement.
This international declaration is nothing short of outrageous. We are a democratically elected government with massive popular support. We do not recognise these sanctions. And we encourage other socially
Were you able to taste the cheese and onion yet? So what are the sanctions for? So our government built itself on a platform of taking the wealth from the rich and redistributing it.
Change for the betterment of the many. And whilst I wish we could improve other countries as much as we have our own, we do not rely on the help of others to thrive. This country is entirely self-sufficient. We are a team.
And apparently it's working.
And this team is on your side. Thank you.
See, I feel bad because I'm about to say that my lunch is my lunch coming up is a chicken and mushroom stroganoff.
Robin Short found out.
Hi there. Robin Short, National Nightly News. I was wondering if I could get your thoughts on the current government.
I'm not really very interested in politics, really. As Mother always said,
love you too, Tay.
Leave politics to the politicians, Malcolm.
A whole lot of problems. Protests were held today at the controversial construction site for Remington's Fist's physics-defying MOOBS project. Since digging straight through the earth began 6 months ago, the project has been beset by problems, including localised tremors and the heat deaths of many of the workforce.
Residents of the nearby town of Calamity today converged on the construction site with sincere, if misspelled, placards, demanding a suspension of digging until safety checks can be carried out.
Of course,
So
that's half a
basically
while away.
somebody's wanting
But
to
what
build a
does this
massive
country think?
tube system through the centre of the earth.
So, any thoughts about the MOOBS project, one way or the other?
Well, that is something I really care about.
Fantastic, great. So, what do you think about it? So yeah, the MOOBS project.
Well, ever since Harold grew his, we've had much better options on Tassel Tuesdays.
No, we're not talking about that, are we? We're talking about the tunnel through the earth.
Oh, that's stupid of me. Well, in that case, I don't really care. I'm indifferent, love.
A momentary lapse of reason? Commuters across the capital found themselves somewhat bemused by the latest stunt by controversial protest group Disrupt.
In a baffling start to the day, commuters found
I'm just
patrols
going for
outside
to be as
every major
neutral as I
station,
possibly
all dressed
can.
and posed identically. Whether we're supposed to be amused or intimidated.
Oh yeah, this is what blew up and electrocuted us, by the way.
Most commuters didn't even stop to notice.
Well, as long as it's not some grand contemporary dance, it's probably harmless.
But how do we all feel about Disrupt and their eclectic tactics? Robin found out.
Do you have any feelings about Disrupt?
It's all a bit noisy for me, really. As Mother always said, leave the rebelling to the rebels, Malcolm.
Bubbling up, intrepid scientist Dr. David Wong and Dr. Ingrid Svorsborg
Malcolm is the worst.
today sent a blueprint of the escape craft in which they hope to finally leave Dante's taint.
With expert opinions of the plan running the gamut from optimistically engineered to that looks like something my granddad made in his shed, it sounds like the unfortunate team are going to need all the thoughts and prayers they can get.
So what should we think about the escape
What did you do last night,
Patrick
Tam?
Bannon again.
Did you submit your final essay? Hey! Can we see some love in chat for Tamwise finishing her dissertation?
Oh, sweat. Have you thought about quitting smoking?
Right. No, I'm fine now.
Okay.
What were we talking about?
The trapped scientists.
Oh, yeah, right.
The trapped scientists. Brilliant.
I am not a number. Applications finally opened today for the new Advanced Team Membership Cards, a scheme by the government to allow fast access to all the new public services.
Trish will be interested in this story.
The team membership cards are entirely voluntary, but will be recognised as legal identification by all major organisations, including the police, banks and, rightfully, pubs and bars.
And of course, there's no charge, Jeremy.
It all seems too good to be true.
Well,
Hey Brasley, yes, this game is
but
incredible.
Most importantly, what should you, the public, think about the new team membership cards?
Team membership cards?
I don't really join things as a rule. As Mother always said, membership is mostly for unmentionables, Malcolm.
So, we're being offered these
finally,
team
tonight,
membership
back
cards
on
that are counted
One
as
of the
ID
sports
cards.
personality Johnny Hamsleeves and his fiancée Tiffany Lamore was spotted out today doing a little shopping for what many are already calling the greatest wedding ever.
We can only assume that Tiffany's latest show,
I think Malcolm is completely incapable of engaging with
By the
everything.
looks of things, the whole affair's about to become more expensive than Little C's shoe collection.
I don't know who that is.
But what should
I'm good,
your
thanks, Brasley. How
opinion
about
be of
yourself?
this extravagant display of wealth?
Don't really care, love.
Wise words there.
Later tonight, in a bit of a switcheroo, it'll be Jeremy in the culture chair, spitting rhymes with popular rapper Jay Zus. And then we'll both be chatting with a familiar team of thespians set to take the nation by storm again.
That's all coming up on tonight.
In 3,
National
2,
Night
1, roll titles. I've just got to keep the interference sorted. Oh, nice. How far did you get in Dark Souls last time? On the subject of Dark Souls, you should absolutely check out my latest video on Deathbound, !YouTube. It's a cut down of the demo day stream.
First tonight, thankfully, some news as we return to our main story.
The World Council today agreed that punitive and potentially illegal sanctions.
Oh, we've got a political interview with our Prime Minister and other countries, so this is more about the sanctions.
Stop the flow of food, fuel, and even some medicines from reaching your pockets.
Tonight, we have guests from across the continent to discuss this unprecedented situation. For Advance, Peter Clement is at his home in Lamfordshire. Are you there, Peter?
Yes, I can hear you, Jeremy. Thank you for having me.
A momentous day, Prime Minister. Are you shaken?
No, I don't scare that easy, I'm afraid, old son. And neither do the people of this country.
Well, joining us is Ivan Vodovich, Foreign Minister of Urkistan. Ivan, thank you for being here.
Great pleasure. You, Megan Wolf, are like strongest guard at Labour camp who wake up inside body of crazy, expensive prostitute. In my country, you will be worshipped as a god.
Okay. Minister, as one of those arguing most strongly for these sanctions, how do you feel about Advance's defiant stance?
Advance is like man who thinking a big career in movies land, when actually he in dirty sanitarium, screaming at mirror and holding tiny penis in hand.
He's clearly not from Svenland, and we have like some of the cleanest mental health care facilities in the continent, yeah.
And welcome to Svenland's Minister of Mojo, Björk. I'm sorry, we don't appear to have your surname.
It's just Björk, yeah. We don't use things like socially divisive surnames here, yeah.
Minister?
It's just Björk, yeah.
Right, Björk. Your country spoke in favour of Advance at the World Council today, but you were noticeably absent when it came to the actual vote.
Well, what a surprise. The hippies didn't show up for the fight.
Actually, that's quite racist, because if you must know, we were going to go to the whole, like, boat thing, yeah, but it's actually the festival of the Eurolands here at the moment.
Oh,
we
no.
old generations.
I forget
So, like,
about
we
this
all had full
section.
work, our grandparents clean, yeah, whilst the boat was happening, and that's like a really, really time-consuming process, actually.
You're like sissy man. You have this expression, sissy man? It's like man with tiny penis who like to wash more than once a week.
Actually, that's quite homophobic, yeah,
Oh,
because...
stop winding him up, Ivan. We're not back at the Grange now. Sorry, Jeremy. Ivan and I used to play golf back in my media days.
Yeah, he always wins.
Nothing gives him greater pleasure than grinding people's gears.
Oh, I do too.
The better.
Peter, you're like man with tiny penis, who think he have tiny penis, but actually he discovered that. Oh, could it be? No, it's tiny penis.
Ivan's just worried that when the rest of the world sees how well we're doing, they'll notice all that dosh that he's got squirreled away. Because that's what these sanctions are, Megan. They're the last pathetic gasp of an establishment in collapse. Wolves at the gates, Ivan, old mate.
Good. You can join others on my wall.
Actually, in Svenland, we have like serious animal welfare legislation. And like my friend Helga, she got arrested for killing a butterfly that was hovering over her fuel thing. I mean, in English, jam sandwich.
I used to know a girl called Jam Sandwich. She was a right cracker too. I wonder what became of her.
We seem to be wondering a little from the news here.
You'll find out.
The real people behind the headlines and all that. So if you're watching, Jan, give us a call. Yeah. Let's see if we can't organise a reunion.
Crash, I'm not sure about that. I'll have to run it past Mrs. Clement first, eh?
Peter, you're like man trying to empty ashes of mistresses into oncoming vent. Soon you have tiny penis and beard full of secrets.
In Svenland, we don't
God, this
really
guy
go
has
into
such a
all
thing
that
about
perspective
tiny
of monogamy
penises.
stuff here. We're kind of flawed, actually.
Okay, well, it seems that we are running out of time.
Yes, so before we go to the break, briefly, if you would, gentlemen, with the people of this country facing shortages and power
Possible shortages and power outages.
Yes, of course. Thank you. Possible shortages and power outages.
Jeremy cares, by
Can
the
you
way. That's why
summarise
we
your
love him.
thoughts for us, Minister Bierk?
Well, from here, you all look a bit stupid, really.
I think so as well,
Tris.
Tris.
Concepts like money. In Finland, we replaced currency with a system of bodily fluids back in the 1970s, and that's like really hard to sanction, actually.
Thank you, Minister Votovic.
Your country is like man who think he invented perfect trap for giant Newton Hill.
No, they're in Svenland.
When really he just standing in field
Holding his tiny penis, yes. Thank you, Minister. And finally, Prime Minister Clement.
Let me talk to your viewers here, Jeremy. Don't worry, everybody.
We've got Svenland, Urkistan, and not the UK.
Don't lose a wink of sleep. We knew the rest of the world would react this way, and we're ready. As my old man used to say, you can't make a shite pie without blocking a few toilets.
Thank you, Prime Minister.
Reassuring words there.
We'll be back.
After these messages.
And clear.
Back.
Hey, Peter, I over your way this weekend. You fancy a quick 9?
Yeah, sure, front or back.
That's what I hope you're asking Megan Wolf for me.
Oh, I hate
She's out
that.
of your league, mate.
Disgusting little worm.
Well, you have to be more careful.
It's all part of his long-term plan to get fired live on the news at 6 in front of the nation.
Can someone warn him it's going a little too well?
This is important.
Ah, yes, government censorship.
Should show up in blue. Same as regular censoring. Keep an eye out for the advanced blue waveform.
I'll let you decide, Carly.
Are you still meant to bow to foreign royalty?
What?
Should I just like curtsy?
Hang on. Have they given you the Crown Prince report?
Well,
Megan?
This is Jeremy, and he'll be interviewing you.
Yo, thanks for having me on your show, man.
It's quite all right.
Yo, just a quick one. You're not going to ask me about the chimp, are you?
Live in 10 seconds.
So you put that...
Tom? Sorry, I've just been joined by Tom. Good luck, have fun, Sophie.
Get up on themselves. I'm just saying.
Going in 5, 4,
Think we're opening on Megan? Yes, we are.
welcome back.
Oh, bloody hell,
I'm Megan
Carly.
Wolf. Later, we have an exclusive first look at a theatrical sensation everyone's going to
I'll
be
get to
talking
that
about.
later.
But first, it's time to go over to the culture spot with lovely old Jeremy Donaldson, who's joined by a very special guest. Jeremy.
Thanks, Megan. I have the honour and privilege of being joined by hip-hop royalty. He's been called the son of the streets and the father of truth. Not sure how that works, but whatever. Let's welcome Jesus!
Hi, thanks, Jeremy. Yeah, it's a real honour to be here on your show, The News. You know, as a kid on the streets, I used to watch you through a window of the shop, so to be here right now is crazy.
You've had quite the journey to be here today. Can you tell us about it?
Well, you know, I try not to, well, you know, the past is the past. And I don't
Here we
like to
go.
dwell on it.
I understand.
But yeah, man, the streets is all I remember. Like, my mother donated me to a charity shop soon after I was born. Elderly lady took pity on me. You know, she let me sleep on a pile of crime fiction until I taught myself how to walk.
Wow, that's quite the childhood.
And she died tragically. Right there in my arms, man. You know, I remember a tear falling as she laid there next to the used homeware. And in that moment, I became a child of the streets. I was just 18 months old.
What a tale. What a tale. You're known for your direct and honest lyrics. Was your style informed by your troubled past?
Oh, like I said, I try not to talk about it. It's just, it's just too hard.
Of course.
But my first album is about the story of the first 4 times I stole, so I wouldn't starve. A small group of infants came to see me as their de facto leader. They call me Mr. Cheese Slice. Anyway, we were like a family.
So it would seem.
Go on, Jeremy.
Recently, you've been quite outspoken about the government.
Yeah, fuck the government. Fuck Advance. Fuck Peter Clement.
What is it that you object to so vehemently?
I've got to go for it this time.
They stole from us. They're taking our money and spending it, man.
Redistributing it. Actually, homelessness has been all but eliminated in the last couple of months.
So?
Surely that's a cause close to your heart?
Yeah, nah, of course, man, very much so. I just mean, like, why do I have to pay for it, you know?
You don't. People have been rehoused on property seized from the historically wealthy. And that couldn't have been you, could it?
Look, yeah, I worked hard to be here. I built this from nothing, and I deserve to be rewarded for that.
Would you say you worked harder than, say, a farmer or a care worker?
I don't know. But if people are taking something from my music, choose to value it, buy it, who's to say I don't? And no one can take that away from me.
Not even to help, say, vulnerable children? Mr. Cheese Slice.
What is it you're trying to say?
I just don't understand where you've placed yourself politically. I mean, is it ideological or is it tactical?
Well, it's more of
Or
like...
maybe it's hereditary.
Stop trying to tie me in knots with your words, Jeremy. I let the music speak for itself.
Go on, Jeremy.
And the people agree with me.
Well, that remains to be seen. But you have given me a very easy segue out of a conversation that I promise you was much more painful for me than it was for you. So here he is with his hit song, Mrs. Ludlow's Tears.
Oh, no. I'm going to do something a little different.
Stand by, team. You're in for something here.
So this is unapproved, is it?
Yeah. You love it.
Excellent. Don't worry, we've got a state-of-the-art censorship system. What's the worst that could happen? So here he is with a new song. Aren't we lucky? It's Jesus!
First, you're gonna pay up. You're gonna pay back.
Well, we're all different races from many different places. At any given moment, only one could be the greatest. So you can feel the elation from your participation. Still 2 leaders in this motherfucking nation. Now we're getting sanctioned, talking about expansion. Why does Julius require a massive fucking mansion? So fuck all your schemes. I don't need your freaky team, and I don't need your help to achieve my fucking dreams.
Whoops, let something slip.
So don't make a fuss when you find you're one of us. Get every single one of you's a bit Jesus. And you can call me crazy, cause no one ever pays me. But I won't waste a lifetime being motherfucking lazy. I may be inventive, my taste may be expensive, but why would I get out of bed with no fucking incentive? Although it's contravention of your obvious intention, I like to eat a little of the fruits in my invention. You make us the same, but we're not all the same. All our dreams, all our schemes, all our means are not the same. The best of the praise, of the crest of the wave, cause we're only equal people when we're motherfucking slaves. Take this fact, gonna stain it red, gonna slam it into Peter Clemens' motherfucking head, cause he's thick as shit, he's got a job he's unfit for. It's time to storm the castle with a motherfucking pitchfork.
So he's singing about Peter Clement, who we were interviewing with the other ministers earlier.
So this is for the snubs, ones the push and the shove, ones the folks to feel the burden of their motherfucking loved ones who had plenty like a motherfucking Bentley, the ones who now finding that their bank accounts are empty, the ones of aspiration who had to flee a nation, the ones who built a business out of dreams of perspiration. There's all sorts of people, the good and the evil. It only takes a glance to see we're not all equal. You make us the same, but we're not all the same. All our dreams.
Oh no, I am censoring them. It's just the outputs off for the musical section.
The press of the ways, cause we're only equal people when we're motherfucking slaves. Gonna take this fact, gonna stain it red, gonna slam it into Peter Clemens' motherfucking head, cause he's fake.
And the blue bits are government censorship.
Get out of your seats, get your asses in the streets, set a fire in the building, let them feel some fucking heat. Take your hate to go getters, the squilling bet getters, and burn them on the paras of advances fucking letters. Gonna take this fact, gonna stain it red, gonna slam it into Peter Clemens.
And he referenced Go-Getters, which is like the government's youth program.
Chase that dream, you don't need a fucking team, and advances little dances aren't as harmless as it seems, cause they're stale and corrupt. Then you're angry, corrupt, then your hearts and your minds and your fists to destruct.
There we go.
Jesus there with his new song. Thank you so much for joining us in the studio. I'm sorry. I may not agree with you, but I'd just like to offer you an apology. I've just been told that there was some kind of issue upstairs, and an attempt was made to censor some of your notes.
What? Are you joking?
I'd just like to say to you and everyone at home that this was a mistake.
This is absolutely ridiculous. I cannot believe this.
Here at the National Nightly News, we pride ourselves on remaining neutral, unbiased.
This is why we like
independent
Jeremy.
of any outside interference. You have my word. We will never censor ideas. Back to you, Megan.
Well, a bit of dangerous language there. Sorry about that. Well, thank you.
I like how you guys are giving me grief now and not the one time I actually went full government sycophant.
Familiar faces about their upcoming dramatic outing. Don't go away. We'll be right back after this.
That's the ad.
Just to remind.
Fucking outrageous.
Thank you so much. If you could just come with me.
No, this is ridiculous. Who do I complain to?
This is just a mix-up, I'm sure. Now, if you come with me, I really do have to ask
Oh,
you to
trust me.
leave it.
My father's going to hear about this.
I understand.
How dare I not be a
This is
government
unbelievable, Megan.
I don't know what you're talking about, Jeremy.
Come on, Megan, you're better than that. I've seen the future, we all know it.
Book will be coming to you by post in the next few days, and it will let you claim enough food for the week every week at one of our many new distribution centres. Everyone will get their fair share, and no one.
Because there'll be stuff that I can... Because
Here
then
we go.
next time there's stuff I'll let slide.
Look at him.
Or
If we could just
there'll
get you
be
in position.
Oh, say no more. Say
stuff that
no
Disrupt
more.
want me to censor that I'll then I'll then censor.
Vividly.
And Mr. Harris, and this is Ms. Raiden.
What?
Philippa, please.
They're back together again, eh? Who'd have thought it?
Perhaps a lower order demon.
Yes, it is awfully exciting, isn't it?
Right, okay then. We're going live in 10 seconds, opening on camera 1.
Thank you, Jenny.
5, 4, 3.
Welcome back, and no, you're not mistaken. Sitting across from us are some very familiar faces.
You really are too kind, Megan. It was only a yogurt commercial, but I'm still proud of it.
Here to talk about his new show, we're joined by National Treasure Tommy Harris, the National Theatre's Philippa Rayton, and National Deficit Jeff Algebra.
It's so lovely to have you all. Tommy, would you like to tell us about the show?
You know what? I'd bloody love to. It's about me. It's about my life.
That was such a burn from Jeremy there.
So, right, picture this. Their legs akimbo, mid-session, sweat is pouring out of me like an immense hog. And then Cindy comes in, she says, Pete's on the phone.
That's Peter Clement, the Prime Minister.
Yeah, Pete's actually a really good mate of mine.
Oh, is he really?
Yeah, no, he comes to training sometimes. He's actually a pretty good goal sweeper. Anyway, so, yeah, Pete, he says, Toby, he thinks my name's Toby, see? He says, how would you like to spread your message of team spirit and cooperation across this fractured nation? How would you like to really make a difference in these desperate times?
What did you say?
Yeah, right, yeah.
Crap.
So, Jeff, the question on everyone's lips is, what in God's name are you doing here?
Well, after the success of my debut work and all the people that I've touched, I knew that
Stop touching people, Jeff!
In theatre, yeah? I've always been an admirer of Tommy from afar. So when my manager phoned and said that I'd been offered the gig as director, I was ecstatic. I whipped my trousers off and got straight to work.
Why did you do that?
I do all my best work with my trousers off.
Yeah, I've been told that too.
No, I wouldn't say so.
Right, Tommy, sorry, would you just give us a sense of what the show is actually about?
It's about how hard it's been for me and some of the struggles that I've faced.
Right, you're about to see some A-grade acting here. A-grade direction as well. Like Lord of the Rings level.
That was hard.
Catchy. We actually have some clips of the process of the show. Would you mind telling us what's going on here?
Yeah, so the show is built around two things that are very important to me. It mixes scenes from my life as well as epic fantasy retellings of scenes from my life.
But Dad, you promised you'd come to my graduation.
I'm sorry, son. You're an embarrassment.
But Dad, you promised you'd come to my graduation.
Back, demon! Back to the hells! Back to the hells!
Philippa, what's it been like co-starring with Tommy Harris?
I've always dreamed of treading the boards at medium-scale regional theatres, Megan. And for once, this show really gives me something to sink my teeth into.
What's different about this show, then?
Tommy, Mr. Harris's show really lets me show my tremendous range as an actor. I've always suffered from typecasting, forced to play the same tired characters in every god-awful yogurt advert or godforsaken soap opera or, God forbid, a pantomime. But, you know, this show has really let me just go there.
Jeff, the viewers at home will be dying to know.
Oh, God, here we go.
Exactly what is it
Stand by.
you bring to the show? What is it?
Good question. I think these guys would agree with me when I say that it's my my steady hand on the tiller, my arm round the shoulder.
Oh,
approach.
no,
It's really
JSR.
brought the production from strength to strength.
Absolutely right. Jeff's contributions are immeasurable.
Oh, I cut away!
Can you give us a sneak peek of anything else that might be in the show?
Yeah, all sorts, yeah.
Yep. We've got lots of exclusive first-hand experiences of Tommy's time in the underground sports board scene.
And some epic fantasy retellings of Tommy's time in the underground sports board scene.
Yeah, I think
You'll
that
never take the sacred pass!
And
I think that joke's going to bug JSR.
this was officially commissioned by the government?
Yeah, all paid for by the taxpayer, which, you know, to be honest, was actually a lifesaver, really.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that without Advance's support, we'd have had to cut the finale.
Which, frankly, would have been a travesty.
Oops. Here's the finale.
Oh, God, Jesus Christ!
Oh, one sec, people. I have received Stroganoff. What do you mean, boo to me too? I was supporting you. I back you. Are you strong enough to handle it? Well, I ate it yesterday. Yeah, hang on. I'll gander at that. Chicken and mushroom stroganoff. I mean, it might have been another pun, but that surely is just a happy accident, JSR. Not on Twitch, Tay. Hopefully a high ratio of mustard. We put we put like a couple of spoonfuls of mustard in here. Look, when it comes to puns, treat it like a Bob Ross situation. It's a happy little accident. Happy little pun.
Every night.
Absolutely. It's a metaphor.
For what?
For what?
Death.
And the public are footing the bill, are they?
Too bloody right they are. Between the cost of my tour bus and the dry cleaning of my ties, I'm barely scraping a profit here.
Amazing. And where can the folks at home come and see this for themselves?
We're performing all over the nation.
And people can see it for absolutely free, all courtesy of Advance. Isn't that incredible, Jeremy?
Yes, it's unbelievable.
Well, thank you all so much for coming. Next time we see you, no doubt, you'll have taken our jobs.
That's all we have time for tonight. Join us tomorrow when I'll be interviewing the world's most attractive horse. I'm Jeremy Donaldson.
And I'm Megan Wolfe. And from all of us here, have a peaceful night.
Okay, this wasn't the broadcast I thought it was going to be.
Reset for tomorrow, please.
Hey, we must stop bumping into each other like this, eh?
Multi-billionaire Sophia Remington.
Oh.
Recently, I put an idea to my science guys, and they said it couldn't be done. So I fired those guys, and I got myself some new ones.
We got an A. That's pretty good. We've gone up to worrying debt. Oh no, we were always in worrying debt. Hey, we're good across the board. It's all moving upwards. Okay, that wasn't the broadcast I thought it was going to be. A grown-up child. You've always had dinner as a family for the important events, and tonight is no exception. Charlie ostensibly resents not being able to go to his friend's house this evening, but you can tell he's happy to be with you, really. It'll be the last time you're all going to be together for a while. So far, you've even managed to avoid fighting with Susie over politics, something Sam is no doubt grateful for. With her exams and your work, you've not seen much of Susie lately. Catch you later, Triss. You'll miss the next... It's a shame, because the next broadcast is a bit of a blast. Of course, it's especially nice having your mum here. She and Susie were always close. Seeing your daughter step up and help out with your mother has been heartwarming. So Alex, I believe you had a few words, Sam pointedly asked, nodding towards Susie. Your daughter cocked an eyebrow with a quizzical expression. You can't help but see a little of yourself in it. Ah, yes, of course. What's this about? Susie asked, laughing as she takes a drink of her champagne-adjacent sparkling wine. She made her point this afternoon it was a big day and that you should all be celebrating her achievement. So our little Susie... Come on, honey, we're waiting, Sam says softly. You're not going to go off about the government again, are you? You're like a broken record, Susie smiled at you, a twinkle in her eye. I just wanted to say we're proud of you, Susie. Well done for getting into med school. Oh, Susie's mischievous smile becomes a grin as she gets up, comes around the table and gives you a big hug. I'm going to miss you. You can see Sam start to tear up as they stand and join the embrace. Miss us? Are you going somewhere? Good question. Susie laughs, breaking the hug. No, you're not getting rid of me yet, but I'll probably have to leave when I get my first posting. Oh, hush now, let's not talk about that, Sam cuts her off, smiling. The rest of the evening passes as a happy blur. Couldn't be prouder. Sign of things to come. Shopping. Something that always seemed so tedious before the sanctions has become even more of a chore now. You managed to get almost everything you needed for the family this evening, but you'll have to come back tomorrow to get through the week. There's a queue to leave the car park, though it's hard to make out why in the dark. Hopefully, whatever's causing it won't be long. the final car in front of you drives off, you realise the queue is actually due to a checkpoint set up at the exit. A friendly-looking man in an advanced uniform, CCO emblazoned in a number of places on it, approaches your car and knocks on the driver's side window. Remember those membership cards we were talking about? Roll it down. Good evening, nothing to worry about. I was wondering if I could see your team membership card, please. Weren't these cards supposed to be voluntary? I'm sorry, I don't have one. Oh, that's not a problem. We've got forms with us right here, and we're more than happy to sign you up. The man gestures to his colleague behind him, a young woman in a similar uniform. She clearly received the short end of the stick and is stuck with the paperwork. Well, how do you people want to play this? Do we get to sign ourselves up, or do we say no? Get out the car and beat them to death with the clipboard. So that's a vote for no. Any advance on no? Going once, going twice. I thought these cards weren't required. Well, strictly speaking they're not, but there's also loads of benefits to having them, and no reason not to get one. His smile fades a bit when he puts a hand up to scratch the back of his neck for a moment. He leans over you, his presence now seeming a little intimidating. Do we want to commit to no card? Are we still going to beat them to death with the clipboard? Let's commit to no. No thanks, it's not something I want right now. Almost instantly, the friendly demeanour is gone, and his expression is one of stern disapproval. Well, obviously I can't make you sign up, but I would strongly recommend you do, and soon. We wouldn't want people to think you had anything to hide, would we? Takes a step back and gestures for you to drive on. You're sure you see him writing something down in your rearview mirror as you head home somewhat more hurriedly than before. Clearly, Advance are very keen on everyone joining the team. An invitation worth ignoring. It's a Saturday, one of your few days off, and you've made the most of it. But as late afternoon draws on, the invitation sits pinned to the fridge, staring accusingly at you. The Channel 1 Gala is a mandatory work event, Postman was very quick to tell you. Also, don't you dare be late. Right, this one, I'm going to take the initiative on. We bunked off work last time, we don't get away with this one, so we can't do this again. You've already skipped a work weekend once, you can't do it again, best go. Best start getting ready. You wonder if Sam will give you a lift. A drink or two might help with the enforced office socialising. Hopefully it won't be too bad. After all, you're pretty good at your job, right? You arrive on time barely at the Sauvignon, one of the oldest and grandest hotels in the capital. You're surprised to see a queue to get in and quickly realise it's because people are being searched at the door by some very military-looking personnel in smart attire. While you're waiting, you can't help but notice just how very opulent the building is, possibly the fanciest place you've been to in your life. You submit to being patted down and with a sigh of relief are let into the hotel. Once inside, you're directed to the grand ballroom, and following the signs you marvel at the sheer scale of the place and the amounts of armed security guards. When you finally arrive, a very severe-looking woman at the door asks for your name. I'm Alex Winston. She curtly checks her list before whispering something to the waiter beside her. You've made it, just in time to be seated before dinner. Please follow Emmanuel here to your table. The waiter smiles at you and opens one of the great double doors, gesturing for you to enter. Immediately, you can see why it's called the Grand Ballroom. You pause for a second to take it all in. You get a slight tap on your arm, and Emmanuel gestures for you to follow him. He seats you at a table in the central floor area with a decent view of the stage. Clearly, you're in Boastman's good books at the moment. You're sat with some colleagues you've seen around the Channel 1 offices before, but don't know that well. One of them informs you, far too excitedly, it's a very corporate evening of awards and speeches. At least the food should be good. Dinner is indeed lovely, and with the help of the, no doubt, very expensive wine, conversation flows easily enough. In fact, much to your surprise, you're actually presented with an award for Best Newcomer to the Channel 1 family. This was unexpected. As you walk up to collect it, you recognise the presenter as Dr. Adrian Atkinson Blimey of Incisors fame. He thanks Advance for sponsoring this year's gala, before specifically thanking Prime Ministers Julia Salisbury and Peter Clement for being in attendance tonight. As you take to the stage, you see the frontmost central table does indeed seat the Prime Ministers, as well as Boastman, Meghan, and some very other well-to-do types that you don't recognise. That explains all the security. As you're handed the award, Dr. Atkinson Blimey asks if you'd like to say a few words. You're a little nervous and splutter out some quick praise for Advance and Channel 1. You make a joke, thanking Dave for fleeing the country and leaving you his job. This one's a bit more important because we want to keep Boastman in our good books. So I'm going to say we're a little nervous on this one. As you thank Advance, applause breaks out around the room. Both Peter and Julia stand up to magnanimously accept it before saying the night's not about them, but thanks all the same. As you head back to your seat, you see Boastman nodding at you with a satisfied smile on his flushed face. Clearly that was the right speech. Just as you're finishing up dinner, one of the other people at your table points behind you. As you turn, you see Boastman walking briskly past with Julia Salisbury and Peter Clement in tow. You're pretty sure he was pointedly ignoring you. He seems to be introducing the Prime Ministers to a selection of people at different tables. Better them than you. You finish off the rest of the meal, listen to the last few speeches, and then head home. All in all, it was a surprisingly nice evening. You might actually look forward to the next one, providing Boastman invites you to that one, of course. Next broadcast, folks. This one's a doozy. The heat wave. There we go.
My goodness.
No worries.
Good work with that fan. Impressive stuff. Had that valve overheated, the trip switch would have blown, and you'd have been waiting for everything to reset. Keep an eye on that fan, though. Sometimes the power switch on the base turns off for no good reason, and you'll have to turn the damn thing back on. Make sure you watch the gauge at the front and keep alert for a sizzling sound and a nasty burning smell. That's the only warning you'll get.
Sweating like Peter Clement in an off-licence here.
Okay, we're working on it.
What, you've got someone to hose down the sun, have you?
Yes, they've just strapped on their wax wings.
Classical illusions are no substitute for air conditioning.
You know, I genuinely thought you'd be in a better mood today. She's not even here.
Yes, but he is. Our gun-toting handler.
Who, Andy?
I don't know what the fuck his name is, do I?
He's here to keep us safe from people like Disrupt.
More like keep us in line. I hate guns. Give me the willies.
10 seconds, everybody.
So, we've got any actual real news tonight?
Well, the world's on fire. That good enough for you? Going in 5.
Here we go.
4, 3.
Good evening, I'm Jeremy Donaldson. Our main headlines tonight. Siege mentality. The World Council today established a military blockade to enforce the unjust and punitive sanctions now entering their 10th week. In a statement from team headquarters a short time ago, Prime Minister Julia Salisbury issued a commanding response to this unprovoked escalation.
You can hear it in the tone of his voice.
Ever since these illegal sanctions were imposed, we have gratefully relied upon trade and aid from our worldwide friends who, like us, refuse to recognise their legitimacy. Today's escalation, however, is nothing short of an act of war. We call upon our international allies to condemn this blockade absolutely, and we warn aggressors to this country that we are neither meek nor defenceless. Thank you.
Taking the plunge? Far be it for us to be cynical, but it's beginning to seem like the wedding of a certain celebrity power couple is more about attention than it is about love. As this leaked photo shows, the naturals of heartthrob Johnny Handsleeves and art snob Tiffany L'Amour were far from conventional when they finally tied the knot this week. In a ceremony that left very little to the imagination, the couple are insisting they hold with tradition. Well, as they say, something old, something new. In it to win it, exciting news from Advance today with the announcement of a new monthly prize draw for all team membership card holders. Every month, lucky winners from across the country will be picked at random to receive what Team HQ are describing as unique prizes worth more than money used to be. Take-up on the scheme has been much higher than expected, and if this lucky winner's delighted face is anything to go by, it looks like pretty soon everyone's going to have one. Hellhole, as construction on the hotly disputed Moves project is halted by the discovery of an ancient burial ground. Speculation today as to the nature of the corporation's next move. The revelation that the transport system is being built through a site of such spiritual and cultural significance rocked Remington's fist last night. Pictured here arriving for a board meeting this morning, contentious CEO Sophia Remington is expected to announce the future of the project later today. Looking decidedly determined and just a touch obstinate, the Maverick CEO is expected to say that the project is about building the future, not respecting the past. Reports that Sophia referred to warnings of an ancient curse as priceless are unconfirmed. Some men left behind. Escape craft construction has been hampered by problems as the beleaguered scientists stuck in Dante's taint have had to make the hard call of who won't be coming back due to their new vessel's limited capacity. Despite their promising start, it's fair to say that enthusiasm for the venture has waned. Trade tensions are rumoured to have led to plans being rushed and big problems that could have been avoided by just simply counting how many of them there are. Stuck between a rock and a hard place, it was decided that those who would be left behind should be the best able to adapt and survive. Let's hope they don't regret leaving the marine biologists in charge of the complex machinery. Life during wartime. As if we didn't have enough aggressors on our borders.
So just as a catch-up, Tam, we're now under a military blockade.
As radical activist group Disrupt caused chaos in Parliament Park last night. Scuffles broke out after the protests, resulting in multiple arrests and the injury of 3 community cohesion officers. Advance have yet to comment. The reckless fire will certainly be remembered by all those who have seen these striking images. As their actions escalate, people across the country are asking themselves, who are Disrupt? And what exactly do they want? Other than a new box of matches, of course. All this, and I'll be talking to some people with fascinating medical conditions, as well as one of the contenders in this year's Feline Football Championship, and her proud owner. That's all up on tonight's National Nightly News.
Oh crap, I hit the wrong button. Crap. Oh, don't you dare! Oh, we're also in the middle of a heat wave.
But first tonight, our team of correspondents has been dispatched to every corner of the country to see how the people of this great nation of ours are coping with this unprecedented hot weather. First, let's go to Megan Wolf in Shining-on-Sea to see what the scientific community has to say. Megan, how's the weather there?
It's absolutely glorious, Jeremy. Thank you for asking. I'm here with Dr. Anna Burns of the University of Princeton. Are you enjoying the weather as much as I am?
Oh, Jeremy's kicking off.
Isn't it? My eyelids are sweating. And you're part of a team carrying out a study into just what's causing this unbelievable heat, is that right?
Yes, that's correct. Yes, we want to be able to reassure the public once and for all that there's absolutely nothing to worry about and that they can enjoy their sunstroke and fossil fuels in peace.
You sound very confident about that.
Oh, very much so. I can say without any hesitation, there's really no cause for any concern here. I've actually left my car running.
Typical Yank.
So tell us about this experiment.
Well, we take data from weather stations from all over the world, along with atmospheric samples, and we take all that and we feed it into this state-of-the-art computer, and very soon we'll be getting a high-tech readout of the results.
Blimey, that sounds very fancy.
I should just say, none of this would be possible without the generous support of Remington's Fist. This is all thanks to their unrivaled investment in our future, and may I just say, complimentary personal anecdote. Oh, here we go.
She actually forgot to come up with an anecdote.
And, as expected, everything is absolutely fucked. Hang on. This can't be right.
Right, but obviously you said a second ago that everything is absolutely fine, so...
Well, actually, under concern level, it just says, why, God, why?
We should be celebrating these wonderful results, I think.
Yeah? We need to evolve gills within 40 years.
You look thirsty.
Here it just says, shit.
Look at you. This is meant to be a celebration. Can't go around looking like that.
Shit.
There you go. Much better. Can I just say thank you again to Sophia Remington for providing all of this.
Everyone, we don't have long. Time is running out.
It's running out. Absolutely right. That is all we have time for.
Abandon hope and return to the forest.
Enjoy that. I'd like to thank Dr. Burns for just one opinion on the climate.
The sea will reclaim us all.
There you have it, Jeremy. Proof, if proof be needed.
Oh, it's funny, but it's too true.
Here with science. Back to you.
Megan Warfare, attempting to do some actual news. Next, heads over to Robin Short, who's in Scritchford with some of the winners of this week's team membership lottery. Robin?
Scritchford sounds like it's a town up north.
Scritchford with Gary Failsafe, a janitor at the local school, and Amelia Jackhammer, an aspiring poet. Both of you were drawn at random from those who hold team membership cards to receive this week's amazing prize. How do you feel?
Filled with fervent euphoria.
Yeah, good, yeah.
And all that we had to do was fill in a quick form or two.
Wow, that sounds so convenient. But we're all dying to know, what have you won?
That's right, Robin. I've won dinner with Julia Salisbury at one of the capital's top restaurants.
Ooh, swanky.
And I've been invited to Peter Clement's house to help him dredge the gutter in.
That's absolutely terrific. You must both be over the moon.
I've written a poem about it.
So, can you tell me about the moment when you first...
Good interception there, Robin.
Well, I was battling against a particularly difficult floater, probably one of the sixth formers, when the headmaster came and found me.
I was involved in a similarly brutal conflict with a particularly arduous stanza.
So you were both polishing turds?
No, I don't like to polish them. I like to keep them intact for my collection.
Oh. How unexpected.
I don't polish turds.
Oh god, he has a feces collection.
Potato, potato. So Gary...
Do you think Peter Clement's going to let me keep the contents of his downpipe?
There's no harm in asking, I suppose.
Would you like to hear one?
No, thank you. Gary, when you signed up for team membership, was it in hopes of winning the lottery, or were there other reasons?
I like a flutter, of course, but no, the boss said I had to sign up to keep coming into school.
Very sensible. It's important to know who we're trusting around our children.
Oh, I have an unpublished book of sonnets about children. Perhaps you'd like to hear one.
No!
Or an anthology of haikus on the death of innocence.
I'd rather hear about Gary's turd collection.
Really? I thought you might say that.
Oh.
Are you all right?
Yes, it's coming. It's inspiration, and it's delicious.
Right you are.
Oh, crap.
Today on the show, there's no news. Just a man who keeps multiple poos.
Yeah, this big one's my favourite. See how it's fibrous, really lovely texture.
Would you encourage other people to enter for their chance to win?
Well, if it's colour you're looking for, take a gander at old Blue Eyes here.
The national news lost its way when it covered some crap on a tray.
Oh, Jeremy's just given up on life back
that's
there.
all we have time for today. Back to you, Jeremy.
Thanks, Robin. What a lucky pair they are. And finally in this segment, it's over to Patrick Bannon, who's gone to the smelliest town in the country to see how the unprecedented weather is affecting the locals. Patrick?
Hello there, Jeremy. Hello, yes. I'm here live in
Great
Grizzleford,
switch by Patrick
which was recently voted the smelliest town in the country. And I have to say that, you know, in this heat, the smell really is. I mean, it's something else. Barry Lardons, mate. You've lived here your whole life.
Barry Lardons. Big Bazza.
We're very proud of our achievement, to be honest with you. You can tell that, look at him, proud as punch. Do you know what it's like, son, being the second smelliest town? No, I don't. Living in the shadow of Arseminster. Those smug fucks. But who's laughing now, eh?
Well, not me, that's for sure. So what happened, mate?
Right, the good people from Remington's Fist came in and saved the day with their factory.
You're talking, of course, about the newly built flour factory.
Yeah, they gave us this big presentation on jobs and growth. But as soon as we heard about the stench, we paid them whatever they wanted to put it here.
Does the stink not affect your life in every way, Barry? I mean, perhaps if you're filling in a tax return or completing the physical act of love.
It's strong at first, but you get used to it after several weeks of your first bout of sickness. The judges were very impressed.
So, what's the sickness?
Oh, that's nothing to worry about. It takes a few minutes before you develop any symptoms. Now, folk are saying something about the production line and how they dump carcasses directly into the water main, but I think it's probably a few.
I mean, that's just Thames water, isn't it?
Should I see a doctor? What are the symptoms? Well, the first one is asking stupid questions. Then folk experience a loss of inhibition.
Fuck off, do they? When was the last time you brushed your teeth, this stinking old tramp?
Next according is a period of randomly bursting into song, followed immediately by delusions of grandeur.
Oh, that's not really a problem, little song of my life. Hello, it's sexy Patrick Bannon, and he's wearing sexy shorts now. Oh my God, look at me. I'm like a stallion. I'm gorgeous, why didn't you tell me? I should take my shirt off. You know what? I'll even let you touch me if you want.
That will be the bout of undeserved self-confidence.
Love the Bannon, feel the Bannon. Oh man, what's the point?
And the ennui. All that's left now are the hallucinations and unconsciousness.
No, Dottie, was that you? Why are you made out of elbows? You know I don't eat opinions.
Oh,
there was a squelch as he went down.
Once he wakes up, he'll be just fine. We'll just find a place to stick him where it won't matter how many times he evacuates his bowels. Right, that's all here from Grizzleford, a town that's really making a stink. I'm Barry Lardons. Back to you, Jeremy.
Thanks, Barry. With a naval blockade being set up around our coastline as we speak, when we come back, I'll be talking to 3 members of the general public who appear to be here purely for medical reasons. Don't go away. Unless, of course, you've got something better to do. We'll be back after these messages.
1 minute.
This next section features a potentially controversial guest. Advance may request some censorship if it goes too off topic. You've done a great job so far keeping everyone happy, so let's keep up the good work.
And I can't do this anymore.
Oh, no, wait.
Every Friday.
I've done something.
What do you mean? Jeremy?
My mic is still...
What about something that sounds a bit like a medical process, Carly? Because there's like I know you get like EKGs and things. Is there something you could do with that? This is where it's going to start getting tricky because now we're really going to have to ride the line.
That's what I'm talking about? Cat's football? We should be doing an interview with the War Minister or a report from Grentham Downs. Even the weather will be more fucking relevant than this.
Jeremy, please, just breathe. It's just something light to keep people's minds off things.
Exactly, which is wrong. People's minds should be very much on things. Christ, it's so fucking hot.
Please take your seats as quickly as you can.
I can't do this anymore, Jenny. I've had enough. That's it. This is just
10 seconds. Get over yourself, Jeremy. Why don't you stop feeling sorry for yourself for 5, 4, 3.
Welcome back to to the National Nightly News with me, your host, Jeremy Donaldson. Later, we'll be talking to the captain of the Territory's first cat football team, Professor Pumpkin. But first, I'm joined by three
Chairman
guests
Meow?
with some balmy bodily behaviours. Joining me is a woman who's been hiccuping for over 9 months. Isn't that right, Miss Piercy?
Yes, that's right.
Yes. Tell us, what brought all this on?
Well, it's all a bit of a blur, Jeremy, to be totally frank with you. See, I was watching your show and I remember seeing the news about the election, and it hasn't stopped since.
Fascinating stuff. Also here is Frankie Steampipe. Perhaps you could explain to us exactly what your physiological foreboil is.
I'm here to say it's high time people like me were respected. We're constantly overlooked in the workplace, we're whispered about on buses, and we're asked politely to leave children's birthday parties. And it's disgusting. I'm sorry, my bowels have comic timing.
And finally, I'm joined by a man who answers every question honestly, even when it isn't aimed at him. How do you cope with that, Mr. Truman?
With a combination of booze, self-hatred, and hardcore pornography.
Is that
Not according to my therapist.
Well, in that case, let's speak to Rose. Tell me, how does the hiccuping impact you?
I get shushed a lot, which is hard. At work, they've asked me to stop answering the phones. It's really affected my confidence.
Well, I find it really fucking irritating.
People tend to believe your story?
Fuck no.
Actually, I've been surprised at how much support I've received.
And Frankie, why have you come here today?
Because my wife left me, and I was hoping that the fame would win her back.
We've started a group for people with ailments deemed broadly comical by society. It's called Take Us Seriously.
That's right. And we bloody well mean it.
And who's joined so far?
A bunch of fucking losers.
It's just us so far.
And how much success have you had?
Well, we've seen some real positive changes.
I don't want to toot my own horn, but it's been a runaway success.
Shit all. Not a single person come to our fun run, and all of our leaflets fell in the canal.
Well, Miss Piercy, some people are saying your condition was actually caused by the shocking events of that night. What do you think?
Come down, Mr. Donaldson, that's absolute rubbish.
What it'd be like to have a pair of tits.
Could you? I'm sorry, it's very hot. What was I thinking?
That you're a team fuck puppet?
No.
Or a sellout cunt?
Apologies. Just reminded that he can't help it. And hey, if this isn't live television, then what is it?
Fuckfest of propaganda masquerading as journalism.
Right, Frankie, Rose, tell us, how can the viewers get involved with your cause?
Yes, we're holding a sponsored run in Capital Park next weekend. It's called the No Smiles 13 Miles.
No, it's called the No Laugh Half. What did I say before the show?
That it was the team pulling Jeremy Donaldson's strings.
No, wow, we may have to end that there, unfortunately. What a harmless bit of fun.
Steady on! This is exactly what I'm talking about. We demand respect.
Yes, well, later, I'll be talking to Professor Pumpkin, a ginger tabby with a world-class pair of penalty paws. Is that really necessary?
No, it isn't. Let go. Not you.
Unhand him at once.
Enough! That's enough!
Jeremy.
Enough!
What are you doing?
Try not to piss myself.
Alex, cut.
Don't you dare! Don't you fucking dare cut to the ads before I tell you to. Now, you in the broadcast centre, Bozeman's little scapegoat, you listen to me. You cut to the ads before I tell you to, and I will kill every single person in this studio.
Right, I know what I'm doing
I
here.
am thinking about what I'm doing. I've been thinking about it for a long time. We all should be.
And some of you are not going to like what I'm going to do, but there is a reason to it.
Do you remember when we used to do the real news? Before it was all lottery winners and bloody cat football? We are on the brink of a siege, the likes of which the world hasn't seen in hundreds of years. The enemy is at the gates, and I'm stuck here talking to these three fucking idiots.
I think my hiccups have stopped.
You three, get the fuck out of my studio. Go on, now, go, before I change my mind.
Jeremy,
Jenny,
do not go too far off the deep end here.
lock the doors.
Yes, Jeremy.
Now,
I get
Good.
it,
Yes.
but keep it cool.
You in the broadcast centre. Alex, you listen to me. You pay attention. Now, I'm sure you've already loaded up exactly what you're going to play in the commercial, but today is going to be a little bit different. Look to your right. Yes, really.
This
Look
tape
to your
here.
right. There is a VHS tape, and I want you to load it into one of the machines, and when I say so, and not before, you play it. You've got about 15 seconds, so I wouldn't waste any time. Now, all cameras.
I assume you won't be playing that tape. This station does not negotiate with terrorists. I hope I've made myself clear. You seem to know what to do.
Every single thing that comes out of this studio is either one-sided or banal. We're going to show the other side for you. For a bit of fucking
I'm really sorry, Jeremy, but this is for your own good.
Alex, play the fucking tape. I don't want to hurt any of you. If I see
I'm not
anything
playing the
otherwise,
tape
I will not
yet.
reset the system for the third segment. I imagine the ratings are going to be through the roof.
There is a reason behind what I'm doing, and if anybody hasn't seen this before, I'm not going to tell you what that is until after this section. So I would ask those of you in chat to also, who have seen this before, to observe that that confidentiality. Yeah, I really feel for Jeremy.
Why the fuck didn't they play it? Alex, what the heck is wrong with you? You had a chance to make a real fucking difference.
Jeremy, calm down.
You fucking calm down. How long?
8 seconds.
You. What's your name?
Andy.
Of course it fucking is.
Jeremy, put the gun down, please.
How long?
We're going live now.
Welcome back to what's left of the National Nike News. Our main story tonight. There is a fucking massive military blockade being set up around this country. We are surrounded and outgunned, as incidentally am I. Now I have asked for all the security doors to be locked, the studio doors to be locked, but security is on its way. So, I doubt we'll have much time. But while there is, let's try and do the fucking news. Our first guest tonight is Jenny. She works here in production, and earlier today she told me she put forward several news stories. Older viewers will remember those, but they've all been rejected. So tell us, Jenny, what's somehow less important than Barnum and Bailey's Amazing Shit Circus and Commander Pumplenuts, the fucking cat footballer?
It's Professor Pumpkin.
Really, Jenny? There isn't much time. There isn't much time. Come on, just one real news story.
I don't know, I can't think. I'm trying.
Christ! You haven't even taken into public ownership yet. I mean, might as well be one from Julia fucking Salisbury's no doubt immaculate kill room.
Leave her alone.
And this gallant knight, in slightly shattered armour, is Andy. He's a CCO. What's that stand for, Andy?
Community Cohesion Officer.
And what does that mean, Andy?
Well, we aim to strive...
No, you utter prick. I mean, what does that mean? What is a CCO? What are you?
Community...
Policeman! You're a policeman, a fucking policeman!
Yeah, that's what we used to be called.
Used to be? It was less than 2 months ago. What the hell is wrong with
So
you all?
you started to get
Jenny,
an idea of the
recollections yet?
insidious nature of
Nothing's
things.
springing to mind.
All right then. Looks like you're in the hot seat, Andy. Exciting, eh? I mean, that's what you joined up for, wasn't it? Excitement? It's your first hostage situation?
Yeah.
Yes. Pretty shitty you ended up being the hostage, eh? Never mind. How many people have you arrested for not carrying or having their ID cards?
Well, firstly, we don't arrest anymore. We invite for consultation. And they're not ID cards.
Don't be a bell end all your life, Andy. You know what I mean. Answer the question.
Well, it shouldn't have to be a big deal to prove who you are.
Only the guilty have something to fear.
Well, yes, actually.
How desperately naive.
Look, I'm just a police officer. CCO.
Just following orders?
Oh, come on, mate. That's not fair.
It was rhetorical. Jenny, ready to spill the beans yet?
Jeremy, please stop. I'm scared. Alex didn't even play your tape. This is pointless. It's over. Jeremy.
I was going to quit tonight. I had notes. See? I had notes. See? There's a recording. A VHS tape. A message from Disrupt. I haven't heard it, but I know what it's trying to say, and I wanted you at home to hear it. So listen to the other side and make up your own minds. But Alex Winston, who works in production, decided it was not for your eyes and ears. It was not for broadcast.
Hey,
Maybe
know
I
the
should
game.
play it after the next break. Doesn't matter. Tomorrow morning it will arrive in every major news broadcaster worldwide. But I wanted you to hear it first. To listen to what Disrupt had to say about this unreported country. Because Disrupt and I, well, we swapped places while I wasn't looking. They're now the ones investigating, looking for evidence, trying to make the world a better place. And me, I'm in this newsroom interviewing Jeff fucking Algebra. What Disrupt have to say is important. You might not agree with all of it, but you should still hear it and make up your own minds.
Are you serious? Disrupt. A credible source. Get more objectivity out of Alan fucking James.
Oh my God, are you being deliberately obtuse? Why can't any of you understand there's no such thing as a credible news source anymore? Aaron, shit! Aaron! Oh shit, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
He's bleeding. It's in his shoulder.
First aid! Whoa, we need first aid.
He doesn't need first aid, he needs a fucking ambulance.
Paramedics. There'll be paramedics for the security.
Unlock those doors.
No! Don't do that!
Jeremy, he's bleeding. He could die.
Yes, but if you open the door, that's a gift.
How did you think this was going to end?
Why are you even here today? It's supposed to be your day off!
My date cancelled. I thought it'd be more fun to be here than moping around at home. Truth be told, I wanted to see you. Being annoyed with you is like wearing a comfy jumper.
I think that's the nicest thing you've said to me.
Let's not make it the last.
Bless Jenny.
Right. All remaining cameras on me. In a minute, I'm going to ask Jenny to unlock the doors. No. Oh, me, Aaron, our cameraman, can get the medical attention he needs. I should imagine I'll get arrested for this. It wasn't the graceful. I had a speech. I was meant to be resigning with a flourish of honour. A last hurrah. I was going to wish you all one last peaceful night. I'll see that happening now. Still, I want to have one last stab at the news before I go. You see, there's so much more we're not telling you.
I
There's
feel
large
really bad
groups
for
of
him as well.
scientists, and they're testing something loud and something. What was that? I didn't think it over there. I didn't
Don't shoot him. Stay back, please. Mr. Donaldson,
Stand
you
back,
have
Jenny.
10 seconds to lower your weapon. If you do not comply, we will open fire.
God,
10.
cut to the ads!
9.
Alex, cut to the ads!
Alex, think of the consequences.
For God's
5.
sake, put the gun down!
Oh, Alex, what have you done?
Sorry, Boseman. Now, the reason I did things this way no. If I had played the tape when he asked me to, he would be. By his own hand. Ah, crap, that didn't pan out the way I hoped it would. Okay, so I'm going to have to piss off Disrupt for a bit. When I first did this, I stayed to the end with Jeremy. You wake up still partly in shock from what you saw on the news last night. What you had to edit on the news last night. You come downstairs, you find your family sat in the living room waiting for you. You take a seat on the sofa between Sam and Susie. Sam swallows, hesitating before starting. We were so worried about you last night. After Jeremy, everything that happened. Sam shakes their head. I wonder what they'll do with him now. Are you okay? Which option do we want to go with here? Because I want to go with I can't shake the feeling he might be right. Yeah. Sam looks to the kids, then back to you. We saw that you chose to play that tape. They pause before continuing. And I couldn't help but wonder why. It seemed like the right thing to do. I think you did the right thing, I mean. It was a crazy situation, but it was the right thing to play that tape, Charlie says quietly. You hadn't realised how much his support would mean to you. It's good to have your son on your side. For what it's worth, Alex, I think you were in an impossible situation and somehow you managed to make the right call. Sam throws their arms around you. Only you were stuck in that studio having to make that choice. No one can criticise what you did, and I'm proud of you. You'd have been so grateful to have Sam support you. Take a deep breath and gather your thoughts. It's all a lot to take in. You're not sure what you fully processed about last night, let alone what Charlie and Sam think about it all. You look to your daughter. I know this is an incredibly difficult thing, and we don't always agree, but I do think you made the right choice, Susie smiles at you. You had to play it, there was just no other option. Put an arm around her and give her an affectionate squeeze. Didn't know how worried you were about it, but as Charlie makes a stupid joke and you all laugh, you feel the tremendous tension break. Sam rubs your back and tells you to flick the TV on. You couldn't ask for better. So now, I have to deliberately piss off... Oh, a rebel is born. This is a new one. A muffled thud wakes you and Sam in the middle of the night, and it takes you a few seconds to realise it came from the kitchen. You tentatively make your way downstairs, grabbing an umbrella from near the front door, more for comfort than as an actual weapon. You slowly push open the kitchen door. You lift the umbrella halfway above your head before you realise it's Charlie stumbling around in the dark. One of the kitchen chairs has been knocked over and he's up to his elbow in a box of cereal when he looks up and sees you standing in the doorway. Your worry turning to a mixture of curiosity and anger. What the hell are you doing crashing around at this time of night? The son sheepishly slurs that he was out with some friends and there were a few beers. As he sways on his feet, the strong smell of alcohol wafting from him tells you there were more than a few. Do you think it's a good idea to be wasting your Saturday nights getting drunk with these mates of yours? He sighs and just stares at the floor. Okay, I don't want to yell at him, but I want to be... It's either answer me, young man, or look, you can tell me, or I can go get Sam and the three of us can talk about it. This is new territory. We've not seen this option before. Okay, maybe taking the hard line. Oh, second one. You want the second one. Alright, then let's go. Look, you can tell me, or I can go and get Sam. He starts at the hard tone, then looks at you with a defiant glare. We're not wasting our nights. What we're doing is important. We're helping Disrupt make a difference. He slams the cereal box onto the table in what you're sure was meant to be a grand gesture, but the puff of sugary frosted flakes undermines the effect. You're 15. Go to bed, Charlie. Sleep it off. Charlie chuckles, shaking his head and leaving without a word. Not the reaction you expected. You remember when you used to go to the park together and you'd push him on the swings? Now he's going there for rallies. God, you're old. Hopefully he doesn't wake Sam on his way to bed, for his sake. There's a careful balancing act going on here. A questionable choice. You got off work early today, a rare enough occurrence to put a spring in your step. As you close the front door, you can hear excited conversation bubbling from the kitchen. Clearly someone's popped around for a cuppa on Sam's Friday off. Hopefully there are still some biscuits left. As you enter the kitchen, you see Sam and Susie enthusiastically discussing something. Your daughter's still in her scrubs, having clearly come straight from work. I got the posting I was hoping for, she gushes. I'll be doing my placement in the new transition centre, really helping people like Grandma. A transition centre? Why would you want to work at one of those horrible places? That's amazing news. Congratulations, sweetheart. Such important work. I'm thinking the second option, because she's excited, she's happy. Yeah, let's be encouraging. We have our views, but we should support our child. Amazing news. Congratulations, sweetheart. Such important work. The 5 of you sit around the kitchen table for the first time in a while and celebrate the news. 6 if you include Emma, Mum's nurse. Grandma's a bit better this evening, and you hear her talking with Susie in hushed tones throughout the night. You don't cook often, but tonight everyone's complimenting the chef. Who knows how many more evenings like this you'll get. Yeah, to be fair, it's much better than her wanting to go travelling. Which I realise is an incendiary thing to say, but you don't know. A burden born. It's been 6 months since you and Sam last discussed Grandma's ever-increasing medical costs, and Emma, whilst very pleasant, has proved as expensive a nurse as you'd feared. You can't quite believe it's been that long already, but the sanctions are really starting to hit home now, and unfortunately the government's only solution to help the ailing elderly is a day trip to a transition centre. Why does everything seem to come back to money? Hold that thought, Tamara. This time it's you at the kitchen table, surrounded by bills and paperwork when Sam comes to join you. Today, Emma told you that there was really nothing more you could do, except an expensive, experimental new treatment that might not even help. Sometimes your mum wants the treatment, more often she talks about visiting a transition centre. It's hard to know which she really wants. She puts a hand on yours. What are we going to do, honey? She's your mother. It has to be your choice. There's nothing we can do. We just can't afford the treatment. That's it. These things are never really a choice. Hopefully the kids will understand. It was all you could do given the circumstances. If only things had been different. So, for the first time, we have not been given the choice. Previously, we've been given the choice. Yeah. The 20-week war.
Good evening, Alex. It's Bozeman here. Hope all's well with the family. Just a heads up, we're expecting those troublemakers at Disrupt to attempt to hack the channel during the broadcast, so keep an eye on the interference screen and stay out of the orange. Let's keep the news on the air. It's important, now more than ever.
So this time we're not going to help Disrupt. We need to balance it out.
So, Julia's team have asked me to ask you to keep it light.
Well, what does that mean?
It means to do that thing you do where you turn politicians into humans. Just don't get drawn into talking about the war or politics in general. Really.
They do know this is the news, don't they?
You didn't hear this from me,
for all the day's sports board highlights, including all the tabletop action.
Apparently, there's a crew at Team HQ right now. I think she's giving a speech or something tonight. They'll get it on the late news.
Oh, great. So they get the brains and we get the performing monkey.
Followed at 9:25 by our unsettling
Sometimes you sound just like him, you know.
Which tells the cautionary tale
How
of
are
one
you?
brave young lady's battles to survive the cruel administrations of our neighbours.
It
At
is what it is.
11:25, it's incisors.
It
And
is what it
tonight,
is.
Dr. Adrian Atkinson Blimey
I'm
will be
listening
getting
to
his
you now.
teeth into Fiona from Hamble Bamblebury, who has
10
invented a
seconds,
tasty
everybody.
twist on the humble biscuit. And that takes us after
Crap
the weather and
ads.
public information
Going in
film
5,
into our close down.
4,
But first
3.
tonight, it's time to join Megan and the team for the National Night.
Good evening. This is the National
Nope,
Night
he's
News.
alive,
I'm Megan
I
Ward.
believe.
It's the 140th day of war. Our main headlines tonight. Company of Heroes. Skirmishes on land and sea again today as our armed forces tested the mettle of the World Council's illegal blockade. Advance's strategy of multiple small-scale incursions into the disputed zone is
Gonna
certainly
try and
keeping
keep
the
things
enemy
relatively
on high alert,
balanced.
unable to work out where or when the next strike will come. Proud parents throughout the territory find themselves ever more impressed by the bravery and commitment of their incredible children and the job they're doing keeping supply lines open against all possible odds. Don't starve. Advance's food programme moved from strength to strength today as rationing depots
Yeah,
were opened
trust
in the
me,
last remaining
it only
occupied
gets
areas
worse,
of the
Sam.
territory. The rationing depots have been constructed in record time, and the government's agricultural coordination strategy has seen shelves restocked with increasing regularity. However, with the reported rise in mental and physical health issues since the imposition of the blockade, critics have questioned whether those smaller communities which are only now starting to receive help could have been better and quicker served. 7 days to die. The recent decision to allow those with long-term health conditions to access transition centres has today been declared an overwhelming success. Previously available only to those in their final years, the expansion of the service has been met with relief by the many organisations calling for it to be opened up to the wider community. The transition centres have reported larger than expected numbers, but report that they are coping well and able to provide a complete and meaningful service to all who choose to use it. Populace.
I hate
More
the
than
way
11%
transition
of the
centres are
population
framed in
have
this
thus
game.
far failed to register for a team membership card. A worrying statistic given that the cards are a legal requirement from midnight tonight. While applications are still open for those who like to run fashionably late, they can expect a few tricky questions from advance. Start me up. Disrupt spokesman Alan James held an impromptu rally today in the northern city of Mankipoor. Large crowds gathered to hear the band speaker prove Disrupt are still able to capture the public's imagination. Community cohesion officers found themselves challenged by the unruly mob element always present at Disrupt events, but thankfully managed to keep violent incidents to a minimum. And finally tonight...
I did cut to the ads, but for right at the last second.
Bail was denied in the High Court today for shamed former National Nightly News anchor Jeremy Donaldson. The presenter will be transferred to new lodgings at Pension Ridge Prison, while the lengthy preparations for his trial, which is still 18 months away, begin. Since being taken into custody 10 weeks ago in this very studio, little has been heard from our former colleague. Despite how things ended, we wish him the best, and we'll be sure to bring you all the details of that court case every night. But first tonight, with the war
We
about
do
to
not
enter its 21st
give
week,
Jeremy
I'll be
shit,
chatting
ever.
with Peter Clement live in an exclusive team talk from his home in Lanfordshire. Don't go away. You won't want to miss a second of tonight's
2,
National Night
1,
News.
go for titles. Okay, it looks like we're doing some things right. As I see Clement doesn't have a beer in his hand.
Later in the programme, I'm thrilled to say I'll be chatting with mega pop star Lil
God,
Sue,
not this
who's
one.
going to be treating us to a world premiere of her new single. And then after that, in part 3, we've got something new. I
Hey
promise
Tam,
you won't
what
want
have you
to
got
miss.
lined up for the rest of your
But
day?
first tonight, let's check in with Prime Minister Peter Clement, who's coming to us through the magic of television all the way from his home in Lanfordshire. Are you receiving me, Prime Minister?
Loud and clear, Miss Wolf. Loud and clear.
Well, let's start with the obvious. What's that in your hand, Prime Minister?
Cheeky cow. But yeah, it's true. 75 days without an
Oh, I was going to
alcoholic
say, if you didn't
drink,
have
and I've
anything
gotta
lined
say,
up
I'm
tonight, I would
beginning to feel
strongly
better.
recommend a strong drink.
Well, I made a promise to Mrs. C, and as my old man used to say...
A promise is worth keeping?
Something like that, only with assholes.
So, I've heard from my sources that you and the illustrious Mrs. C plan to take your winter break somewhere a little different this year.
That's right. We're planning a walking holiday right here in the territories, which is different for us because, like you, Megan...
Note, it's not the country, it's the territories.
Did you make this decision because of the blockade, Prime Minister?
Well, now that's a good question. Well, as you know, while the blockade has effectively restricted the flow of goods into the country, we and our neighbours have continued to allow unimpeded travel for business leaders, ministers and such. So, although me and the missus could theoretically go to that gorgeous beach I just mentioned, it just doesn't smell much like team spirit to me. After all, as my old man used to say, when life gives you shite, make shite pie.
It works just as well with lemons and lemonade.
I suppose it does.
Prime Minister, maintaining a healthy body like yours at a time of national crisis must require some demanding planning. What's your regime and how do you go about it all?
Well, the truth be told, it's all down to Claude.
Such
my
softball
infinitely
questions
personal
here.
Trainer. He's a man with a plan. I'm just the prat with a fat.
Wow, on that very subject, how are you and Mrs. C handling living on rations?
Well, let me tell you, Megan, back in the 50s, when I worked for you backstage for your Patrick Brannan's dad, did you know I did that?
I think everyone knows that, Prime Minister.
Well, what you probably didn't know was that Graham Bannon was a right tightwad, paid the bare bloody minimum and still found every possible excuse he could to dock your pay even further. I remember he once docked me a whole £5 for having an unacceptably smelly lunchbox type bastard. Anyway, what I'm saying is back then I ate a lot less than I am now, even under rationing. We all did. And let's face it, there are still plenty of people in this country who could afford to lose a little bit of weight.
What are you implying? No, but seriously, Prime Minister, we know you're very busy, but one final question, if I may.
Oh, well, go on then.
When you get home from a long day, your head full of the territory's hopes and fears, what music do you listen to when
how
you work
sycophantic is that?
Well, I know I've got a bit of a reputation for being an old fuddy-duddy, but I'd be lying if I didn't say there's something about Little C that just demands one's attention.
Well, let's hope you stay watching, Prime Minister, because she is going to be talking and performing live after the break.
Oh, I'll be watching. After all, as my old man used to say, everything's a treat on a boring Friday with nothing but the wind up your shunt.
It's Wednesday, Prime Minister.
I think the expression still stands.
Peter Clement, thank you for joining me. I don't know about you at home, but I think there's something kind of inspirational there. I know I feel safer. When we come back, Lil C is going to be giving us the debut performance of her new single, and I'll be getting to meet her. As her biggest fan, I don't mind telling you I'm pretty excited. Don't go away. We'll be back after these messages.
1 minute back. Ripping stuff.
Was that even news?
I think you forgot to ask him what his favourite number is.
Oh, I must have forgotten that in all the excitement.
So assuming it's not vodka, what do you think's actually in that milk? I reckon it's the tears of his enemies.
You are one disturbed individual.
How I cope.
Oh shit, yeah.
We'll need applause when the guest enters and before her song. Don't worry, I'll walk you through it when we get there.
You have to. Rather you didn't. So, this next one is pure propaganda. I warn you now. Oh, you think this is bleak?
I've never heard of her before.
Oh, she's big, really big.
Really? Is she any good?
Nah, of course not. She talks shit. But kids go mad for her, absolutely mad.
Live in 10 seconds.
Hang on, Colin, you've got kids.
Yeah, I've got about 6 or 7, I think.
What?
5, 4, 3.
Thanks for coming back. Later, we have an exciting new feature that we just know you're going to love, so stay tuned for that. But first, I'm really excited for our next guest. She rose to prominence as the delightful Susie May in All My Daughter's Children's Men, before taking the music industry by storm this year with her debut album smashing the chart records at the age of just 20. Let's give it up and welcome Lil C! I just say, you look incredible.
Oh, thanks, babe. I'm doing this new regime and it really does work.
Ooh, what's the regime?
My manager suggested it to me. It basically involves bathing in like cabbage water and then having the leaves sucked out of you while you sleep.
Wow, is that healthy?
Oh, well, look at me, Meg. The leaves are my only nourishment.
Yep, they certainly are. Now, you'll have to forgive me, but I'm somewhat of a super fan, so I'm sorry if I get a bit starstruck.
Oh, bless you. I've never actually heard of you before, so if you do get a little tongue-tied,
I think she used to live a few streets over from me.
Oh, that's good to know. So your first album, F My Face Together, it hit shelves this summer and it just exploded. I mean, what was that like for you?
Bonkers, just so weird. I was in all the papers and the magazines. Overnight, I went from that like annoying little girl from that show to that like sexy little girl from that show.
Wow, that must have been bizarre.
Not really. It was just like any other morning. You know, get up at 5, go on a 4-mile run, have 3 meetings on my cabbage bath, but then only then was my dad actually talking to me.
Oh, of course. I mean, the famed country singer, Billy Bob Jean Short. I didn't know you'd been estranged.
There's nothing that strange about it, Megan. Okay, yes, he may believe that aliens told him to hate women, but there really isn't anything to prove that he's wrong.
So, this newfound explosion into your popularity, I mean, did that change your life?
Well, I had to start wearing like nicer underwear, you know, for the paparazzi. But as my manager says, best to make the most of it before I'm 30. Is
that right? So what's the album about?
I've heard this like 3 times and it still makes my stomach churn.
How great I am, but actually it's about monetizing youth, I think, or about like promoting an unrealistic standard of beauty or something.
Your manager again?
Yeah, he says insecurity is an opportunity.
Oh, do you think he'd be happy with you telling us all this?
Telling you all what? It really doesn't matter what I say here. I'll do my dancing and then this part will all be forgotten about.
Oh, well, yeah, I mean, we're going to see some of those famous dance moves very shortly because you're going to be performing your new single, aren't you?
Yeah, it's from my album Put It In My A Together and it's out tomorrow.
So soon, after the last one?
Oh yeah, I've actually released 2 albums since lunchtime and a clothing line during this interview. See, this is called Cry for Help and it's going to be in all the best high street and retailer shops. And
I would like to, being completely honest, but I don't think we're going to get an opportunity for that.
Then cry until somebody gets it for you.
Ooh, there she goes. Blimey. All these projects, they're keeping you very busy, aren't they? It must be tough.
Yeah, it can get tough and I hate it sometimes and I hate myself. I just want to like cry into a bath of root veg. But then I think thousands of girls would do anything to be
I can't do that, I'm afraid, Tam, and you're going to understand why momentarily.
Yeah, I do think that sometimes. Most nights between like my 4th vodka and the 8th time a stranger slaps me around the arse. I think things could have been different, you know, like better. But I don't know. I love doing autographs and having somebody dress me and tell me what to wear.
Did you always want to do music?
Well, ever since I was a little girl, I did. I'd sit in front of the radio, and as soon as my favourite girl group would come on, I'd press record on my cassette. But then my dad would come in and tell me to turn it off and to go back upstairs and start practising again.
Sorry, is your dad your manager?
Yeah, which can be tough. And sometimes when it gets really hard, he'll say, "Make Cragler proud and you might just survive childbirth."
Well, you know what, despite anything, you'll make me proud.
Oh, if only your opinion was as valuable as his.
And on that problematic note, you're going to be singing your song for us soon, aren't you? Tell me about it,
So it's called These Babies Gonna Bring You Home, and I actually got sent the lyrics in the car on the way up here. But you know what, it's actually all right. And don't worry, all my work is team approved.
To everybody watching this, I'm sorry.
Well, you can go and get ready for that. We'll see you in a little bit. It was a very specific type of pleasure to chat to her, and I just can't wait to hear this. Oh, so here it is, Lucy, with an exclusive first performance of her new track, These Babies Gonna Bring You Home. Take it away.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's the Force's favorite, the Queen of Teams, here to break in your blockades, Lil C.
Deserves censorship, annoyingly.
Oh, baby, can't you see? I'm hungry. There's a place in me that's empty. I want that meat you're packing. Only you can fill that crack in me. I'm under siege, so come and free me. Ain't no disruption here. Boy, I got no agenda. Just want the team and me. No dirty foreign member. Don't stop no morning drill. There's holes in me that ain't been filled yet. I only scream this loud when you do your country proud. I ain't no Vickers daughter. Come and skirmish on my border. Quick before I get much older. Tie me down and pull me like an enemy soldier.
Britney Spears, if she did military propaganda.
So let them try and break our dream. We fight and love and die a team. So what if we at Clemens boys can come and use me as a toy? I wanna see some action. So come and break my sanctions. I've been this wild and free since my mom burdened me. She was only 53, but gave to save her family.
Sorry, that's...
There's no
I actually have a visceral reaction to that now.
that's in your fantasy. Don't die alone, these babies gonna bring you home. I ain't no vicar's daughter, come and skirmish on my border. Quick before I get much older, tie me down and mold me like an enemy soldier. An enemy soldier. So what if Peter Clemens boys can come and use me as a toy?
And also, these lyrics are just nil.
Down from there, I wanna see some action. So come and break my sanctions.
Is this Dacer? I didn't think teabagging was allowed to be broadcast before the watershed.
Well, if that
Thank
doesn't
God
stop
that's
the
over
world
with.
outside, I don't know what will. I'd like to thank Lil C for doing that. Don't go anywhere. After the break, we'll finally be revealing the new segment of our show that we just know you're going to love. We'll be back right after this.
And we're out.
So one of the things that really just disgusts me about the transition centres is they frame it as you're unburdening yourself.
It really means a lot to me, you know, to be able to promote myself on such a mainstream platform like the news.
Well, don't worry about it. And you know what? Good luck for the future. Take care of yourself. This industry can be crazy sometimes. Watch out for that father of yours, won't you?
Oh, no. I manage myself. It's just, you know, for the public to have that certain perspective. You know what it's like.
Oh, right.
And Michael? Michael?
What about Billy Bob Jeanshaw? Is he?
Oh, my dad. He's such a sweetheart. We both had the same agents, you know, like it just made sense. Both of us for our image together.
Wow.
And Michael, I want to see the revenue share for the clothing line and get me a G&T before my meeting with the lube guys. If they say for your pleasure, I'm going to start needing it.
And cultural communities. As a team.
I hate to tell you this, but you're going to need all 4 sound effects buttons for this next section. Try and pick the most appropriate sound effect for the actors' lines. They can't hear your choices, and they'll be assuming you're helping things along and not making them look ridiculous. Mind you, after the last section, can't help us all.
No, not anymore. I'm better than that now. I'll tell you what, just keep adding flowers until it feels like 12.
Ah, this guy, I want to put my foot through his face.
10 seconds. 5, 4, 3.
Thanks for joining us for part 3. We've been teasing you about our new feature all night, and now the wait is finally over. I can reveal that every night on the show, we'll be treated to an episode of an informative and hilarious new segment called The Notice Board. It stars some top talent, and we're very excited about it. But before we see it, let's have a quick chat with the writer, director, and phenomenon, may I say, Jeff Algebra, guys.
Actually, I've dropped the algebra. I go by Jeff DePloon now. How'd you like that?
Yeah, very fancy. I suppose you need a new name now that you're a successful artiste.
Well, exactly. I'm earning enough to pay taxes now.
Oh.
It's shit.
And how does Angela feel about all this? Your wife. Your wife.
Oh, God, no. No, she's long gone. No, she was holding me back. I'm with Norm now. We were married last month.
Norm de Plume.
Yeah.
Thank you, Megan. Thank you.
And why did you write this? What was your inspiration?
Oh, well, I received a telephone call offering me 25 grand to write a pro-team sitcom. And I heard my father's voice. It said, Jeff, you listen here, boy. You make hay while the sun shines. You wring every penny you can get out of this. So I wheeled him down to the transition centre, got out my typewriter and started clacking. That's a shite.
And without further ado, let's give it up for the notice board.
Good morning, Miss Craven.
Oh, morning, Ray.
Everything all right, Mrs. Craven? You look as worried as the vicar in closing time.
Oh, Ray, it's those young louts. They've vandalised my shop again.
No!
Yes!
Almost missed the sound effect there.
All sorts of obscene language and crude pictures, and I know it's those damn youths.
I don't know. It could be the vicar at closing time.
I'm just worried they won't ever become productive.
Oh, you and me both, Tam.
Community. What if they never see the error of their ways and end up as social outcasts, such as shoplifters or bong rats?
Don't worry, Mrs. Craven. This is a very supportive community, and I'm sure that in time they will fit into this society like this key into this lock.
Oh, you're saying what the fuck now? Wait till the end of this segment.
See? Works like a charm.
What a lovely way to put it, Ray.
I love how this is people's reactions to this game. What the actual fuck?
Yes, yes. Wow. Look at all the letters in my collection today.
Oh, I think that one's addressed to me.
What? This one? Oh, so you're right. Here it is.
It's a letter from my granddaughter, Brenda. She says
Hey now, pantomime is actually entertaining.
because one of her friends has been helping her. She was always a team player, was our Brenda.
What's up, losers?
Oh, no. It's Brad. He's the coolest guy in the village.
That's right. I just got here on my motorbike.
Oh, clear off, Brad. We don't want any of your ilk around here.
What? Rad dudes?
No, ruffians. Have you come to tag the notice board with your gang signs?
No way. I've actually come to pin my resume on that notice board. I'm looking to do some tutoring after school.
What did you say? Tutoring?
That's right.
So for additional context, the guy playing Brad, Jeff Algebra, is formerly a maths teacher. This may have given him somewhat of an agenda.
So you, a young person, have been spending your time helping others and not just urinating on churches or huffing glue?
Hey, I haven't huffed glue for months.
Well, blow me down!
I don't think I knew anybody who huffed glue as a teenager.
We misjudged you based on how young and cool you are and not on your actions.
No doy.
So it wasn't you who vandalised my shop last night or Called me a rancid old crone from the back of a chopper?
No way, it can't have been me. I was too busy helping my friend Brenda with her maths homework.
Could you speak up there? I thought for a minute there that
The notice
you
board is
said
filmed in front of a
Brenda.
live studio audience.
I did, you daft old sow.
Did you hear that, Ray?
Oh, yes, what a wonderful surprise. I now respect you as a man.
Put her there, Ray. Oh, what the heck? Give us a hug.
So, you know I've been alluding to something for a while. You guys saying this is a bit fucked up or dark?
Sorry to interrupt the first groundbreaking episode of the notice board, but we're receiving some breaking news. I'm being told we're picking up reports from across the continent of what appear to be nuclear explosions in 4 major foreign cities. Initial estimates put the death toll into the millions. I'm being told that we're experiencing some power fluctuations as a result, so apologies to any interruption.
Wait for it.
And now I am told that we are going live to team headquarters for an emergency broadcast from Prime Minister Julia Salisbury at any moment. Yes, let's go to that now.
Good evening, citizens and leaders of the world. Minutes ago, operatives working for Advance detonated nuclear explosives simultaneously in 4 major cities across the continent. We have similar devices in 58 other urban centres and will not hesitate to detonate them if our conditions are not met in full and without delay. The people of our territory will no longer tolerate your illegal and genocidal blockade. You are to remove it immediately. We will accept nothing less than your unconditional surrender. Your territories will be taken under our control. We will install replacement governments to ensure that your citizens become part of the new future. Your borders are now our borders. Your people are our people. They will finally be fed and clothed and educated and healed. But for your privileged few, the moment that they feared is now upon them. Allow me to be crystal clear. If you fire a single shot at our territory, or harm a single one of our citizens, we will not hesitate to detonate further devices.
Yeah, somebody called in a stratagem.
You will not find them, though no doubt you are already searching for them. Our technology is decades ahead of yours. We will expect your complete acceptance.
Congratulations, everybody. We're part of a rogue terrorist state.
By midnight tonight. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, okay, so there you have it. Advance making a brave move that looks likely to end the war in this, its 20th week. There's a lot to take in here, and I know you, like me, will be wondering if this is too much. If we've gone too far.
So, Tam, remember what you were saying about you'd rather be travelling than working? What's your view now?
No food on their plates and the body bags returning from the front line. And I ask myself if without some big, bold gesture it would ever stop, and I do not think it ever would. We elected Advance to make this country better for us all, and it was working. But then the rest of the world looked at us and they said this cannot be seen to succeed. And they brought their warships and their tanks and their planes just to make sure that we were instead seen to suffer. To make sure no one anywhere would ever attempt this again. So To my mind, our government have taken the only path available to them. A difficult decision for their hearts to bear, but one that ultimately we can respect because it is designed to keep us safe. And while this is unquestionably a dark night, it may indeed presage the dawn of a new future. My name's Megan Wolfe. Let's make tomorrow better.
So,
And we're out.
when I first played this,
Do you ever get the feeling that you're making history?
our daughter was travelling when this happened, and she was in one of the countries that got nuked. Also, hooray, we're in manageable debt! Okay, somehow we went up with Disrupt. Yeah, we were all stunned, weren't we, Tay? Because I was sat there and I was like, no, wait, where the... And then I just went, wait, where's my daughter in the game? And it was just, we all knew what had happened. And we were just like, fuck, no. The rest of your shift passes in a blur with the same words going around and around in your head. Operatives working for advanced detonated nuclear explosives. Initial estimates put the death toll into the millions. Did this really just happen? You pull into the driveway with no memory of the journey home. The light in the front room is on and clearly someone else is still awake. The door creaks open into the living room and you find Sam sitting on the sofa staring at the TV. The screen is off and they're clearly lost in thought. Take a seat beside them and place a reassuring hand on their shoulder. Oh crap, no! I forgot about Chris! We might have helped our sibling-in-law commit passport fraud. Chris escaped abroad pretty much straight after the elections. Where's Chris? I'm sure there's a pile of ashes we might be able to find. They don't look at you. They do reach up to take your hand in theirs. Now you're much closer, you can see the tears streaming down Sam's face more clearly. Chris. I know, I'm so sorry, Sam. What the hell can we do? The bastards killed Chris, and millions of others, all because of their fucking war, which we never asked for. Behind the tears you see a fire, raw fury you've never seen in Sam before. I hate them, Alex. I know you've always supported Advance, but after this, they're monsters. I need to know you understand that we're not going to help them anymore. So now he's Chris P. Yes, he is. Okay, so it's managed to go... So it's put us more on the Advance side of things this time. Okay, so I think I'm going to need to push Disrupt a bit more going forward. So... obviously, we're not going to pick option 1. So it's between option 2 and 3. What would you two like to pick? What would you in chat like to choose? Also, sick guitar riff. We have 1 vote for option 3. 2 votes for option 3. So, Jordan, what do you think about the game now? I think option 3, because we need to balance some stuff back out, I think. Relief spreads over Sam's face like a wave, and they collapse against you, clutching you tightly. Clearly this is weighing heavily on them. You're not sure you've even processed it all fully yet, but at least you'll get through it together. There are 14 endings to this game. I need to stress that. 14 endings. A final farewell. This is the first playthrough we've had Chris die. The last week has passed in a blur, a rush of things to do, but all immediately forgotten, your memory clouded by a dark fog. 9 days since the so-called Liberation Night and the beginning of Advance's new future. You weren't the first ones at the church today. You were staggered by the number of people who have come to mourn with you. Everyone here for the same reason, sharing the same pain, the same sense of loss, written all over their faces, much as it would be on yours. You step away from everyone else, needing space to gather your thoughts. So I wonder what happens if we also let Susie go travelling as well. We've got 2 burials to do. The 2 siblings had always been close, and now Chris was just gone. You can only imagine what Sam was going through now. They've said little since that evening, clearly still in shock, and some small piece of you can't help but wonder, are you partly to blame? Not that you can change any of that now. All you can do is be there for Sam. When you walk over and squeeze their hand, they squeeze tightly back. There hadn't even been a coffin to bury. An academic exodus. It's a seemingly ordinary morning, but as you get into work, you find a small crowd gathered in the break room. When you go in to grab your first cup of tea of the day, you can't help but overhear some excited chatter. You didn't hear? Yeah, another one's gone missing. What's that bring the total up to now? I should think over 100 at this point. They won't all have been reported or noticed yet. Sorry, what's going on? An excited young woman turns to you and begins to explain. Another professor went missing from Queensview University. With all the other disappearances over the last year, scientists, doctors, researchers... She pauses before lowering her voice to a whisper. It's clearly Disrupt targeting the people speaking out against them. I even heard Advancer struggling to prevent a deep, familiar voice from behind you interrupts. What exactly is going on here? Silence overtakes the room as you all turn in unison towards the doorway. Boastman clears his voice before continuing. I've told you before, I don't want to hear about these so-called disappearances. Come on now, people. Advance have been very clear that they're nothing to worry about. Which means they're not our problem, and unless they start classing cappuccinos as intellectual, I don't think anyone here has anything else to worry about. Best get back to work. Boastman holds up a hand to keep you as everyone files out of the room. Look, between you and me, this leave it alone malarkey comes from on high. It's out of my hands. So I would appreciate it if you would refrain from talking about it further and make sure the news is in line with that school of thought, yes? Gives you a pat on the arm and a smile before leaving to carry on with whatever it is he does during the workday. It seems that for better or for worse, public ownership is now in full swing. A spark to light the flames. You're surprised to find Sam in bed next to you when you wake up. They must have got in very late last night from drinks with the folks from school. You decide to let them sleep in and enjoy a lazy Sunday morning. With the house quiet, you decide to bring some breakfast into the living room to watch some TV while you eat. This is breaking news. Reports are coming in from across the country that large swathes of farmland went up in flames last night as part of what authorities are calling a heinous and well-planned act of terrorism by the group known as Disrupt. Drop your spoon back into the porridge and turn up the volume. In addition to food stores, which government sources have said will put a strain on universal menu centres countrywide, a number of CCO and civic buildings were targeted in last night's attack. According to Prime Minister Julia Salisbury, specific prisons and re-education and betterment facilities were raided and a small selection of problematic and potentially dangerous individuals were forcibly extracted from lawful custody. Hold your breath, waiting to hear if anyone got hurt. Unfortunately, it appears that the CCOs were ill-prepared for an event like this, and Disrupt seemed much more effective and well-organised in comparison. While most of the targeted locations were thankfully empty of people, given the lateness of the hour, the betterment centres were fully staffed when they came under attack. 17 CCOs and 4 administrative staff lost their lives as a result of the brutal actions of Disrupt last night, with countless more injured and many seriously injured and rushed to hospital. A few Disrupt members were captured during the conflicts, but the vast majority seem to have evaded capture so far. More on this story as it develops. You go to turn off the TV. You're interrupted by Charlie walking into the living room, who looks more tired than when he went to bed. Anything interesting going on? He gestures to the TV. Mutely, you leave the news on as they cycle through the story again. Charlie watches in a hushed silence. By the end of the broadcast, they're dubbing it The Night of Fire. Night of Fire, huh? He nods. You watch together in silence, taking in the aftermath. They didn't extract Jeremy. They didn't get Jeremy out. There was nothing mentioned about Jeremy. It'll just mean that Jeremy is still most likely in prison. The Uprising. A year and a half since Liberation Night. It's been a year and a half since the nukes.
Alex? Are you receiving? Calling. This is Alan James. The revolution starts tonight, Alex, and we need your help. Throughout this broadcast, we're going to ask you to do things that will directly help with this mass protest. I'll be talking to you regularly tonight, and I'll also be hacking you when I can. Please help get our message out. We're on the verge, Alex. You've always been fair and balanced in your approach to us. With your help, we can tip the balance in our favour. If you play our tape at the second break, that's when we think it will have the most impact. It's on your right.
Episode of Just the Job, followed at 10 p.m. by a chance to see the very last episode of Just the Job.
So what? How's he doing?
How
should I know?
What, you haven't heard from him?
He's a wanted criminal, Colin.
They did get him!
But she never missed her birthday.
He's out!
Grandmother's on the run, Colin.
Yeah. Armed robbery, resisting arrest, double homicide of the same bloke. She's right laugh.
Double homicide of the same bloke sounds outrightly hilarious.
And your brother was fine. Going in 10 seconds, everybody. I wonder what they're doing to him. Annoying him, probably. Not probably. Definitely. Going in 5, 4, 3. Good evening. This is the National Nightly News broadcasting across the territories.
Here we go.
My name is Megan Wolf.
Settle in,
Our top stories
folks.
Tonight. Future legend. It's been 40 days since Disrupt conducted multiple attacks across the territories. During the coordinated action, subsequently dubbed the Night of Fire, emergency services were kept busy at the agricultural centres, while a series of covert attacks were carried out freeing political prisoners, including...
We got you, Jeremy!
Jeremy Donaldson. Nothing's been heard from the missing journalist since the violent Disrupt attack on his convoy 6 weeks ago. Donaldson was on his way back to Betterment after his notorious court appearance. All of us here at Channel 1 hope that wherever he is now, he's safe. Food, glorious food. With the last of the menu centres opening in territories 5, 8 and 14 today, Advance confirmed that the programme is now in full operation, providing free food for every citizen of the new future. What started as rationing during the 20-week war has blossomed into a social contract that is the envy of the unawakened world. Jack Tractorpants, spokesman for the menu centres, said today that while they can guarantee the contents of every box is nutritious, the actual quality of the meals you cook depends on whether you have a touch of Chef Jordan Rankley or the culinary skills of a professional footballer. If I were a rich man, problems in territories 11, 17 and 22 today as striking bosses attempted to undermine their new economies. With seemingly no awareness of irony, the former CEOs and MDs have come together to form the Wealth Creators Union, with demands including a return to 150% bonuses, private jets and mandatory grovelling zones. Advance have been quick to respond, saying if they would rather quit their cushy jobs to become nurses or teachers, they'll earn significantly more than they used to pay their own workforce. Thus far, no one has taken up the challenge. Some fun now. Signs of ever more resistance to Advance's radical policies today as popular resistance movement Disrupt extended their reach further across the territories. The organisation's emblem appeared in every major city across the territories last night in a well-coordinated publicity stunt.
Or do we want the panda? Do we want to change to the panda? I'm calling it now, last second. Do we want the panda? I will have literally 1 second to input it. Do we want a panda? So with headlines, we have an option on how to frame it. So this is about disrupt spreading across the globe. So we can either show that they're putting their emblem onto buildings or they're putting it onto pandas. One of which is bad. But do we want the panda? Because pandas lol. I think I did pandas last time. Nah, we'll just stick with what we've got. Sorry, I had a moment of madness there.
Today, Disrupt spokesperson Alan James said that the movement was reaching what he described as a critical mass. A poor choice of words given recent history. 3 of our regular stories reach their natural conclusions tonight. CEO RIP.
Oh,
Sad news
Remington's
today
Fist
as
is
the
dead.
remains of missing Sophia Remington were found this morning at the company's Grizzleford facility. Sophia had become ever more reclusive following the total and utter failure of her pet project. Having flung herself into one of the toxic preparation vats, she was only identifiable by her ears. A spokesman for Remington's Fist said, "Sophia will remain in our hearts and in the approximately 45,000 flards that rolled off the production line in the last few days." A tragic ending for Sophia Remington after a turbulent 2.5 years since she took over the company. Teleportated,
I mean,
in a
last time
surprising
she
turn
did.
of events, the remaining scientists of Dante's Taint seem to have vanished into thin air. After many months of silence, the rescue team finally reached the remote caves to find them completely deserted. This strange, unknown piece of equipment was all that was found. Theories range from teleportation to time travel or just a half-finished hot tub. Clean sheet. After the cheeky wedding that had the whole territory talking, everyone's favourite nudists, Johnny Hampson
Oh,
and
God,
Tiffany
the
Lamore,
book.
have launched an informative guide to lovemaking called The Wonder of Coitus. The Edurotic Handbook is the newest product in their body positivity range that includes a graphic novel about foreplay called Give It a Minute and their #1 single, Peace Anthem for Jilted Butt Plugs.
That sounds like a
All that,
hard
plus
read.
We'll be taking a trip to Dangley Parks for the notice board, as well as getting a sneak peek at the hottest ticket in town. That's all coming up on tonight's National Nightly News.
And go to titles.
People of the territories, today is the day we take back control. Soon it will be time for you to help us again. Come out of your houses, block the traffic, bring the capital to a standstill. I've met so many of you in my travels up and down Territory 1. You always ask the same question. How can I help? Well, this is how. And as for when, you'll know. Keep watching.
But first, 500 days after the loss of a fine leader and a great man, the start of tonight's programme is dedicated to remembering and celebrating the life of Peter Clement. Patrick Bannon is live from Parliament Park, where Julia Salisbury will be breaking ground
Here we go.
on what will soon be a memorial garden in Peter's honour. Patrick.
Listening to that old bitch lying through her teeth about missing that poor bastard.
Patrick.
I don't know what I'm going to do.
We're live.
Because I'm not being funny. Things were better with Peter, weren't they?
Patrick.
They were, and I don't mind saying it. They were, because he held her back. But now there's no stopping her.
Hello, Patrick. We're
Of
live.
course, can't say that, can I, Francis? No, not with public ownership. No, with public ownership, you can't say anything these days.
There.
No, she's lost it, mate. She's completely off the rocker. I heard from an aide. Hello, Megan. You join me here live from the what? Hello, Megan. You join me here live from the what? Oh.
Seems like we've lost some signal there for a moment. Well, we will be going live to that groundbreaking ceremony just as soon as we can get Patrick back. Meanwhile, let me just say, I think the memorial gardens are going to be gorgeous. I've had a sneak peek at the designs and Alana Marsh has done a fabulous job. Oh, okay.
Ah,
it seems
Patrick's
like we've
back.
Got the signal back. We can now go live to Patrick Bannon in Parliament Park. Patrick.
Patrick.
Thank you, Megan. I'm Patrick Bannon, and we are indeed live here. Apologies for the technical difficulties there, but any moment now, Julia Salisbury will step out on stage behind me.
Alex, Bozeman here. The boys in editing have just informed me that the eulogy footage isn't fully cut together yet. You're going to have to do it on the fly. For goodness sake, make sure you make it look good.
Slowly gathering since
We are going to make him look good.
This is Alan. You can undermine them here and help us win hearts and minds. Make him look bad, Alex. Really bad.
I'm going to have to make Peter look good here.
And it seems like the ceremony is getting underway. Here is Prime Minister Julia Salisbury, the picture of elegance, to begin her address.
Good evening, fellow teammates and friends. 500 days ago, all of our lives changed irrevocably. Still reeling from the triumphs and tribulations of Liberation Night, another great loss befell the people of these newly united territories. The loss
My bad.
of a leader,
Wasn't paying attention.
a statesman, a dear friend, and a hero. Peter Gordon Clement.
Peter's death at the age of just 62, of course, announced by the team on the 24th of December, just 6 weeks after Liberation Night.
Born to a working-class family on a housing estate in Rotherham, Peter first trained as a carpenter before getting his start on television. First moving and building scenery, and then developing into the personality that we all knew and loved so much.
Just the Job first hit our screens over 25 years ago, running for 11 series, winning multiple awards, and charming audiences up and down the country.
Peter taught us, all of us, not to be content with the way things are, not to accept inequities, no matter how small. But he also taught us what it took to fight them. Courage, integrity, empathy, and hard, bloody graft.
Across a career
God, I
spanning
still feel
3
grim
decades,
doing this.
Peter Clement was known for shows including Wake Up, It's Saturday, and much later, late night chat show PT, which at its peak drew millions of viewers.
Peter was by no means a saint. Trust me, he once told me he had more regrets than he'd had stolen dinners. He always did have a knack for a turn of phrase. But it speaks to the strength of his character that he chose to share with us his mistakes alongside his achievements, his faults as well as his talents. Peter had the heart to give it all he had for the people of these united territories.
Whoops,
Famous
wrong
for his
one.
potty mouth. It's estimated conservatively that Peter Clement uttered over 1.5 million swear words during his career, though some sources put this figure well in excess of 2 million F-bombs alone.
Gripped by illness as he was in the weeks and months leading up to Liberation Night, he wasn't the man we loved. But his eyes still twinkled with that familiar joy for life, that spark of wit and wisdom of a life lived for others.
Prime Minister Clement, of course, died from apparent liver failure after suffering from the long-term effects of alcohol abuse.
I first met Peter nearly 20 years ago. Moments before I was supposed to give a speech.
This bit is something I'm actually a bit conflicted about, this
Only
section.
I'd spilt coffee all down myself, and I was young, nervous, desperate to be liked, and from behind me I heard, "Christ, pet, you've either pissed your kecks or sprung a leak, but either way you got a problem." And before I could even say a word, he stripped off his dry trousers and insisted I took them. That was the sort of man that Peter Clement was. Kind.
Yeah,
compassionate,
it is a. If you can get the opportunity to play it, this is a phenomenal game.
thinker, a natural leader, but mostly a good man. This glorious, this was so beautiful and new. This shining beacon.
Maybe you could edit more in our favour next time. Things are about to get started.
Sorry, Alan, I have my reasons.
Control the impression the public gets. You'll know when, Alex.
The future he forged, the boundaries he pushed. To me, he'll always be the man in his pants cheering on a stranger at the back of the conference. It is
Brace for impact,
my
friends.
great honour to give to you the Peter Clement Memorial Garden. Should we see if we can get a countdown going? Everyone with me? 10,
9, 8, 7.
Now, Alex, control the message.
I'm not leaving, I can't!
Oi!
You two, come with me! Don't panic! You're hurting me!
Well, stop resisting then. Stop resisting and we'll let you up.
I'm not resisting! Ah! Fuck
What are you doing?
I'm not resisting! You all saw! I'm not resisting!
Turn the camera off. National Night News. We have the right to be here. I said turn the fucking camera off. Who the fuck are you?
Oh, I can't hear you. I can't hear anything.
Yes. Medics are coming. You sit down.
No, I can't hear you. I'm from the National Nightly News.
Well, then you can consider this payback. Salisbury's still here. Salisbury's still here. Julia Salisbury!
Target approaching Songbird.
Target armed.
Target armed.
Haven't you done enough? Look around you.
Fucking
This is
time.
what your precious freedom looks like, is it? Open fire!
Territory 1, rise up! Take to the streets, the time has come! Stop fires! Break windows, draw them out! They can't stop us all! Resist! Distract!
Lower your weapons!
Location secure.
Lower your weapons!
Come on, get off! What are you doing? Come on! Shut it off. I said turn it off.
Shocking scene.
Is this not enough? You've just seen them execute unarmed civilians. People like you and me. So why are you watching this? Why are you not in the streets with us tonight? What will it take for you to get up and be a part of this? March on team headquarters, storm the building, demand elections, demand answers. Be what you were born to be, the once and future free.
That means by now. Don't go away. We'll be back after this.
The game really likes to throw stuff at you.
It didn't go so well, Alex. But we can turn it around in the next segment.
What do you mean?
Good distance from the unit base. This is becoming a weekly event. No, it's different tonight. This is the big one. Great. So there's a revolution happening outside and we're after dangly fucking parts. That's journalism, apparently.
We get set for the next sequence.
Believes that tasty, nutritious food is a basic human right. That's why the wonderful, locally sourced food we provide
So, how do we feel it's all going at the moment?
ensures every member of your team
Who's having a good time?
the vital vitamins and minerals they deserve. Of course,
This is nuts. You've missed the beginning. It was all fun and games at the beginning. We had a copper with a gimp in his cupboard at one point, and a guy who just wanted to be called Titwang Tony. Now it's turned into this.
Alex, during this next section, a cameraman working in the newsroom who's one of us is going to get a coded location out. We don't know yet which camera he's on.
Tam, if you plan to play this yourself, genuinely try to come in with as few spoilers as possible.
5 seconds. Our operatives will do the rest.
absolutely free.
Megan, this is your new makeup artist, Craig.
No. What? No.
10 seconds, everybody. Sorry, Craig.
Teams don't thrive on empty stomachs.
Okay, we are going in 5, 4, 3.
Welcome back to the National Nightly News with me, Megan Wolfe. Very shortly, we'll be heading on over to the final episode of what has quickly become a hugely successful feature, the notice board. But before we do, let's chat with Philippa Radin. Tell me, why do you think the public love the notice board so much?
It's real. There, I said it. It connects with people. You know, people look at us and they say, those are real people struggling with real problems.
That's a really interesting point.
Yeah, I mean, I was saying to my PA secretary as I got out the limo, I was saying...
My PA secretary.
...to see normal, authentic people
Whoops,
like them.
I'm on the wrong camera.
People like you.
Yeah, precisely. Unfortunately, then I was interrupted by some dreadful wretch who wanted an autograph, but a swift kicking from security soon put him back in line.
Yes, well, I think it's really good that our screens are filled with such relatable stories. So the notice board is coming to an end after a sensational time at the top. What do you think has made this show so successful?
It's a combination of so many things. My hard work, my talent, my look.
Wow, you really have a lot to thank you for.
Hey, hey, hey. You're welcome.
We've just heard our man's on camera for.
I have a real sense of responsibility now. You know, a sense I've been entrusted with something precious and that I should use that.
Get back to the interview, Alex.
Yeah, I think that's really important. That we should use this platform to do good in the world. I agree.
That's exactly it. So
Think we got it?
I've decided to help as many
Excellent work, Alex. That's the location shared. Next, you'll need to give them the go.
Is that better access to education or, reducing child poverty?
No, by adopting as many as I can get my hands on.
Oh, okay. How many children have you adopted?
Oh, we're well into the double figures now, Megan. I stopped counting in the late 30s.
Goodness, that is a lot of children.
Yeah, once we finish putting them into the guest room, I'll have to put a futon in the laundry cupboard.
Oh, you really are some sort of hero.
Hey, I live a privileged life. What can I say? I mean, any child I can take on is a child rescued from suffering.
Poor children. Were their lives really that bad before?
Oh, they're Northerns, I presume so.
Ref! Leave the Northerners alone!
Shocking to think, actually, that only 1 in 10,000 children have a celebrity parent.
I'd never thought of it that way before.
And I'm doing everything I can to fix those numbers.
What do you think it is about your life that's so desirable, then?
Well, it's mainly shame and panic interspersed with expensive bottled water, so actually...
I believe in the North.
Trade.
Now that I can relate to. Right, you better go off and get ready. That was Philippa Radin sharing some thoughts about her lifestyle. I think it's really important to stay grounded and keep everything in perspective. Clearly, not everyone else agrees, but that's enough from me. Let's go now over to Dangly Parts for the final ever episode of the Notice Board.
By the way, if you can hear some explosions and gunfire in the background, don't worry about it.
What a day! First the tea morning, and now to post this notice. I don't know how I managed to cope with it all. Oh wait, perhaps I do.
Hello, Jonathan. Welcome in. Also, yay, hilarious alcoholism.
By St. Barnabas, what on earth is all this?
Freeze, dirtbag!
Oh, Laura, it's you. I thought for a moment you were a knife-wielding mugger or stabber.
No, I'm afraid not. It's just me, a community cohesion officer, responsible for keeping crime at record lows.
Of course. Keep forgetting that thanks to you and your colleagues, violence on our streets is a thing of the past.
Boo, propaganda, lies.
I know, it's a disgrace.
It's time for the go code. Give us 3 boos in a row, Alex. That will start the pincer movement. We might just pull this off. Push forward! 3 boos, Alex.
Careful, Vicar.
Right, here we
It
go.
looks heavy.
Ha! They don't call me the Right Reverend. Ripped for no reason.
That's one.
Yes!
It's no good.
It looks like
Free booze for all.
Crucifix classes were a waste of time.
That's 2.
Perhaps you, a young CCO, would be able to move it.
2 for 2. Fantastic.
Looks like all those lifting classes were a waste of time.
And that's 3. We're done.
Even for me, a strong and capable
You did it, Alex. We're good to go. Charge!
to lift this.
Did someone call for the best firefighter in town?
All right, we're back to the normal broadcast.
Well done, Captain Evans. You're so much stronger than us.
Especially me, the weak old man.
It's the least I could do for my community.
No
God, the
luck
timing on
catching
this.
the little devil then?
Unfortunately not.
How you doing anyway,
The
Jonathan?
ferret struck again last night. When Ray opened the post office this morning, he found that every single stamp had been pre-licked.
My God! Some people have no decency.
Sadly, if we don't catch him before tomorrow, we may have to cancel the village fete.
Don't worry, we won't let that happen. Will we, Vicar?
No. Laura, tell me, why do they call him the ferret?
Some say it's because of his sneaky nature, but really it's because whenever he strikes, he always leaves behind the foul stench of urine.
Never fear, officer. We'll catch this pissy nuisance and save the village fete. Or my name's not Captain Danger Evans. The community cohesion team are doing their best, but they simply don't have the smarts to solve this mystery. But I know someone who does. Someone who's about to blow this thing wide open. Me! Blackout!
I don't know why, but the slowed down music just feels ominous.
It's the morning of the village fete, thanks to theatrical convention.
I sure hope everything goes to plan. Oh, look! There's Mrs. Craven setting up her cake stall.
And look, there's the motorcycle display team setting up for a show that will be far too expensive for live television.
I'm going to set up the coconut shy. What are you doing, Vicar?
First, I'm running the tombola. Then, I'll be selling forgiveness for money.
Aren't you judging the jams?
I couldn't possibly.
Well, that sounded like Mrs. Craven. Looks like someone sucked all the jam out of her donuts.
I mean, personally,
Struck again!
Whatever are we to do?
Although I'm very competent.
personally, I'm not a
I
fan of
have
jam
no
in
idea how to
donuts.
solve this case.
I guess we'll just have to cancel the fete.
Hold it right there, ferret.
Me? Have you been drinking from the fire extinguishers again?
Not you, the vicar.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Admit it. You wanted the village fete cancelled so you could have the day off.
The chocolate-filled ones are the best.
I already have to work Sundays. I shouldn't have to work 2 days a week.
But how did you know?
Well, my first clue was the smell.
Yes, I do smell of urine.
Next, I noticed that the vicar's tongue was particularly dry, almost as if he'd been licking
Vanilla-filled
thousands and
donuts are
thousands
excellent as
of
well.
stamps.
Or perhaps eating Mrs. Craven's baking.
Which brings me on to my third clue. The vicar said that he had no more room for jam.
Almost as if he'd had his fill.
Precisely.
But you managed to figure it all out from that?
Well, I also found this at the scene.
That proves nothing. No!
Get him out of here, officer!
You did it, Captain. You could say you ferreted him out.
Boo!
Hey, come on. Let's go and have a party in my massive garden. I am doing well.
Thanks to you, we're all doing well.
That was it, the final ever episode of the Notice Board, and what a way to end it. Thank you as always to Jeff, Philippa and Tommy. After the break, we'll be both dancing and learning, so don't change that channel. We'll be right back.
There goes the tape.
The ads. Well done, everybody.
Wow! What a brilliant run, eh? After party at my place, eh?
What advert is this, Alex? I don't remember passing it for broadcast. I think you made a mistake there.
Oh, I'm very sorry, boss.
The sausage!
You've probably seen me on the news
Hey, you!
about advance
You coming to the after party?
and how progressive their policies are. Well, I was wrong. And I'm here tonight to say
I got an E for that?
One last push, Alex. We're closing in. One of the guests in the last section is working with us. You'll be asked to censor on our behalf. If you do it right, the final orders will be given. We'll get 3 chances. Get at least 2 of them right, and we're going to win this thing. It's happening, Alex. Tonight we take it back.
I always envied my friends.
I'm actually quite annoyed about that.
Over the years, my jealousy grew. So when Advance came to power, I didn't think about the damage they would do.
I don't like that they have an approved book club.
I was glad to see the rich punished. I didn't see how backwards Advance were. I didn't understand that rather than tearing down the wealth creators, we should have been helping everyone else to take a seat at their table. Under Advance, the country is poorer. It is poorer in ambition. It is poorer in aspiration. We are infantilized by Advance's naive policies.
Very much the opposite of a banned book
Policies
club.
born
Yeah.
from
Mum, I'm really not supposed to say.
absurd,
Hi,
redistributive
I'm Maddie.
fantasies.
Johnny just said to ask if you need a touch-up.
I have hoarded myself out to the media to defend
That's
the
my shade, is it?
indefensible.
Yeah.
This is
I
my
have
shade.
betrayed my parents. I see that now. Mum, Dad,
You can run back to
I'm
Johnny
sorry. Our only hope.
Sorry about that, Sarah.
So harsh of
The
Megan.
only hope
At all, like at all. They said no one's
now
died, that's all I can
lies
say.
10
with
seconds.
Disrupt.
What's wrong with you?
She is in tears.
Ugh.
Going in 5, 4.
Welcome back to the National Nightly News. Later in this segment, we're hoping to be able to go back to Patrick Bannon at the scene of tonight's shocking
Oh
disrupt
crap, it's
attack.
this bit.
But first, I'm delighted to be joined by the cast of the smash hit musical everyone is talking about. I'll be speaking with the cast in a moment, but first, let's take a look at them in action. Please give a warm National Nightly welcome to the Novaries.
Hello? Doctor? Yes, I see. Thank you for letting me know. I have a decent life. I'm a happy, loving wife. And my job is well paid and fulfilling. I have a husband, John. He's due home soon, won't be long. And I have to tell him something that is absolutely chilling. We share coffee in the morning, and we make love every day. We take time alone together to talk and laugh and play. We prioritize our needs. We do charitable deeds. But the flowers of a happy life are now beset by me.
I'm home.
Oh, darling John. Oh, dearest John. There's something very wrong. I've just had a conversation with our doctor, David Wong, so please be seated. This news will make you feel defeated. The scans revealed a lump.
You poor unlucky chump. Is it cancer?
Worse, oh, John. We're having a baby.
How can this be?
Oh, woe is me.
Why has this happened to me? I always wear 2 condoms for the maximum of
Safety in our tiny flat. We built a peaceful habitat. Now our lives are fucked. We're having a baby. Now you can't have any wine at book club.
And there won't be any time for foot rubs.
Now your hair will stink of weed.
And you'll start to disagree.
And forget about that holiday in Territory 3.
No more waking up at 10:30.
In fact, you're never going to get a good night's sleep again. No more snap decisions to go on to a club. You'll be lucky if you even make it out to the pub. Why can't we be more like our gay and lesbian chums?
The only glue they have to deal with comes from personal bums.
Now when I take a sick day at home,
The parasite won't leave you alone.
how he's grown.
We're our top priority.
I look after you, and you look after me. Ain't no trouble and strife. We got a childless life. No one wails and no one walls. No one draws things on the walls.
A happy husband.
A wonderful wife.
We got a childless life.
Oh dear.
Having a baby. We're having a baby. Changing napkins daily. We're having a baby. No more weekends by the coast.
You're having a good time with it, Jordan, then.
Is uppermost. It's more than a passing craze to have childless days. We're having a baby and drinking.
Song speaks to your soul.
Death trap
Hey, that's Adora. How's it going? Thanks for coming along. You've joined in at quite an interesting time in the game.
We're having a baby. No more stars and no more. We're having a baby. 18 years old, Bill Sadly. Time for a whole.
So this is a game called Not for Broad. Hold on. Let me pause it so you can actually hear me properly. This is Not for Broadcast. This is a game where we run the news, and we have a visible impact on the overall climate of the country. In the course of this story, what have we done? We've done news interviews. One of our presenters got arrested. The government nukes 4 countries. And now we've currently got a musical about being child-free. So, yeah, there's a lot that goes on in this game. So I'm having to manage cutting the cameras and keeping the audience engaged. Yeah, the game is a bit of a lot. This is my last stream of it. It's all good. It's a weird one to drop into the middle of.
Amazing. The Novaries there, treating us to their opening number from Energy for a Childless Life, which is currently the hottest ticket in the
Oh, and
capital
don't mind the
city
sounds of gunfire and explosions coming from outside the window.
Right then, come on you guys, come on down, let's go, don't be shy. Hello. Hi Megan. It's an honour to be here. Oh really, are you fans of the show? Yes, used to be. Well, listen, let's get stuck in. Your amazing musical. Now, I mean, not only...
Right, this is going to be a bit hairy to cut, so I might be a bit quiet for this bit.
Matinees on Wednesday and Saturday.
Right, but you're also the show's creators, am I right?
Well, everyone contributed their ideas, and then some of us went away and did the actual work on the script. But no, it's very much a team effort.
Oh, that's fantastic. How rude of me. I've not introduced any of you. I'll be the one being replaced next. Let's go down the line, shall we?
Hi, I'm Jack. Hi,
Jim Blunt. Pleasure to be here.
Keep an eye on Jim, he's awesome.
Hello, I'm John Sapley. Used to be in the business professionally.
My name's Jill, with a J.
And I'm Janet. I'm the youngest.
That's incredible. And you were all friends previously. I mean, what a coincidence, right? With your names beginning with a J. With your names beginning with a J.
Oh my goodness, guys! Our names all begin with J.
How have we never noticed?
It's fine, don't worry about it.
Because you haven't typed them out 1,000 times?
You knew? Why didn't you say anything?
I thought we all knew. It's bloody obvious, isn't it? I just thought we were doing a funny thing where we never mentioned it.
And I believe, as well as being friends, you're also couples. In real life as well as in the show.
Well, not exactly.
I'm not married to him. I'm with Janet.
And I'm with John, you lucky bean.
Jim and I are married.
4 fabulous years.
Well, that must make for some confusion in the rehearsal room.
Well, you should have seen the first draft. Jen decided that Jack would play Jim, I would play Jack. Jen, Janet.
So how's your day going, Dasadora?
Janet, Jill.
I've got a bit of a lull now.
John.
Well, my character was originally just called Man 1.
It was
Man 1.
allegorical.
It was very confusing.
Not for a professional.
Too much doing and throwing.
It is Friday indeed. Got a nice weekend lined up?
Gin and tonic.
We decided that we just
Just
use
about
our
got
own
that.
names, which is less truthful.
We're also less likely to go into the wrong dressing rooms.
Oh, lazy weekend sounds good.
Of course, when I first wrote it, we were only meant to run for a few nights at the Nimbley Village Hall, but when I registered it with the Department for Culture, it caught the eye of someone high up, and before you could say overnight sensation, we were transferring to the capital.
It's all been a bit of a roller coaster, really. I'm only 19. I'm the youngest.
You really don't have to repeat that.
I had to give up my job as a mortuary technician.
Well, yes, we all had to move to the capital.
I love that job.
It's been a very turbulent time.
So peaceful. No singing. So peaceful.
This piece isn't.
Stand by, Alex. Censor the orange.
It's about children and why you shouldn't have them.
In a way, I guess it is political, with a small p. After all, we are a solid unit, and eagle-eyed audience members will see we nod our heads to advance on stage throughout, and we target the messaging at women aged 22, well, about 35, as they're the most likely to be afflicted by this terrible problem.
Terrible problem.
Having children.
You understand, Megan.
You clearly agree.
This isn't about me. Of course, we see that there are advantages to a family unit.
Okay, so what I'm doing here is I'm censoring to get a message out to the rebellion.
There's no time to play the guitar, get through a book, or watch a movie. They're exhausted, passed out on the couch by 20 to 9, for God's sake.
You're very chatty tonight, dear.
Usually I'm the chatty one.
Because you're the youngest, we know. It's not a badge of honour, Janet.
Janet, please, Jennifer. Oh, well said, John. Thanks, Janet. Got you back.
So could you just tell us what is the play about? What happens in it?
Well,
go ahead.
It's a tragedy, obviously.
Oh,
Jennifer.
there we go. I think we got through the
and John
most
have their
intense bit that we need to, which is just getting stuff censored.
The downfall of their hopes and dreams.
And there's lots of singing.
I'm dancing.
A lot.
My character works at a menu centre for a distribution unit. Eagle-eyed, she sees her friend's rapid advance to a pit of despair. Becoming a target for children's TV advertising at the age of 22, she decides to take drastic action. I can't really say more, though. I probably said too much already.
Let's not spoil the second act for anyone who might come to see it.
There we go. Got it.
Which should be all of you. For too long, we've been told that a life without children is somehow incomplete.
Right.
That children
I think I
are
got away with that. I might get hauled over the coals
I've
tomorrow.
done the research, and they're not. Besides, there's already loads of bastards running around all over the place. So.
Oh,
We
crap.
just want people
Missed
to
that.
have the option of a happy, child-free life without stigma. You know, when I was 14, before I had come out, I had an experience with a girl called Julia Jacobs. She was an experiment, I guess, you know, a chance to dip my toes into the...
Fascinating. Well, thank you all so much for coming in tonight. I really hope you keep them dancing in the aisles for many performances to come. The no freestyle. And I am pleased to say we can now go back to Patrick Bannon to get the latest from the scene of tonight's horrific events. Patrick, are you okay?
Thank you, Megan.
Right, here we are from the scene of the attack earlier.
Reporting from the scene of tonight's devastating and symbolic attack tonight this evening. An attack which I myself have found myself caught up in. I'm still a little dazed and a little deaf, Megan.
Yeah, don't worry about the
You'll
explosions,
forgive
it's
me
fine.
If I seem that it's time to speak with the Prime Minister, Mrs. Salisbury, that's you. You're still here. The Prime Minister.
I couldn't leave. Not when there were people that needed help. Any team player would have done the same. I don't deserve praise for being human. I don't deserve praise
Yes, no accolades here. Or palisades. Or lemonade. Right. Or lemonade. So, is the situation now? Are we safe? Is the situation now? Are we safe?
Yes. The security services performed their duties without hesitation, and I would like to assure the public that although there have been some injuries, there were no civilian deaths here this evening.
Oh, that's good news about the Sorry, did you say no deaths?
That's right. No civilian deaths. Just the 4 disrupt terrorists curtailed by law enforcement, who were, as always, so cohesive. If I may, I have a message for your viewers.
Of course, the camera. There's the speak there on the camera there. Speak there on the camera.
Stay at home tonight. Stay at home. Do not become another casualty of war.
Ah,
Have had their moment.
one of the buildings is smoking.
But, as the dear departed Peter Clements once famously said, it ends today. It ends
Thank you, Prime Minister, for those strong words of strength. Back to the studio. Megan now in studio with Megan.
That was a
Wolf
big one.
now.
Patrick Bannon there, bravely reporting from the front line of tonight's horrifying bombing. Maybe you need to get checked out, Patrick. Well, that brings us to the end of tonight's National Nightly News. But before we go, tonight's National Nightly News.
Victory is in sight, my friends. You have mobilized. You have come together. From our agents at the television networks risking arrest and getting those words to you, to the many hundreds and thousands gathering to invade team headquarters. As I speak, we are turning the tide, and it is time for change. Tonight we topple their regime, and we also silence their mouthpiece, Channel 1. Time to wake up.
Out from the shadows, and they are not the overwhelming force they would have you believe. The military have been actioned, and well,
Oh dear.
it's scary out there tonight. So stay at home and stay with Channel 1, because the team has assured this programme that the turbulence will soon be over, and we can once again focus our minds on building the new future with equality, fairness, and resources for all. My name is Megan Wolf. Let's make tomorrow better.
And run the ad.
We've done it, Alex. Tonight is the beginning of the fall of advance. Fighter jet, 11 o'clock.
We got one.
Charges reached, sir. Permission to detonate. Permission granted, old friend. We are going to detonate. Look out your window, Alex. See what you helped make happen.
There's the kaboom, Wiley. That didn't go as well as I hoped it would. Oh, I can afford coffee now. That's good. Okay, Advance are still upset with me, so we gotta sweeten things up with Advance for a bit. It's all balancing act. You arrive at work a little early, despite a stressful journey in. You still aren't quite sure of everything that happened, though if the swarm of CCOs all over the building is anything to go by, this isn't just a Channel 1 matter. This is confirmed when you are informed you need to speak to Boseman immediately and are escorted to his office. You sit nervously outside, waiting for your boss. A few minutes later, the boss man arrives, dishevelled and with a stern-looking CCO in tow. Ah yes, Winston, good. This is Specialist Ables. She'll be observing this interview. Please come inside and take a seat. The ruddy-faced man bustles into his office and leaves the door open for you to follow. The few times you've been here before, it was immaculate, with everything in its proper place. Not so today. Must be serious for Boseman to be this flustered. So Alex, do you know why you're here today? Boseman's eyes are sharp, and his gaze is fixed on your face from across the desk. Ables is standing behind you, out of sight, but definitely not out of mind. So, how do we want to play this team? Because clearly we're going to be asked about our involvement in everything. So, how do we want to do this? We can either say, no, not really, no, I wasn't involved with anything that happened yesterday. I assume to do with what happened with Disrupt last night. So yes, how are we going to play this? Denial may be more dangerous. Yeah, I mean, like, he's asked us why we're here today, and then we go, not really, no, I wasn't involved with anything that happened yesterday. What makes you think we're talking about yesterday? Nothing, boss. Yeah. Denial might make us look guilty. Second option, you're not admitting anything, but you know what it's about. Yeah, exactly. Does anybody else have any advance on the second option? Ha, advance. Pun not intended. Alright, I'm going to go with, I assume to do with what happened with Disrupt last night. What happened last night was nothing short of the culmination of the heinous and outrageous campaign of terror that Disrupt have been reaping on this nation and its territories. Boastman shoots a glance behind you to your left where your CCO observer is standing. And it is, of course, our duty to root out this rot wherever we find it to prevent anything like last night ever happening again. I've been asked by Advance to perform interviews with all staff members and will be submitting a personal review of your performance, both during the incident in question and throughout your time here. This can only end well. Shoots you a quick smile. Don't worry, it'll all be fine. Arranging some papers, Boastman clears his throat and begins. Obviously, a lot happened last night and I have a number of interviews to conduct today, so I'd rather none of them take any longer than necessary. Please be brief, concise and clear in your answers. You nod. So let's start at the beginning of the broadcast and work our way through. After the attack at the memorial, you seem to portray the terrorists in quite a sympathetic light. Why? I showed what was happening. The news, that's our job, right? I did what I felt was right in a very stressful situation. Ugh, this feels like a poison chalice. What do we think, team? Second one. Okay. I did what I felt was right in a very stressful situation. Yes, of course, and with everything in flux, you weren't to know what would happen next. Certainly did the best you could, Alex. You always do. Ah, legend! Boastman scribbled some notes down, the noise of his pen scratching into the notepad, punctuated only by the constant tick-tock of his ornate clock. Hopefully this will all be over soon. Reviewing the broadcast, we noticed something a little odd about a particular camera choice. It was while everyone else was talking. Where did I put it? Ah, yes, here we are. Do you recognise this? With a flourish, Boastman produces the leaflet from the notice board and places it on the desk in front of you. I honestly didn't even notice it was there. I assumed it was just part of the set. Why else would it have been there and on camera? Ooh. So this is when we zoomed in on the Disrupt logo. I think the first one would be the better response here, because if we go with the second, it means we saw it and we chose to put it up. I'm going to go, I honestly didn't even notice it was there. Well, that makes sense. You aren't responsible for maintaining the set. You can only assume that what's there is meant to be after all. You get the feeling that at least some of the above was for the benefit of the CCO in the room. Thank you, Alex, and for Abel's benefit. You're so loyal. Not exactly subtle there. Thank you, Postman. Thank you! There was one thing we noted during the finale of the notice board. Postman picks up some notes on the other side of his desk. You seem to play an odd choice of sound effects relatively early on. Now, the script was expecting laughs, but for all three you chose to play boos. Why did you do that? I'm sorry, I was under the impression that I could pick freely. Did that change? I felt they were the most appropriate choices. Art is subjective after all. Have you ever, had a screwdriver that you're using to set off a mouse trap and you're just waiting for it to go off? That's how I feel right now. I think I felt they were appropriate choices. Art is subjective after all. I'm going to go with that, yeah. Well, of course, obviously we want all of our shows here at Channel 1 to be as successful as possible, and we allow our staff a significant degree of autonomy. I'm sure no one would try to fault you for simply having a different sense of humour. See, Boseman is frowning as he writes this, clearly not convinced by his own words. Maybe he likes you more than you thought. How many other people would he be interviewing today? Towards the end of the show, there appear to be some issues with the sensor equipment. At this point, Boseman pauses for a moment, putting a lid on his pen and placing it carefully on the desk, perpendicular to his notebook. How do you explain the fact you censored perfectly acceptable language during the final segment? There seems to be an issue with the machine. Frank probably forgot to do his checks again. I just do what the display tells me. I don't decide what's supposed to be censored. We've not met Frank. Don't throw him under the bus then, that isn't fair. Yeah, fair enough. I just do what the display tells me, I don't decide what's supposed to be censored. I suppose it's certainly possible the machine could have malfunctioned. Much more likely than the malfunctioning of such a competent employee. We'll make sure to have maintenance look at it right away. With the price we paid, I expect it to last at least another 20 years, just like the last one. Boseman chuckles. How many questions do we have to answer? At this point, Boseman took out a pair of glasses and placed them somewhat delicately on the end of his nose, and the portly man leaned forward to examine his notes in detail. Now, obviously we expect the odd bit of interference here and there, unavoidable, however. Paused, turning the page at an agonising pace. Interference is not the same as terrorist propaganda. Would you care to explain how quite so much of their messaging found its way onto our airwaves? The machine's been... With everything else going on, I just didn't realise until it was too late. The machine's been out of date for years, even the last update didn't make life any easier. I mean, if we're just throwing up our hands and saying, yeah, like, we made mistakes, rather than being like, oh, this equipment didn't work properly, oh, this equipment didn't work properly, that's kind of a thing. It kind of looks better on us, I think, because we're taking responsibility, but there was so much going on. So, yeah, I'm just going to... With everything else going on, I just didn't realise until it was too late. At the corner of your eye, you note Specialist Ables is visibly more attentive, awaiting your boss's response. It's certainly true that accidents happen, and with the various stresses of last night's broadcast, I don't think anyone could begrudge you a slight drop in attention. Boseman smiles warmly at you as Ables returns to their passive stance. You offer a strange smile back. A loud creak breaks the growing silence as Boseman leans in his chair. Tape of that poor Miss Brightman. Why did you play it? Help me understand. Why play that tape? As you meet his gaze, you're almost surprised to see an earnest concern in the old man's eyes. There's no way we come out of this question looking good. That's the one thing. Good luck. Oh, thanks. You've been like helping guide my hand on the rudder for this. The minute the cork pops out the bottom, Tam's just like, I'm out. Jumps off the side of the boat. Referee. You'd go with the first, to be honest. Yeah, I think that as well. I was worried what Disrupt might do if I didn't play it. Watch Boseman slowly clean his glasses before answering. Well, at the end of the day, you chose to do it, Alex. I don't know if I'd have done the same in your shoes, but I think it's clear enough you thought it was the right thing to do, and that's all we can ask of you. Clears his throat and leans forward again, a smile once again on his face. I believe that's all I had for you anyhow. God, it's over. I think that's all the information we need for now. Thank you. Could we have the room, please? The last is to the CCO, who begrudgingly accepts, and you hear the door close behind her. Look, Alex, I don't know how involved you were last night, and frankly, I don't want to know. But honestly, it doesn't look good. I've done what I can because I like you. I can't promise it'll be enough. Best just go home for now. There's no work for you until we get this new satellite tower up anyway. As you leave, you could almost swear... As you leave, you see what you could almost swear is sympathy in the old man's eyes. Back to normal. We had Boseman on side. Boseman had our back. Okay, I think we got away with that. A banquet for some. It's your anniversary, and this year you've got a plan. a week away could be just what the doctor ordered for you and Sam, but it won't be cheap. It's more than you'd normally spend, but Sam's worth every penny. I mean, we could just go from being able to afford coffee back down again, but it's for our partner. And let's face it, their sibling's dead. Like, let's try and do something nice for them, I think. Yeah? We're back to broke-ass poor! The last time you went away, it was an amazing weekend together, and this time's going to be even better. And what better way to start it off than by going all out and cooking a nice meal from scratch? Fancy. Sam's going to love it. It should be here any minute. You've even had time to single-handedly clean the entire house, floor to ceiling. It took hours, but Sam will appreciate it, and that's all that matters. You hear keys in the lock and put the final touches in place. As Sam steps into the hallway, you're waiting in the doorway to the kitchen, dressed to the nines and acting as nonchalant as possible. Alex, what's all this? Oh my god, did you clean? What's that smell? They give you a quick kiss as they step past you into the kitchen, where the banquet is laid out, candles lit, with Susie and Charlie standing quietly grinning. Oh my god, Alex. Happy anniversary, Sam. Happy anniversary, comes the chorus from your two cheerleaders, as Sam turns to you smiling with tears in their eyes. Alex, it's perfect. Sam rushes over and kisses you softly, only breaking off when you get a less than subtle cough from Charlie. My band have their first gig this weekend, Charlie blurts out. And how do you feel about being grandparents, Susie continues. What did you just say? Kidding, I'm kidding. Though it might be sooner than you think, Susie laughs as Sam grabs the doorframe for support. Come on, you promised me takeaway and a movie at yours, Charlie nudges his sister. Sure, of course. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a great evening. With that, the two of you are left alone. You pull out Sam's chair for them. Why, thank you, Sam says, taking a seat and grinning at you. Sounds like the kids are keeping busy. They shake their head as you take your own seat opposite them. Tomorrow, for now, you really didn't have to do all this, Alex. I know, I wanted to. I love you, Sam. I love you too, they breathe, admiring the panoply of food you prepared for them. Now, where on earth do I begin? They laugh as you pour the first glass of champagne of the evening. You're very lucky to have such a wonderful family. Who could ask for more? Yeah, what is it? Alex, Sam, and Chris are all listed as non-binary, so that you can make your decisions on that front, and the children are the only characters in your family who are gendered. Uh-oh. Game Blastinator, thank you very much for the follow. This next bit might be a bit upsetting for people. Jerry is my favourite. Welcome to Team Jeremy, Game Blastinator. You're in good hands. Jeremy lives, by the way. Sam's call had been brief but urgent. Susie was in hospital and asked both of you to come. Boseman was surprisingly understanding, telling you to leave work immediately. You'd expected at least some hesitation. When you ask at the front desk, they direct you to Susie's room. You run up the 2 flights of stairs and along the corridor until you find the right room. Another one? That's what, 5? The 2 nurses outside cut themselves off as you brush past into the room. Sam is at your daughter's bedside speaking with a doctor. Susie is in a medical gown. Both faces are streaked with tears. What's wrong? What happened? The doctor looks sympathetically towards you as you move to put your arms around the pair of them. Susie should be fine after some time to rest. However, I'm afraid we were unable to save the baby. Sam hugs Susie as your daughter breaks down into tears. Oh, God. I know this is hard to hear right now, but it looks like it could be difficult, if not impossible, for you to conceive. Again, I'm terribly sorry, and if you have any questions at all, I'll be just outside. The 3 of you are left alone in the room, hugging tight as if that could somehow fix this. Your poor little girl. You wish there was something you could do. Anything. But there isn't. For now, all you can do is hold her close and protect your daughter as best you can. The sucker punches this game throws at you, by the way. A job down. Everything's ready. You and Sam have been trying to watch Bullet Man for years, but you missed it in the cinemas and it was never seemed to be in stock when one of you went up to pick up the VHS. Now you're just waiting for them to get home so you can start. You hear the front door open as you put a bowl of popcorn on the coffee table. We're all ready to go, get your butt in here. Sam comes in with a vacant stare, ignoring both film and snacks as they sit down next to you. have to actually nudge them to break their stupor. Sam, what is it? I've just been let go from work. Sam is just staring into space. Apparently there just isn't a need for 2 nursery teachers anymore. Not enough children, so they can't justify the expense. I am so sorry, it'll be okay. You'll find another place. No, you don't get it. There just isn't that demand for younger years teachers anymore. Not just here, anywhere. I don't know what I'm going to do, what we're going to do. Pulls Sam into a hug. I know things are tough, but we'll think of something. How, Alex? We're barely scraping by as it is, and now... Sam starts to sob. We're going to have to sell the house. I can't see any other option. We've got too many debts to pay. If that's what we have to do, fine. It's only the 2 of us living here now anyway. I suppose you're right. Still, I hate the idea of losing this place. Think of everything that happened here, Alex. They fall silent thinking. Eventually you start the film, but neither of your hearts are in it. Too busy thinking about the future. Still, a house isn't everything. It's the people who make it a home. Home's where the heart is, after all. Next broadcast. See, Clement, although he's such a loud, sweary arsehole, if you play through certain routes, you actually discover he's a lot more morally sound than you'd expect. The sterility. 3 years since the uprising. Oh, hey, boss.
For tonight, nothing major to report. Certainly isn't anything you can't handle. Still, at least my daughter's in for advanced new initiative.
Oh,
that should
right.
liven things up a bit here. Keep up the good work.
After the birth of their unexpectedly large family. At 9:15, it's What Music is Best, a rundown of the top-selling songs across the territories. Expect catchy tunes and scenes of an inappropriately sexual nature.
Oh, yay! Scenes of an inappropriately sexual nature.
Julia's diary, where the ever-popular Prime Minister reads extracts from her diary in front of a warm fire. Then, at 10:30, it's the latest episode of our drama series, Betterment, which tells the inspirational story of Emily Dennisworth and the brave doctors and technicians struggling.
And this is Jenny. She's the floor manager.
Hi, Stacey.
That's Colin. He, do you know, just don't talk to Colin.
Not getting involved and bring your daughter to work, Colin?
Nah, we don't believe in it.
All right, come and sit next to Mum.
Believe in what?
Just days.
How did it all go so right? That's followed by the territory.
Atta girl.
10 seconds, everybody.
Monday's a myth.
That explains so much.
Monday should be a myth.
5, 4.
All right, ready on you, Megan, and cue.
Good evening and welcome to the NNN. I'm Megan Wolfe. And who's this, you might be wondering? Well, it's Bring Your Daughter to Work Day here at Channel 1. So I'm joined tonight by my foster daughter, Stacey. Say hello, Stacey.
Go fuck yourself.
All right then, here are the stories that matter to you. First up, with Advance confirming that the nuclear fallout from the 20-week war is to blame for the drop in birth rates across the territories, we asked you what keeps you going.
Ah,
I know
yes.
that I, for one, was quite
Those
disappointed
nukes
when I heard about
had a
this,
bit more of an
but
impact
all
than we
your submissions
expected.
have really put the smile back on my face. This is from Drew in Humberset. To take our minds off things, me and my partner have been building this house for our hamster. It really does distract us from thinking about the 85% sterility rate. So next week, we're building Nibbles a tiny conservatory, a loft conversion, and a holiday
Forgot
home.
that was the percentage.
Thank you for that. And if you've started a new hobby, do write in and tell us about it. Next up, you know how we love your uncanny comestible coincidences, and I don't know about you, but I think this one really takes the biscuit. I'm not sure what I'm more impressed by, Stacey. The things our viewers spot, or the unbelievable way our menu centres are now able to feed every team member every single day. Greg from Poddington has sent us this lovely photo of their breakfast. saying,
Staged.
I couldn't
It's
bring myself to eat
fake.
my toast this morning because I could swear it bore the spitting image of the great Julia Salisbury's relatable face. So I had to make do with a plate of butter and 2 spoonfuls of jam. Do keep those coming in. Go on, have a go. We've just got time for one more of your stories, and this one is an inspiring story of rehabilitation. That's it, just tell us who it's from. Yeah, and then read it out. Okay.
Apparently, this is
All right, there we go.
Sherry Intendant. Here I am, just 6 months out of Betterment. I'm healthy, sober and working thanks to the facilities I had access to on the inside. I'll never have to go back to my old life of stealing cars and burning down charity shops. I just wanted to share.
We absolutely love hearing the way our neighbours and team members have been able to become better.
Yeah, I know.
Let us know your stories here. You can do this bit, Stacey.
No, you're right.
Come on, give it a try.
Let us know your stories here at the NNN.
And cue. I tell you what, Tam, if you go to my YouTube channel, !YouTube, all the VODs are going to be there as well, so you'll be able to see some of the other runs.
Selected when and what to use. Simple stuff. Just follow your government orders.
Yes, boss. Because I don't know what kind of ending we're going to get.
First up tonight on the NNN, it's time to celebrate this week's team lottery winners live from the Shakespeare Theatre.
I'd love to see the
right here in
outtakes from this
capital.
as
We're
well.
going to hand over to Julia Salisbury. I suppose you don't think much of her either, eh, Stacey?
She's got a lot more going for her than you wankers.
Okay. Surprising vote of approval.
Oh yeah,
there from
awards
Stacey.
ceremony.
Let's go live to that right now.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to this week's Team Awards. Of all the many duties I have as team leader, this is by far the most pleasant. As I so often say to you, the uneven past is now following...
I might actually reach out to the devs and say, hey, have you got any outtakes?
This
Oh.
is the new future. And I say to you, it's better now. I am delighted to be joined here tonight by one of the oldest people in Territory 1. He was born over 107 years ago. Please give a warm team welcome to Alfie Tatchbadger.
I was going to say, until they said he, I was going to say I didn't realise I got my sister on here.
You must have seen
Oh, she'd get me so much for that one.
What have been some of the highlights? Alfie? Alfie? Is he all right? Is he all right?
His hearing aid isn't turned on.
Could you turn it on?
He says it drains the battery.
Well, will you tell him that we'll buy him a brand new battery after the presentation?
Yeah, he says that's fine then. Yeah, he says that's fine then. And I will help him with that, yeah.
If you would. Sorry, can't get the staff.
We got it.
So, Alfie. What? You're 107 years old.
Oh, don't bloody remind me.
Would you like to tell the audience what that's like?
Well, where is everybody?
Out there, in the dark. Oh, bless him, it's not just the ears.
Ageist much?
Who are you? 2 sugars, please.
I'm Julia Salisbury, the Prime Minister.
I love this story. Who are you really?
No, I really am the Prime Minister.
Oh, so you're a you know,
a woman.
Yes, a woman. One of
Women
them.
can do anything men can do these days, Alfie.
Oh, can you piss standing up?
I can't say I've ever tried.
No, I didn't think so.
I'm surprised we didn't get asked to censor that.
Not too much milk.
Shall we get to the awards, Alfie?
Oh, aren't you going to ask me about my life?
Well, I'm not sure we have enough time left now for that.
When I was 9,
Sophie!
I wanted a pet, so I asked me mum and pap.
There was no television then, back then, you know. We made our own entertainment out of coal and roadkill.
Well, that's fascinating.
So they got me a pet, see? But it weren't a dog. They told me it were a dog, but it were a stone.
A stone?
Yes. So I called it Patch, which was a popular name for a dog back then on account of the king having a patchy face. And I decided to introduce him to pretty little Gertie Thimble, who lived up the road.
Oh, how romantic.
She threw my dog in the river. That was the day I decided I'd never marry.
And that's the secret to your long life?
Oh no, I've been married 7 times, divorced 8. There was a mix-up with number 3, see? Yes, I'm just lucky. Are we going back to the home soon?
Soon, Alfie. First, let's turn to the reason we're all here. The weekly territory.
Oh, I'm not looking forward to that little prick towards the end.
First up tonight is a lady who really knows how to put in the extra hours. She works at a transition centre in Hamble-Bamblebury, and she has single-handedly allowed more families to unburden each other than any other nurse in Territory 1.
Ugh.
In the uneven paths, she'd have been locked up. Tonight,
hate that.
she is being honoured as a team player. Please welcome Daphne Snister.
Oh, I missed the applause.
Are you here to change me?
Just give her a medal, Alfie. There's a good boy.
Doctor, I mean, 2 sugars, please. And don't let it steep too long.
I think you're supposed to give me one of those.
Well,
There he goes, look.
I can't get the arms up any higher than that. You'll have to go down, love.
Thank God those fractious times are behind us, and now the territories are thriving.
Are we in? As the actor said to the bishop.
Yes, thank you. I've got it from here.
Well done. Daphne Snister, everybody. Now, open your envelope and find out what you've won. Don't hold back there.
Oh, she wasn't hesitating there.
There's homemade Eccles cakes.
Got it.
Catch you later, Tam. Have fun.
I won a holiday for 2 in Territory 15. Used to be called San Palmerino, didn't it?
I believe it did, yes.
Why couldn't we have stuck with that then? It's easier to remember.
We're all one nation now.
Hang on a minute. Isn't it still on fire?
Daphne Snister, everyone.
Oh, what about my change? I've been in these wide fronts for 3 days now.
We'll get to that, Alfie.
Well, that's a little bit grim.
Next up tonight is a couple from Farnley who, after a rocky start losing their family's ill-gotten gains to the Assets and Wealth Act, have really embraced the new future, setting up a community farm and petting zoo in their local area for all the local children to play. Please welcome Otho and Lobelia, Jackson Randy Gannett.
Randy Gannett.
Medals, Alfie.
You know, when I was in the trenches, I had a pal called Scotty Wilson. He was from way up north, so I didn't understand a bloody word he said. But he were my best mate.
Shouldn't describe them herself.
Probably for the best.
And his best mate was Smudger Hayes. There was them two, Fiddly Eric, Unstable Terry, and of course, Leggy Sidney. She were a girl. But she had a boy's name, so they shipped her to the front anyway. First girl any of us has ever seen close up. She's dead now. They all are. Smudger and Scotty never made it home. Fiddly got shanked in Frankworth prison in argument over an olive. And Terry, he exploded quietly at home.
How do you explode quietly?
Scratched herself to death. It makes you think.
Thanks, Alfie. Great contribution. So, Omo and Lobelia, a petting zoo.
After we lost all our wealth, we
Well, after we lost all our
we
wealth.
never even owned a pony. So we decided to do something about it. That's the type of people we are, you see. Advantage of a private education, probably.
Well, I'm sure we could debate that all night, but there's no time. So, let's see what you've won. Yes,
The humour is quite excellent in this.
Absolutely. Every citizen of the new future has my ear.
When advance came to power, you took all of our wealth. You took the shirts off of our backs.
Quite literally, in my case, I used to collect shirts.
You might as well have the rest of it, too.
Oh, security!
Oh God, not again. If I've said it once, I've said it 1,000 times. Bennies and the news are not good bedfellows. Keep those flappy bits off my channel, Alex.
Don't worry, Boastman, I got it.
And you are? Oh, no.
Got to go. It isn't right and it isn't fair.
You tell him, girl. That's my wife, you know. Oh, no, you don't.
You can't mix pearls with swine. It isn't right. We used to have 3 horses, sent into Bethel and hung well. And now what have we got? 2 mangy goats, 1 mongrel dog called Kenneth, and a rooster that won't bloody shut up!
Can we get this over quickly with, please?
As the actress said to the bishop. Oh, here we go again. Hello, Alfie Tadge-Badger. Pleased to meet you.
Stop them!
Oh, don't worry, love.
I got that to broadcast.
Protect ya. Oh, 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 oh.
You better break that what he knows.
You know, this reminds me of when I was in my 20s and we go to the promenade at Shining on Sea and watch all the pretty girls on the beach. Everything was black and white then, of course. We'd visit the Penny Arcade and try to win a block of lard to take home for the family. You couldn't buy lard in those days. You had to win it.
That's a win lard.
It was so much simpler back then. Boys were boys, girls were girls. Everyone else was recruited by the circuses. There were loads of them, you see, circuses, with their big tents and their candy floss. You'd hear the music, the pipe organ, drifting over the nearby fields. My mum used to call it the most magical sound in the world. This was before she lost her hearing after giving a particularly loud round of applause. Did you ever go to the circus?
What's that, Alfie?
The circus, don't mind. Yeah, just a tea, pet.
2 sugars.
Well, that was an unexpected dose of naked nostalgia. Some people simply can't let go of the past. That's why I look in joy and fervent admiration at the younger generation. So cohesive, such a team. And with fertility falling throughout the territories, we should value our fabulous new generation now more than ever. Our final winner tonight is a go-getter who really went and got 'em, helping to root out more than 170 disrupt collaborators in his own neighbourhood. Since then, he's gone on to be a senior cohesion cadet leader and organised all of the entertainment at last year's Camp Cooperation. Our final winner tonight, Edwin Neverlay.
Yeah, because he's going to never lay.
Oh, Alfie Tadge-Badger.
You should be in a transition centre, you old monk. Prime Minister. It's an absolute pleasure to finally meet you. We're very similar, in my opinion.
Well, I've never been much of a role model.
Nonsense.
My God, this kid has a punchable face.
You have fought enemies, foreign and domestic, with 9 fists. As with my own tiny fists have I.
Well, let's open the envelope and find out what you've won. Maybe it'll be a fist enlargement.
This is so blisteringly British in places, it's unreal.
Let's show the fools where they went wrong, eh?
Well, actually, betterment is about rehabilitation, Edwin.
Absolutely.
And given a few swirlies.
We retaliate, just like you did on Liberation Night. Thank you for this award, and stay vigilant. Report the non-cohesives. Be a team player.
That concludes tonight's awards. Join me next week when, hopefully, things will be a lot more normal.
He's still staring down the bloody camera.
Prime Minister Salisbury there at a highly eventful team awards ceremony. Any thoughts on this week's winners, Stacey?
The nurse was fucking scary, the pretties were saggy, and that little prick will never lose his virginity.
Okay. Well, succinctly put there, if a little profane. After the break, we'll be going live to a star.
I wonder what she's saying to him there.
On the red carpet tonight. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this.
There we go.
Oh, Alex, one other... What's that? You're off already? I know you had to take the day off work with uni, but... Oh, I see.
Oh, he said something about Clement.
I'm so sorry, darling. Of course. I'll speak to you later. Oh, Alex, I completely forgot what I was going to say. Last of all, you're lucky your Susie is a key worker and exempt for today.
Control into some kind of tragic comic disaster.
Even as they still refuse to feed their own, but they have
Oh, there's the new tower.
Although they may have scarred our bodies, they will never damage our will.
Are you receiving her?
Are you fucking with us?
Oh, right. So she can swear.
But happiness is everywhere.
D grade, ref. I did my best.
We are producing more and faster.
I'm starting to realise that I may not have time to finish this off on stream.
To focus on our inner lives, for leisure, for art. We have less stress.
So, Patrick and Robin are just going to grab who they can, and then you've got these generic links on your queue to glue it all together.
They do know I have a Queen's U degree in journalism.
Bet you wish you'd studied something useful now, eh?
Let's bring your daughter to work day. What a chat.
Where is our honoured guest?
Sniffing around that boy band. Hot spot.
Heat rash. Hotspot won it last year.
Heat rash. Oh, God, they're running out of names, aren't they?
I hear the computer
Oh,
comes up
boy.
with songs too.
I hate this group.
Oh, there she is, and just in time too. That's 10 seconds, everybody.
What have you been up to?
What's it to you? And we are going in 5, 4, 3.
Welcome back. Stacey's still here.
Wishing she wasn't.
Thanks, Stacey. And in this segment, we're delighted to have sent Robin and Patrick to the movies. Yes, tonight is the world
yeah, we'll see if we get
premiere
anything
of
different
The
on the red carpet.
Automated, starring Lawrence Blunderclatch and the late, great Helena Canterbury Boatshoe. And all the stars are out tonight. We first covered this film almost 5 years ago, back when it was called The Medicated. Then, for mysterious reasons, the film was suddenly pulled the night before its release. Well, since then, executive
There was
producer
something
George
about
Focus
it.
has spent 5 long years polishing the film and turning it into a special
There was something
edition
about it that was a
premiering
reason
tonight,
it got
with
pulled.
extensive state-of-the-art visual effects and a top quality
It was like
voice
foreshadowing
team.
so
George
much
says
of the
it's the
game.
movie he always wanted to make. Now, let's
2,
take a look at it.
1, and roll trailer.
I can't deconstruct it.
Captain?
I can't deconstruct it.
Isn't this like a badly dubbed recut of the same trailer?
You think I don't grow that?
No, Dick, I'll kill you. Think of Saturn.
There's something on your face, Chief Harrison.
Yeah, it's a bad recut of the original trailer.
I wish you were real, baby. Flesh and blood.
Captain Quasar.
But you're just ones and zeros, baby. If only I'd noticed.
Captain Quasar.
You rusted, but I didn't notice.
Captain.
I'm buffering, Dick, you said.
Got one on you.
God damn it, lost it all!
Here's a map.
What's a map?
Okay, so head north on Interstellar Avenue, left at the asteroid belt, and a tricky 3-point turn at Uranus. What are these
Cheeky.
symbols? This corner. This is the key.
We could shut it down.
Yes, we could shut it down. Yes, we could shut it down.
But we have to ask ourselves, who are we?
Right, there we go. That's all sorted out.
Gosh, thrilling stuff. What did you think, Stacey? Thrilling stuff. What did you think, Stacey?
She's doing the smart thing. She's keeping her thoughts to herself.
The robots were all right, I guess. They certainly were. Let's go over to Robin Short now in Western Square, who I believe has got the star of the show. Robin.
You, shall we?
Yes, we are live from Western Square with a man who needs no introduction, Florence Blunderclatch. How has your evening been so far?
Magical. Absolutely magical. My most dear friends all gathered.
Stacey, voice of the people.
Really couldn't ask for much more. Good one.
Well, on that note, with award season just around the corner, are you hoping to add to your collection for a third time?
Well, I really couldn't say. But if the association deigned to honour me for a fourth time, so be it. It's really not for me to say. But let's just say that I know of 3 little gold men who are getting rather lonely.
Absolutely.
Because I've won 3 little awards.
And each more deserved than the last.
Very diplomatic there, Robin.
Your career has gone supersonic in the last couple of years. How's that been?
Well, as I was saying to Stephen only yesterday, that's Stephen Spellman. The Stephen Spellman. Lovely chap. I mean, unbelievable mind. I said, Stephen, you know, this really has been quite the ride. Did you know what he said? He agreed with me.
Wow. And what do you attribute your success to?
Well, if we're talking actual numbers, I'd have to say 60% talent, 30% looks, and 10% passion, brackets general. Not to mention the incredible coverage on election night. That really was the start of it all. That and my own range of sick bags. Lawrence's Chundercatch.
This is Chundercatch.
Wow, who could forget? Well, it's been a delight talking to you, as always. Thank you so much. Well, Patrick Bannon should be with Lil C for a conversation that doesn't involve vomit. Patrick!
Thank you, Robin. Let's hope not. I'm actually joined here by
Billy Bob Jean Short. And surely you recognize my youngest pop
There we go.
sensation, Lil D. Her Lil C Colors album drops next week.
Actually, we were expecting Lil C. Is she?
She's around. She's not been feeling very well. She's put me in charge.
Has she?
Well, the courts have. They gave me stewardship over her estate.
Ah, there's more Britney Spears joke.
Her eternal soul, praise Craglar.
Praise Craglar. Wow. But is she coming just because we've got some questions for her?
Well, she might be along later, but as our legal and spiritual guardian, I'll be happy to answer all any questions on her behalf.
And Lil D, was it? Well, you look great.
Oh, thank you. You know what? I feel great.
Well, who are you wearing?
I'm wearing Little C, and you could be too.
Really?
Little C's new line launches tonight. This is one of my favourite looks. It's called...
Oh, what a unique name!
Hard to spell,
Patrick
guys.
really holding it together there.
Lil C is basically fashion royalty now, with a veritable clothing empire to her name.
Yeah, well, the label's gone from strength to strength since our initial TV launch on this very show, actually.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
So really, we have all you to thank for all this. You know, this hat cost more than my second jet. Feel that?
Yes, it's a nice hat.
Person.
And Fruits magazine has named me the youngest
Ah,
self-made
yes.
success story
Clearly, Billy Bob
ever.
Jean Short plays
And do you
RimWorld.
have any advice for anyone wanting to follow in your footsteps?
Absolutely. All you need to succeed on your own is your family's financial backing and pre-existing fame. It's not rocket science, people.
Oh, well, but in sadder news, am I right that Lil C is going to be retiring from music?
Yeah, I'm afraid so. I'm sure you can imagine. At 25, she's far too old for pop music now. She can't keep up with these young stars. So, her best-of album is out now, and she's touring that later this year. And
What was she not wrong
farewell
about?
Tour the year after that, and that's her last chance to see her. So, until the reunion tour, and then the classic tour after that. But it's been a long and varied career, as you can imagine. She's very, very proud.
Oh, and if her health's bad, then maybe it's for the best.
What's wrong with her health? Oh, yes, her health. Her poor health. And it's surprisingly expensive treatments. Curse you, Zaytan! Damn your intergalactic justice!
Oh.
Ah, there we go. Yeah, she was completely correct.
Well, we better be letting you get back. Those babies aren't going to sell themselves, or possibly at all. Billy Bob, Lil CD, thank you so much for joining me. And
Lil
do
CD.
pass our best wishes to Lil C.
Mini disc.
Oh.
Now, it looks like Robin is with a music legend who actually is irreplaceable. Is that who I think it is, Robin?
It absolutely is, Patrick. Jesus, how are you?
Yeah, you know, I'm good. I'm great. No thanks to you, silencing me, silencing the truth.
Are you referring to your attempt to incite violence against the democratically elected leaders of this country on live TV?
Yeah, exactly. And instead of being held a visionary, my management and agent, they all dropped me.
Oh, no.
You can't break me when you didn't make me, you understand? See, I'm the voice, I'm the hope. You can lock me up, call the doctors, but only the moon can judge me.
So, what have you been up to since your team cut ties?
We've had nobody new on the carpet yet.
Keep moving. I'm actually working on a track right now. Written, recorded, directed, all by myself.
Can we hear a bit of it?
No.
I know I'd love to hear it, and I'm sure the people at home would love to as well.
Yeah, sure, of course. Give me the mic. Yo. The news tried to shut my mouth, but it won't be long until they go south. Cause my name's Big J and you can't stop me. See, no censorship can stop me. Yeah, see, that's all I've got at the moment.
Did you just rhyme me with me?
No! Daddy promised this wouldn't happen again. You're supposed to clap and say, well done, Julian, well done.
Well done, Julian.
Thank you. Now, ask people that question and I'll walk away nicely.
Is it true that you're heir to a hotel chain?
What? Where did you hear that?
And that you're very much alive parents
La, la,
are
la,
currently
la,
on the
la,
run
la,
for
la,
massive
la, la, la,
financial
la, la,
hoarding.
la.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are you trying to censor me?
He kind of did bring that on himself.
Oh, Jesus there, who really does seem to be going from strength to something. There are just so many stars here tonight, Megan. It really is the who's who of whatever here. I'm going to see if I can grab a moment with someone rather special. I hope you're not too jealous, Megan. Back to you.
And I'm Megan.
Robin, but I think Stacey and I are probably in quite enough trouble where we are. So, 3 big names there, Stacey.
Yeah, big names.
Any thoughts about them, maybe from your generation's perspective?
You won't like my opinions.
Oh, go on, try me.
Well, Bumbanonk is so old he's like 1 week away from a transition centre, so who cares? And Lil C was cool when I was like 12 or something, but now she's just another fucking loony. And Jesus is a disrupt-loving wanker who should have died with the rest of them 3 years ago.
You're right.
You agree with me?
Oh, we do have somebody new here.
But thankfully, we can go back to Patrick now, who has another familiar face to catch up with. Oh, Patrick, what's the atmosphere like there?
It's absolutely electric, Megan. I can't quite believe it either.
It's Neil.
But he's here. It's crazy Neil.
Hey, hi, ho, how you doing?
Neil, our audiences just love you. They've really, really connected with your ads over the years. What's it like suddenly being so popular?
It's crazy. People stop me in the streets, they expose themselves, they write me threatening letters. You know, the stalker has become the stalky. A real taste of Neil's own medicine, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, and what's been the most challenging thing about being so famous?
It's places like this. You know, being around
What?
actors and rock stars. They're real crazy. And
I'm having to,
Crazy
like,
Neil
tweak the
knows
frequency,
crazy,
and I'm-
And I'm used to being the loudest whack job in the room.
Yes, I can imagine.
But I know what you're thinking. Hey, Neil, where's the crazy deal? We got crazy deals on chairs. chairs. You ever sit in a chair that knock your socks off?
No, I can't say that I have.
Makes a mess of the carpet. But what do you say? We got a deal?
Well,
what about Betty Andrews' handbag? It's real leather. It's real cheap. And it even contains our heart medicine. Spicy.
No, really.
You've got the chair. You've got the bag. You're really busting my balls. What can I do to convince you? Let me throw in my wife, Mrs. Neal. It's the latest model. Not a scratch on her. Pearls like a charm. What do you say? We got a deal.
Look, I can't take your wife.
Yes, you can. I got loads of them. Come on down. A crazy deal. We
crumbs.
got crazy deals on chairs. We got crazy deals on meals. We got crazy deals on wheels. We got wheels on meals. Meals on wheels. We've even got endangered seals. And we got meals with endangered seals. Yeah!
Thank you, Neil. Well, it's always a dream come true to meet a hero. How about that, Megan? The man himself. Aren't we lucky? Back to you.
Thanks, Patrick. What a colourful interview there on what looks like an amazing night. They
we got the
certainly know how
achievement.
to make an entrance. And the automated really does seem to have unstoppable written all over it, because despite Boris Hawley in Hours magazine calling it Lawrence Blunderclatch's overly long suicide note, in a review which ends with the words, and he hasn't even had the decency to see it through, the film, which is free to all residents of the
Sorry,
country,
it's just still such a good line.
pre-bookings and looks set to run for months and months. But let's go back to those lucky few seeing it tonight. Oh, I'm so jealous. Robin, you seen anything unusual there?
Thanks, Megan. Well, will you settle for the territory's most eligible bachelor? 5 years ago, Steve Saxon was an unknown. Then a series of incredible performances in acclaimed productions, from Hamlet's Jam to the curious rise of Algernon Ding Dong, made him the most wanted man in drama. He's been voted sexiest man under 25 for 3 successive years. Now, let's see if he'll talk to the NNN. Excuse me, Mr. Saxon. Steve, have you got a moment to spare to talk to the NNN?
Oh, hi, the NNN. You know, your show gave me my first chance at an audience. The raw me, Steve 1.0.
I remember. Even then, everyone could see there was something so special about you. The whole thing is burned into my mind.
I don't remember this
Moment
guy.
is the very least I can give your amazing viewers in return.
Not that we're actually going anywhere. Where is she?
Are you going to introduce us to your date?
But of course, this
I'm
is...
Charlotte Winstanley Hamilton. I was in Hey Friendship too. You know, that scene you burned into.
Oh, he was one of the kids from earlier.
Sorry, don't remember you at all. Are you sure you were in that?
Yes, I was the pretty one. Tell her, Steve.
Looks are really important.
Well, if you say so, Steve. So
Disruptor
it's been a
dead.
big
They got
year
blown
for
up to
you.
smithereens.
You've been tackling the Bard.
Yeah, so I've been working with an enfant terrible called Quentin Sucker Punch. We've been doing all the Shakespeares.
Crikey, all of them.
Yeah, so we shoot one a week. I play all the parts, so I learn them at the weekend, and then we shoot them naked in his steam room. The lighting in there is really good.
Sorry, did you say naked?
Yeah, well, he is. I'm in a variety of hats. It's an old theatrical tradition.
I had a single out. It was called Look at Me.
And you did that advert, didn't you, babe?
Is that your dental floss?
And the sex tape, of course.
Steve! I don't like to talk about that. Although apparently it's available for $11.99 everywhere. Just ask your newsagent.
So, what is your favourite Shakespeare play then, Steve?
Ooh, I like the wordy one.
It's starting soon. I'm going to miss the trailers, and we haven't even got any popcorn yet.
She'll be here.
Oh, I'm sorry I'm late, guys. What took you so long? There was an injured pigeon. I'll explain on the way in.
Now, of course, I remember you from that legendary first appearance.
Really? Her too?
You were such a serious little thing. You had that horrible sister.
Yes, that was me. I'm the horrible sister.
Don't be so hard on yourself, babe. Looks are really important.
Thanks, Steve.
So, what have you been up to, Harriet?
Actually, last year I was overseas bringing art to the starving children from outside the territories. They may not have food, but they can still have commedia.
Good for you.
And now I'm in an experimental physical theatre piece about the existential angst of Wicker. Amazing. So arts.
We do it above a pub on Thursdays.
I was also the girl who got murdered in the bath in Night Slasher 3.
Haven't seen it.
She was brilliant.
Thanks, Steve.
Fucking hilarious.
Yeah. Thanks, Steve.
I think it's starting soon and I really need a tinkle.
Oh my God, you need the loo now. We're going to completely miss the trailers. You were so selfish. Sorry.
We've got to go.
Oh, of course. Thank you so much for talking with us. And
There we go. Finally, that bit took a lot longer to get through.
I love you guys. Stop showing off. Sorry.
Oh my God.
So what's probably going to happen is we're going to finish up this broadcast and then I'm going to wrap up the stream.
Harriet Winstanley-Hamilton and someone else, can't remember her name for the life of me. I'm too starstruck, if I'm honest. I think I've just come. Back to you, Megan.
Robin, lucky you, and enjoy the movie. The
And clean yourself
Automated
up.
opens in cinemas across the territories this weekend. What a star-studded event, eh, Stacey?
Who cares? No one goes to the cinema these days.
Of course. We'll be back after these messages.
And break.
I still go to the cinema.
You should get yourself a video recorder, like the one at the home.
Yeah, I've got a video recorder. It's just not the same, is it?
You're right, it's better. No uneven as chatting and chewing all the way through.
What about a kiss and cuddle on the back row? Doesn't that happen anymore?
In public? What's wrong with you?
Nothing. Nothing's wrong with me.
Feeling better?
Alright, you are? Gotta get set up for heat rash. I think Ronnie's on something.
I know he is. It was on his rider. Apparently it's medicinal.
Ronnie's always high. Give him orange juice.
God, she speaks.
He's a stupid cunt.
Yeah, and just like that, you wish you wouldn't.
Harsh?
We seem to be a bit bunched up at this end.
Oh, don't worry. It's so close.
It's what now? Oh, here's Megan. She's going to be
Oh,
interviewing
I
you.
hate
Hello.
these guys.
This is Stacey.
Well, hello there, Stacey.
Fuck off, Ronnie.
Right. No, I'm sorry, but if we can't be polite, you're going to have to wait in the dressing room.
Whatever.
Do you want to go and wait in the dressing room? Hmm?
No.
No what?
No. Thank you.
Okay. And sit up straight. You're ruining my shot.
That's 10 seconds.
Right,
everybody.
here we go.
Fucking right, Noko.
What's that? What's no?
Bring in 5, 4.
Oh, this is where it gets a bit like pulling teeth.
Welcome back. For our final segment tonight, Stacey and I are delighted to be joined by Heat Rash. Their new album, Girls and Why We Love Them All, comes out this weekend. So, let me see.
Hi DSJ, how's it going?
Nolan.
I write the songs.
Ronnie.
That's what it says on my tattoo.
Oh, you've got a tattoo of your name on yourself. Okay.
In case he forgets it.
This raconteur, you must be Chinny. Why do they call you Chinny?
It's because of this ugly old thing.
I don't know what you mean.
God, you're so fucking embarrassing.
Dale. Crikey, Dale, you do not look old enough to be in a band.
I get that a lot. I'm actually 23, the oldest one. I have a growth disorder.
God, I'm so sorry. I didn't know that.
It's so cool, PT.
It's only messing with you.
He's actually 58.
Okay, right, I see. You're going to be a handful, aren't you, boys?
Mum.
And you must be TP. What does TP stand for?
Tiny prick.
It stands for team player.
I see. How long have you had that nickname?
Ever since Nolan decided Terry Prodance was a shit name for a member of a boy band.
No co, Ronnie.
Yeah, no co, Ronnie.
Sorry, what does no-co mean?
Ah, it's the opposite of SoCo.
Fuck's sake. SoCo.
Yeah.
So cohesive. You pretees say cool.
Right, okay. Thank you, Stacey.
Sorry about her.
Not your fault. She's uneven.
So you guys met through a popular show on one of our rival channels, didn't you?
Yeah, team players with a Z.
So how did that work then?
Well, actually, Dell and I knew each other from school. We were actually classmates. And
Fuck's sake, Nolan, mate. Give someone else a chance. We all went on team players. We all auditioned. The judges put us into bands. And
He's such a
yeah, we
knob,
went to
this
their houses
guy.
and they just put us into bands.
it's an example of how we're greater than the sum of our parts when we work in harmony.
And occasionally singing it.
So every week on the show, they get these bands and they give them a song that the producer just found from under the bin somewhere.
Actually, I write the song.
And the public would phone in and decide which song they like best.
Right, and then the losers would be eliminated. Yeah.
Mum.
What?
No-co. Pretty, so no-co.
The band who get the most approval get to play their song again.
Sure. So what happens to the losers then?
Mum. What do I keep doing wrong?
We don't use the L word anymore.
You mean losers?
Would you please stop saying that?
That word is a pejorative. It's a word designed to diminish. At Go-Getters, I learned very early that we only win when everybody wins.
But, sorry, that's not real life, is it? That's just sports board, no?
I thought you were Soko.
Yeah, I am Soko.
Nah, you're a shrinker. Can't be friends with shrinkers.
She doesn't know what you're talking about. She doesn't understand.
So I do understand, actually, Stacey.
What's a shrinker?
Well, a shrinker.
What's a preety, Mum? What's a preety?
Well, I think it means someone who's older, doesn't it?
Pre-territories.
It's someone who turned 18 before the new future. We call you preeties.
Unevens.
Mimis. Nonks.
It's not her fault she's old. She can't help it.
I'm not that old.
I'm trying to help you here.
I don't think I need your help.
See? Total Mimi.
See? Is that so?
Yes, obviously. Yes, obviously.
You know what the real problem with you lot is? You just can't get over the fact that your beloved Disrupt are gone and you just don't fit in anymore. But the truth is, Disrupt were violent, no-co pricks being led by a fucking psycho. I'm glad they lost, and you should be too.
Listen, not everyone over 30 supported Disrupt, Stacey.
Not everyone, no, but one fuck-off lot of you did.
Soko, Stacey. Soko.
We've all learned maybe a little bit more than we expected to there. I'm genuinely delighted to have met Heat Rash. And before we end the show tonight, I think you're going to sing for us, aren't you?
Yes, that's right. We're going to sing a song from Girls and Why We Love Them All called Pieces of Me.
Oh, I hate this one.
Which is about a real relationship I had with an actual girl.
Oh, Nolan, give it a rest, mate. No one cares. Go on, let's get on these stools, lads.
Right.
So,
Yeah, I'm getting this creep caught out on camera.
Can I get your contact?
Oh, she's 15. Go on, piss off and sing your song, Terry. Christ.
Right you are.
So, here they are with their latest single, Pieces of My Heart. Are you excited, Stacey?
Not for me, no. I only listen to blip music and a bit of jizzcore. Pop music is dog shit.
Okay, here they are. It's Heat Rash.
Ronnie, Chinny, DB, Dale, and Nolan. Heat Rash.
I saw you standing by the
Please give me a transmission interruption.
baby, do you remember? You took the first of the pieces of my heart. You wandered into a bush and grabbed a vodka instead. Took our assets and our wealth and drew them out of the bag. I gave you little pieces of my heart.
Oh, that's a valid movement.
I didn't know two hearts could ever feel like this, girl. It's like you were custom made for me by Remington Smith. I take all of the loves that didn't last and leave them in the uneven past. Share the new future as my bride. You snatch me inside. There's no need to hide all the times that you cried.
As my old man used to say, you blow me away. I just want you to stay. I don't want you to pay.
Excuse me.
You make me crazier than Neil today. On Liberation Night, girl, I was sitting beside you. We sat there shaking all the way through incisors. We held each other as things fell apart. We took a train through all the territories and we threw away the rules and wrote our personal stories. You took a dozen pieces of my heart. I didn't know the life could ever feel like this, girl. It's like you were custom made for me by Remington's fist. I take all of the loves that didn't last. I leave them there, the uneven past. Share the new future as my bride. Snatch me inside.
There's no need to hide all the times you have cried.
As my old mom used to say, blow me away. I just want you to stay.
I just want you to play.
You make me crazier than Neil. Make me crazier than Neil today.
Please tell me we're coming to the end of this. Not soon enough, apparently.
At your membership card, there's your picture beaming brighter than a handful of flaws. I'm trying to find the pieces of my heart and leave them in the uneven parts. Share the new future as my bride. You snatch me inside. There's no need to hide all the times that you cried. As my old man used to say, you blow me away. I just want you to stay. I just want you to play. You make me crazier than Neil. Crazier than Neil. Crazier than Neil today.
Wow. Well,
Oh, thank
fantastic.
God that's
Thank
over with.
you,
Oh, I
Eva.
missed
That
the
was-
applause.
That was actually really good. Best of luck. Thank you for coming in. Now it's almost time for final thoughts tonight. And I've actually asked Stacey to write a few, and they're just being programmed onto the auto cue now. Now I have no idea what she's going to say. So fingers on that bleep button in the broadcast room, just in case. Take it away, Stacey.
Here we go.
My name is Stacey. I guess you know that by now. Don't know why I put that in there. Anyway. I don't watch the news. There's no need. You hear all the important stuff from your mates, so I don't know what's considered important anymore. But I'm pretty sure that it's not rehashed movies and fucking boy bands, so... Anyway. I'm going to talk about what's important to me. When Advance were first elected 6 years ago, I was 9 and in a home. Not a family home like you call a home. This was a state children's home. It was fucking awful, actually. It was like a Charles Dickens book. The roof leaked and the walls were damp some mornings. The food was bad. Drugs and alcohol were everywhere. No one cared. You had to watch your back all the time because there weren't enough staff to manage us. And yes, as you'd imagine, there was a lot of some bad stuff went down there with some of the staff. Okay. Not all of them, but the others knew, and they didn't stop it. And then Advance won the election. And like a miracle, things started to change. they got better. Had nicer food. The home was not just repaired, but redecorated and kitted out with books and sports stuff and musical instruments and video games. Most of the staff were fired, and the new ones,
There we
which
go.
there were more of, spent time talking and working with the
It's
bullies.
weird having to like
And you know
balance this
what?
while she's talking because you get sucked
Second
into the broadcast and wanting to watch and see how it all goes.
The bullying
But
stopped.
then
my life got better.
you have to
Because
focus on this all the
finally,
time.
There was enough money to do the good things, and Advance had the guts to do it. I joined Go Getters, and on Liberation Night, that gave me a group of friends that I could talk with when the bombs went off and the power went out. Another miracle. I wasn't alone anymore. And that was the night I finally understood the importance of being in a team. So here's my final thought. I know the people who are doing better under the old system long to go back. You say, we were freer, but what you mean is, we were richer. But for every one of you, there is 100 of me. And even now, after all you've had taken away, you are still doing better than I am, than I likely ever will. You still have homes of your own and families
There we go.
of your
That's
own
all locked in now.
who love you. And I'll never have that. So maybe you should stop looking for the worst interpretation of everything this amazing government does and realise it's not for you. It's for the millions like me. And you can cry and bleat all you want, but you're never going to get your money back because it's already been spent on miracles.
Aha!
Stand by. Stand by.
Let's keep making tomorrow better.
And we're out.
Is that all right?
Yes. Yes, that was more than all right.
Nicely done. I think you might have actually given them something to think about.
Disrupt live.
So I guess you're going to be taking me back to the home now then.
I was thinking we could go out somewhere and, I don't know, have a meal, talk about our options, if that's okay.
Of course, Miss Wolf. Security will be standing by.
So they're always there then?
There was a thing a few years ago now.
Oh, with that Jeremy bloke? I heard about that, everyone did. Were you here back then? Doesn't look old enough.
Rubbing on me.
Yeah, she does that.
A song of solidarity for a
Right, that's the end of the broadcast, and I think, yeah, not a great one. So we're going to wrap this up now and call it a day. I might do a stream of this over the weekend, just to see, just to get this file finished off. But other than that, we're done for Not For Broadcast on the main streams. So next week I'm going to be starting Armored Core 6. So that's going to be a new experience. We'll see how that plays out. Right, I'm going to find somebody to raid real quick and hand you all off to but before you go, everybody, I do want to give a bit of a thank you to Desadora and Game Blastinator for following the stream. Massive thanks to you both, and hopefully we'll see you again at some point. I'm going to hand you all over to... I'm going to hand you all over to Cake Jumper, who is making carrot cake. Oh, no, stand down. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to raid High Rollers because they are playing... They are playing a Dune tabletop RPG, so let's go raid them. All aboard the raid train. Go say hello to the lovely folks in High Rollers. If they don't reply to you, it's because they're recording this as part of their main broadcast. Go hang out in chat. Wonderful, wonderful people. Go have a good time. And it's a one-shot, so you don't need to know anything going in. Take care, everybody, and have yourselves a lovely night. Bye.